Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS 1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Taego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only 1 team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets some damage up, spots out another one, Example refuses to go down.
Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS champion.
Looks at a similar scope and how in the world did that?
Your PGS 1 champion.
A nice swipe and good circle position for him.
So few options to work, but Lady hits Capitan. That's gonna open
So a
back.
little bit of a spray here
Gonna try to make some close. There it goes down and out.
from friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push.但是这个是一颗雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种牛海壁上现在的一个锅脸打上来了，寇林。
张德胜的出枪，
但还是被抽奖。
但是
Personal getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. And Doozy a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The Ridge Killer with the P9. South side of all of these fights going on. Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not done against the barrel. Come out, Victor!
이하는 계속 전형적인 전형에서 밀리고 있습니다. 자, 그래서 데미지 들어갑니다. 야!
Let's begin.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Pertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new Team Deathmatch map, the Boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Just 6 more games and one more opportunity here at PGS2 for these teams to strike out and get themselves a spot in that grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show here, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. My name's Colaris. I've got Matchup, I've got Godspeed, I've got Toffees. Once again, it's all the Americans. I don't know how we've wound up here, but we have got shop to talk about because right now it is, well, quite a disparity between a few of these teams and the other ones trying to get themselves into that top 8.
Yeah, and I feel like we're kind of looking at what's going to happen similar to what's happened in the group stage, right? We got some point sponges at the top. They're kind of eating up everything, which means that the points per game in your average looks like it could be significantly lower as we're going to move into what could get you into that top 8. But if anything, it means that we're going to have a very fun top 8 to kind of be monitoring the last 2 games.
Yeah, some teams are kind of struggling when it comes to their overall points and kind of how they're kind of getting their team to grips with that situation, but some don't seem to be struggling too much here, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, specifically when we look at a team like Friendly Fire, right? I mean, they're not necessarily doing too well, but when we look at the actual way that their gameplay is unfolding, they're having good macros, their rotations are really solid. We even saw a second place finish for them the other day. The main issue, though, is they just need to win their team fights. And when I spoke to Roth this morning, they actually have, their spirits are great, their mental is great, everything is, and everything's great, to be honest. They're just struggling a little bit. That being said, they are just 1 game away, Steve, from catapulting themselves into that top 8.
Well, I mean, that's true, but I think that's also true because there are a lot of teams. Every team is 1 game away from catapulting the top 8. Right now, the lowest team, Daytrade at 16, is 14 points. The cutoff is 28. That means actually 1 game. We've seen that sort of 10 plus 14 doable means you're in it. So I do think that's great news for the teams on the bottom. Catch 1, make your play. But I think it's really good news for some teams that have not been performing, like 4AM and LG in particular. These are games that we expect better performance from, fans expect better performance from, and they shouldn't be where they are.
I mean, that was actually going to be my follow-up question, Matrim, which is, as you say, with LG and 4AM not looking great right now, they were like tournament favorites. And now they're looking in dire straits.
Mental is a thing, right? That kind of feels like that's the story that's kind of going on with both these teams. Whenever you walk around and you look at them, it feels like it's a uphill battle for both of them to kind of figure out how they can find those successes.
I'm hoping they're able to stabilize here. There's some other teams that are going to try and fight for that top spot. For example, Tyloo is on the cusp as well of dropping out. But anyway, that's it. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, it's our final day before the grand finals for PGS2.
안녕하세요.
感觉这边天气很炎热，然后其次官方组织的活动也是非常多样化，在这边的体验很开心。
여행을 본의 없이 온 건 처음인데.
ก็คาดหวังว่าจะได้ไปชมวิวโดยรวมของริยาดครับของเมืองนี้
사진 보니까 칠레 같다 보이길래 시원할 것 같아서 보인 것 같아요.
뭐야?
몇 층까지 올라가요? 99. 나 고소공포증 있는데.
太高了，风景很好，我感觉能看到尼亚侬的所有地方。
没有安全感，虽然感觉没事，但是还是没有安全感。
ก็ดีใจครับ แล้วก็สวยมากครับวันนี้
想想人呢？那讲讲两个人帮助拍一组照片。来，直接来。
One, two, three.
네, 선수님 5명.
One, two, three.
你怎么看？
哇，啊，这个还好。
右边。进来。
진짜 괜찮은데?
3번이.
나쁘지 않다.
왜 나쁘지 않아?
그래, 쉽잖아.
빨리. 빨리.
오케이, 됐어.
Six.
오케이.
Let's go.
你自己排的慢吗？你他妈根本不好。啊喽。
Party?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yummy.
Yeah, thank you.
我们刚吃火锅。
我也想要手榴肉。
Very good.
พี่เจส1คุณเป็นแชมป์คุณมีเทคนิคอะไรที่จะบอกเราไหมเพราะว่าเราเพิ่งมา PGS ครั้งแรก
就是保持好心态，不要畏惧每一支队伍，相信自己，更要相信队友，相信团队，加油！
석유 부자가 되면 영입하고 싶은 선수가 누구예요?
Salud So You good เป็นแชมป์ PGS 2ครับ
卫冕冠军。
맞아보기 전이니까 최대한 열심히 해보겠습니다.
That's an ambush. That is an ambush set up perfectly by Sonics, and Expendables have no clue what was waiting for them. Once again, we're seeing these trap plays, and this time around, Expendables are
kind of know
what's going on here.
As you said, those angles were difficult, but speaking of difficult here now, it's going to be Falcon stuck in a ridge, and Shed is going to find 2, and they just got absolutely destroyed by Tyloo. Somebody still has Mortar. Menuda will find Hisaki, but again, this is the problem. This is what Mortars do pose as far as staying in the open, and that almost led it directly. Oh no, there it is!
Xiao starting to play this more aggressively. Look who's taking the shots in, gets another nut, gets another one! 17 Gaming doesn't care about numbers, they care about how much damage they can put out.
They are just unstoppable on this one every single time they peek. Oh no, they find players, and Xiao Wu does it again. They do not know of Kickstar's position.
Duckby, good job on not being with the rest as they are now toast. Here comes the clown car up over the top. Can Duckby get his vengeance? He's got the nade prepped.
It could be a huge
He's going to toss it in. It's going right on top of him. And now Menuda last one up spray. And Duckby going down.
It's the first time in a week's worth of games that we will be sending teams home today here for PGS2. It is done so for 8 of these teams. However, 8 will be moving on into that grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS2. My name is Kalaris, and joining me is Toffee's all the way over there. He's far away. He's far away. So far. But we have got not far to go when it comes to the grand final, which is on the horizon here. For some of these teams, they're looking awesome. We can pretty much guarantee 3 of these teams is going already.
I'm saying it's not far to go in terms of games, but it could be light years for some of these teams. There's one, like we said at the pre-show, one game could make the difference between advance and fail, and that does mean that for some of these teams on the cutoff, it's going to be a very long journey.
And of course, here we are in the losers bracket right now. Tomorrow we'll have a day off, and then that gives teams time to prepare for that grand finals, which will be a 3-day event, an extravaganza of PUBG action, and they're fighting for a good old $2 million prize pool.
That is nothing to sniff at. $2 million, $600,000 for first place, and then a big old drop off to second at $260,000, and obviously it goes down from there. And if you're a team like, say, Cerberus, you're already swimming in cash, so this prize pool looks even better to you.
Yes, I calculated it. Remember, $117,000 already on the board. How dare they?
How dare they?
But anyway, let's take a look at the format as well. We have obviously had the group stage, we had the winners bracket. All of that has concluded. We're in the midst of the losers bracket right now here, and then we've got grand finals a little later on. And again, do bear in mind, that's 18 games. Yeah. So kind of even more kind of intense for these teams to try and really get themselves points against what is effectively going to be the best lobby of all time.
It is, I mean, hopefully, if all goes as planned, it is the Big 16, and it is going to be incredibly difficult. Yeah. I do think the winners bracket was very close to that. It was incredibly difficult. But let's take a look at who's playing in the losers bracket right now. It's a mix. It's a mixed bag. There's teams that we didn't expect to be down here. Twisted Minds, 4AM, LG, if I'm being completely honest, Navi. Agreed. I think a lot of people had LG in their S tier coming to this event. I know that it's one of those, if you had a power ranking and you're like, they're an S tier team, don't feel bad about saying that originally, but definitely, I think next time, maybe not.
And of course here, the road to PGC. Now, it's important that you actually at least get a few points on the board. Therefore, you have to qualify for the grand finals here to at least get 10 points done there. Meanwhile, up at the top, you're getting a whole lot of points. And at the end of this tournament, we will guarantee, 4 or 5 teams that are moving on to PGC, which is exciting in itself.
That is very exciting. And for the teams at home who are watching, because if their teams move on, that means they may get an extra slot going forward. Take a look at the overall leaderboard. Twisted Minds came to play, 69 freaking points. Nice performance from them. But that's the top. You know, Expendables, I think, doing a great job after their performance in the winners bracket. They didn't make the cutoff. They came out here and they played very, very well. Navi decided to turn up and turn on. But what was crazy to me is the cutoff levels. And we'll talk more about that, but right now, this is it. How can you not talk about Perfectix versus Duck Juice, brought to you by LG Ultra Gear? Perfectix is a king.
Yeah.
God.
I mean, in games 3 and 4, he looked insane. Almost 20 kills across 2 games, which is unheard of. And then Dugju's likewise on the opposite side of things. In the last 2 games, kind of came alive as well. But I think Perfectix did it enough for Twisted Minds to just be like, okay, well, we've qualified. That's fantastic. 2 teams, though, on the cusp here. 8th and 9th right now, Taego and E Arena. If you were to ask me at the beginning or at the end of group stage, who's definitely going to the grand finals, I would have said Taego, but it's not certain yet.
I think that's the problem with the head-to-head. It's a story of 2 teams. One, I expected to already be in the top 4. The other, I thought would probably be in the bottom 4 right now, and they are both contesting for advancement as we go to Erangel to start our day off. And then my favorite new map, Taego, which has been absolutely chaotic every single time.
It has been lovely, and then we've got ourselves 3 Miramars to finish things off. But yes, I mean, as you say, with Taego, I think that we've watched some great games so far with it. I just wish we'd watched more games of it, to be perfectly honest.
And we've been lucky in the sense of we've seen the crashing cars, we've seen all the things that we need there, and you can watch them at home if you're on the move with your High Honor phone. Magic 5 Pro, unleash the power at highhonor.com. And you want to stay connected because those Taego games, we've had 2 crashing planes, we've had every possible circle you could imagine, river circles, south circles, mountain circles. It's been wild.
Yeah, definitely has been. And you can also be listening to some wild playlists as well over on Spotify.com. As again, you know, I plug it, but literally I think everybody I know and their mothers and their fathers all listen to Spotify. So yeah, and there's some great songs. There's some great songs. The theme tune here, Gamers 8, has been a bit of a banger. Let's be real.
It really is. It plays everywhere when you walk around Gamers 8. There's no resisting it. Just like there's no resisting those partner skins. Do remind you guys, those are out right now, so check them out. But I do think we've seen some of those partner teams. Sonics has their skin out. They've made the advancement. But there's other GPT teams that we need to see a little bit more out of. They're struggling here in this bracket.
4AM and LG, man. I did think both of these would already be in the grand final. I think 4AM, I thought maybe they would come in with a honeymoon period. It's really not kind of materialized here on the international stage. LG, I can't get them out of my head because this is a team that I touted at PGS 1 as the best roster or the best we've ever seen North America. Sonics is outshining them in spades right now for your region.
I mean, they're just stronger just about everywhere. And Matt said LG's mental seems like it's in the can. That's true, but so is their mechanics. I don't know what's going on with them. Maybe they turn up today, but I'm not going to expect anything.
If they were able to turn up today, it will be one of those phase 2019 moments. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. But anyway, thank you very much, Toffees. It is time to get to our final day of the losers bracket now. As we say, do or die. 8 teams will move on to the grand final.
Hause 开始前我们准备了很多，如果不好好表现，我们的实力就回去了，这我们会心碎的。我们一直坚持到最后关头。
It's so terrifying to see such an unexpected result. Just because we are in the loser bracket, it doesn't mean that we are give up. I believe that we deserve to climb higher.
쉽게 집에 들어갈 순 없죠. 끝날 때까지 모르는 거잖아요. 마지막까지 불태워볼게요.
突破逆境是我们的目的，如果我们能够打破逆境，那么我相信拿到冠军义无反掌。
Playing in the loser bracket is not the end of the world, so we're still gonna make it to grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to see which 8 teams will join the grand finals here at PGS 2, presented by Gamers 8, the Land of Heroes. Matt, I'm joined by you. My name is Godspeed, and this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker, if I could quote the boy Poro, who is in here with us.
Yeah. Oh, going back, stealing them wrestling terms. I see how it is, like, attributing it to them. But yes, this is going to be the first time we're actually going to be sending somebody home. So
yes,
a lot of accolades and a lot of emotions and a lot of sadness.
Not even just somebody. We're going to be sending 8 teams home, which
a third of the teams, yeah.
Is very devastating. But for a lot of the teams here, we talked about it very briefly on the pre-show. The fact of the matter is they're just one good game from catapulting themselves into the top 8 and potentially giving themselves the opportunity to go to the grand finals. And so there's a lot of pressure on these teams. You want to talk about mental, especially for some of the teams that are on the bottom. We already mentioned a few of them.
It's going to be rough, but I mean, when I did speak to Friendly Fire, right, one of those teams in 12th place currently with 20 points, although they were bothered that they weren't doing better, they still were in high spirits, and that is mainly because, and I do believe their macros have been great, their rotations have been great. They did find themselves in a second place game the other day. They're just kind of getting picked apart kind of left and right when they come into the later circles. If that team can just stay 4 alive, I really do believe that they're going to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
And they've been making it very late into the game. So they're getting the macro down the way that they want it. It's kind of weird because they're right in between 4AM and LG, who are the teams that we've been having such high expectations for. We're giving laurels over here to Friendly Fire because they're like,
even though they're struggling.
They're right in the thick of the two of them, though, right? It's just because by comparison, these are 4AM and LG, like high expectations coming in,
obviously,
right? With them, Friendly Fire is always had the uphill battle. So them coming in with a more proper mental, going like, okay, we can do this. We're at that tail end of it. Versus the we should have already been there mindset is very, very. There are two ways to look at the game.
Yeah, but we have seen Friendly Fire pop off, especially regionally, right? They had the massive game days in order to qualify for this event. But another team that I feel like we just have to talk about that we haven't really even touched on this is Day Trade, right?
Yeah, well.
Day Trade is a team that, again, Toby and I had mentioned it briefly on the cast yesterday. They're a team that were, kind of heralded as the team from APAC, the team that kind of put that region on the map. And looking at their results, like they started with the 3rd, but the 15th, the 12th, 0 points, 0 points, 14th, 0 points. I mean, the last game, 15 with 1 kill. I mean, I don't know what is going on with that roster.
There's a world where we go into day after tomorrow and Day Trade won't be there. And I think that that's going to be a massive surprise, especially whenever we still look in the fact that people leaving today could be things like 4AM, LG, and Day Trade, all 3 of them, and it's not absurd for actually all 3 to not qualify.
I mean, even Tyloo and Petrichor, right? They're just going to be right on that cusp as we see it's 28, 35 points, but we're going to get into the very first game here, Matt, and I'm actually really excited. We're starting with Erangel, and we're finally ending with Miramar, because that is what I love to see.
3 Miramar, if you want to try to make a comeback, that's going to be the place to do it. Foot push, solos, be able to hide your way through. As you can see, the trophy stand moving into our last day of the losers bracket.
Yep, and we definitely have, I believe the Sonic's still in there. I think last time I checked, their PGS win might be in there, or maybe they got replaced. Who knows? But, I mean, Sonic's is another conversation, even though they're not even playing today. They've been really phenomenal.
I did get a kick out of the fact that we were hanging around 2 of our games yesterday on Erangel at school, the other one at Everest. But we were right next to where that trophy used to be, because didn't that statue also for a period of time get switched over to like, wasn't there something going on over there?
I'm not sure. You might be right, but I'm not sure.
It was a long time ago. I'd have to remember. I know the fact that we had it down in military base as well. But anyway, as we're going to be moving forward, you can see pretty friendly playing path, no big surprises. So simple shifts out for most of our teams. They should be pretty cemented in off of their drops over here, not having to do anything too crazy to get everything. And this is kind of the good warm-up drop, right? This is what you want. You want to move in. You want to start the day comfortable and then try to navigate out of it. But we do have the potential for a military-based circle. We do have capabilities going back north. And again, we saw a lot of school yesterday, and that's also right along this playing path.
Yeah, the fact that we had 2 back-to-back school games was pretty wild, and 2 very different end games as well as we looked at those.
I'm a little mad because I was casting with you and was like, I haven't gotten a school game in a long time. I would really love to get one. And then you and Toby get 2 back-to-back.
We did. But yeah, looking at the plane, as you said, no early drop contentions here. I mean, none of these teams at this point are going to want to do that. They've already established this. The circle is going to be centered up, just around that volcano area to the east of school. It very well could pull school, Matt, so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for you yet. But yeah, quite a bit of the Yas Lake in as well.
I'm going to kind of lean back as we knock on some wood here, as we haven't seen a lot of very big urban endings. School kind of counts as one of those.
This whole event, yeah,
It's been something that's kind of missing, and with Yasnaya being pretty centered up in this, it's going to be where I kind of keep drawing my eye over to, specifically the fields around it. We know that can get very Mad Maxy as people have to send their way just crazy sins just down into position to try to make some type of landfall in there. So as we move forward, we still also have Stalber, the 50-50 with the river, but really it's kind of more like a 25-75. But circles can be cruel at this event.
They can. I'm actually really interested to see if this one will shift east, right? We haven't kind of landed a circle where we see J compound above Mansion in quite a while. And that area is actually really fun to find. I think we saw one group stage circle in there.
I mean, I'm fine with Death Road too. I really enjoy
You like Death Road because you're a terrible person. Playing in that area, as we saw, can be very dangerous. As David doesn't have any He's just clicking his shotgun there.
And just keeping his fingers warm. That's all.
Yep.
Just running around. I mean, this is hospital. Nobody's around here. GP's on the northern area of George Pool, that's going to be about it. Forest hanging up around Zarky. That's going to be where we're seeing everything shift away from. Never ever going to go back that direction. But outside that, really it's just kind of our southwestern and western teams in general that are going to have to make some type of rotation. Even Esports Arena could come in from that eastern bridge. We don't see anybody that's making a dedicated camp around that area. DDT moving down into Milta proper, but that's just for some looting.
Yeah, everyone at this point is spread out and set up pretty much where they want to be. As we look at, actually most teams are even set up in the circle so far. You see quite a few trying to make it towards the center, Friendly Fire being one of those 4 a.m. You see Crazy starting to kind of flex out as well. As we look at Tai Lu just peeking across the Twisted Minds, and I do even have to say that I like LG's position here currently. They're going to be on the north side in Stallberg. They have quite a lot of room to work with, and they pretty much have the entirety of the east to themselves. So curious to see what they're going to do with all that.
The Sarv had themselves an interesting day yesterday. They navigated circles, managed to get into the late games. That's rewarded them with being in the top 8. Not in a comfortable position in the top 8, as they are just about 4 points away from, well, closer to about 9 points away from that cutoff point. As right now they have a couple of teams that are going to be chasing after them. So with this, we might see them, you can see, doing their thing, rotating early, trying to move a bit more centered, as that had a lot of success for them yesterday.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, Toby and I specifically were quite critical of Sarvum's play, especially with how passive they had been. But over the course of losers bracket, they've actually flexed out and been much more aggressive. I mean, looking at their results so far, they had one bad game, a 16th place with 0 points. But they even have a 7th with a couple kills, 7th place with 5 kills. So yeah, they're definitely starting to be a little more proactive, and they should be, because you know that roster is solid. Even though yes, they don't have as much LAN experience, they've proven, especially online, that they can be a force to reckon with. So seeing them get proactive and kind of taking that on the chin, it's been great. So I'm rooting for the boys.
So the Expendables there for a second. You're speaking of forces to be reckoned with. That's one that always I got to keep my eye on during these earlier stages, as we do see 17 as well as Twisted Minds getting kind of close to each other. They're sitting back along that school route, as I mean, why wouldn't you? This is kind of where we saw Twisted Minds have some successes at yesterday. 17 doesn't have to make too big of a jump out of that Pachinki area.
Yep.
And so now it's more a, I guess, kind of sit and wait situation. We got a lot of people hanging out around Potato itself, just kind of waiting to see. Everybody's assuming this is going to probably go into that southeastern area, but these circles, man, who knows? Northwest, why not?
Yeah, I mean, they've been quite hard shifty, so to speak, but it still surprises me with how even the playing path has been that none of these teams find themselves in the east. Again, it's only really going to be LG rotating in from the north side there from Stallberg that are going to find pretty much any of that open space, but the east is great to play from here. You have great footholds for rotations, great holds, especially if you're going to be somewhere around that mansion area, even obviously, you know, Sky Garden, Heaven, whatever you want to call it. A lot of those areas are still very much open, and I think it is a case of what you were talking about, where some of those teams kind of assume there's going to be someone there already, so they're not even bothering to go that direction. But yeah, especially if this hard shifts east, that's going to make it very interesting, as I think a lot of teams are going to find some open space that they didn't really think would be there.
And I think everybody has a nightmare around playing that mansion area at some stage, whether it be before it had the forest appear or afterwards. So sometimes
before the forest appeared, man, let me tell you from experience, there was absolutely nothing there.
And I think that's one of the reasons, like, there's still some carryover mindset of, let's just not go there. That is the bad place. That is where we go to die. But LG going to go ahead and exploit that. It does look like they get themselves having to work around. You can see that DDT also bumping into Petrichor Road. This is going to be down in the south, right along that Milta pathing. Esports Arena already has 2 coming over from military base proper. Day Trade and D plus Kia really being our only teams not yet inside the circle.
Yeah, and Day Trade is going to be coming in from the southwest. I mean, they have a pretty free rotation here to Pachinki. Obviously, you know, 17 no longer being there, especially at this point in the first circle. So they're going to have a good rotation in. I'm just curious what they're going to be able to do with it, as they've been struggling. And speaking of which, starting off the day, Uba will find 777 from the Expendables.
That aggressive moving that we can see the Expendables do being exploited this time, as it is going to be Navi that finds a good beat into them, hits the shots, going to go ahead and take down 777, who's been a pretty decent workhorse for the squad. Not necessarily the face of it, but somebody that's been really good about making sure to support a squad and making sure to give them the opportunities to really succeed.
Honestly, I don't feel like, yeah, usually a team has a superstar, and I think Tanvu has really been one of those here for the Expendables, but all 4 members of that team have been fragging effectively, right? It's not just been one person to carry the torch for them. It's literally been all 4 members of that team just being absolutely amazing. Delwyn, Tanvu, obviously Duckjuice, another player that's just been stealing kills effectively left and right on top of just winning his gunfights, right? The Expendables have come in here and really kind of proven that they not only belong, but they can excel in these lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we are looking at the lower bracket itself, we do have Twisted Minds, the Expendables, Navi, 17, presently our top dogs inside of it. That says something about this event in general, I think, just in and of itself. And so as we're going to be moving through these next couple of rounds, it's no surprise that this is a very calm first game. Yeah. It's the way that the circle has kind of laid it out. It's like, okay, you don't have to make any of the big gambles. You don't have to roll the dice yet. Just try to play clean and don't let somebody exploit a mistake. And that's kind of all that happened with the Expendables right there. They just extended a bit too far, lost 1 member, and instantly pulled off.
And yeah, that area that we see Navi, that kind of the yellow building there just to the southeast of apartments is fairly popular for teams to camp, especially because there are some rotations that come through there. So I think they just got a little too close, but you were talking about it. A lot of these teams know, yes, they're going to be able to find themselves a nice position in the circle for now, or at least a foothold, but it becomes very difficult, especially if this does do like a hard shift north, for instance, or a hard shift east, as we're talking about, is now we do see Arena going there, that the rotation after the first circle will be where they're potentially in the most danger.
And let's keep in mind, we're looking at the lower bracket. Top 8 go on, bottom 8 go home.
Go home.
That's one of the reasons why this is so much more of a mental game that we're looking at right now. This is making sure the fact that you start your day off, you get that momentum. We talk about it because it's true. If you can get up a couple of points here or there, put yourself in a bit more of a comfortable position, it takes the pressure off of those later games as we're going to be moving into Taego, into Miramar. Right now, we know everybody knows Erangel. It is so, every dip, every little bit, nook and cranny, everybody's got it navigated. So this is the stage where you're playing methodical. As we're going to be moving into the later stages of the day, it's like, that's when the wheels come off. You're like, okay, now we've got to make a play. We didn't get it earlier. We've just got to make something happen right now, and it's going to be Expendables. Belmoth finding the shots into that one, and he needed it, but he's also going to go down. Quick exchange between 2. Tanvu, the last one now up for the Expendables, taking some shots, seeing if maybe he can scare away Day Trade, but Flash trying to defend this one.
Yeah, Tanvu now in a world of trouble. He is going to at least get the point from Belmoth. Not a great start here for the Expendables. We kind of saw this the other day as they were able to kind of course correct later, but I mean, a decent start for Day Trade. Losing 1 isn't ideal, but they still have 3 up, and at the very least they got themselves a nice little rotation here as we do look at the circle, and of course it shifts north, and it keeps all of Yas Lake still in, Matt.
Where's the worst place for the players to go? That's where the circle's going to go. That's just been the theme. So all these teams that are playing down to the south going to have some trouble, specifically along Death Road that we're looking at right now with Petrichor Road and Day Trade, realizing, okay, this fight is not worth it. Petrichor Road already retreating, looks like they're trying to regroup. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of long wraps around the north, but this is a complicated northern wrap. Sure, nobody's up in that top 50%, but that's because there's a barricade, right? Yeah. We've got the Stolber hillside into the no-lean pathing and then just bridges.
Yeah, so it does look like quite a few teams are opting to go for a wide eastern wrap, and I think that's probably the smartest play, right? LG already came from that area. They know that it's going to be clean, especially because no one else really was hedging their bets on that north side, at least because there was kind of no reason to, right? A lot of this circle was quite southern, so you do see LG going that way. You also see E-Arena trying to rotate that way. Petrichor will probably follow, as well as Tyloo. So a lot of teams now opting to rotate on that east side as the south is completely packed up, Matt.
Oh, this is going to be a symptom of what we're watching for a while. A couple of teams now making the commitment in to just defend up the fields around Yasnaya itself, as 4AM is going to make a recommitment back into there. LG is going to path up into Stolber itself. You can kind of see them driving off in the distance. Esports Arena going to be doing the same. Petrichor Road's going to be coming in off of this DDT pathing right in front of them, so they have to be a little bit careful. LG, yes, is kind of along that pathing into no lean, where D+Key is playing from, but they want the hillside. They don't want no lean, so they're just trying to bypass this.
Yeah, they should be able to take a nice position here in the north. Again, as you said, there's no reason for them to send it into no lane. They should be able to see that D+Key has already taken that position. And E-Arena, though, that's actually what I worry about when it comes to LG, is watching that north side crunch coming in from E-Arena.
As we're keeping our eyes today, we also have to remember, we kind of alluded to it and talked about it in some degrees, and then the desk went way deeper in depth for us with it. But the Twisted Minds, Expendables, Na'Vi, 17 situation that we're kind of looking up at the top, most notably Twisted Minds, the Expendables, Na'Vi, massive amount of points. So oddly enough, TE taking 3 casualties early is going to open up some more opportunities for these teams to try to move up more and get away from that cusp position, or at least get into the top 8.
I mean, TE, they've fortunately given themselves quite a nice cushion, especially with back-to-back wins yesterday, right, in order to afford a kind of travesty game, which that pretty much was, right? Going out in 16th with only 1 kill is not great at all. But, you know, at 59.60 now, they're going to be just fine. So not the end of the world, and I do believe they might even still have 1 member up somewhere, right?
Yeah, they've got Tanvu that's kind of high.
So they still have Tanvu. He actually managed to survive that. So they'll be able to salvage points, not the issue. It's actually a benefit for the rest of the lobby that Twisted Minds, that Na'Vi, and the Expendables as well have gotten so many points, because it just, again, leaves the door open for all those teams that are currently struggling to just have one big good game, get the points that aren't being sponged up, and actually shoot themselves up the league.
We saw the lowest points per game average requirement to make it into the winners bracket that we've seen in a
like
very
60
I want to say, I don't know if it was ever, but it's been in a very, very long time, and that's just due to how strong the teams at the top were in their dominance and making it to where, okay, there was just nothing that you could get. So a mediocre game was enough to kind of give you that last little push in. And the way that we're seeing the lineup here, I don't know if we're going to see the same. It is just so compacted in there. If you wait until that stage, that last game is just going to be so nerve-wracking.
It also does depend, you know, if those teams at the top continue to do well, again, they're just going to...
Let's shift to the north, and then let's shift to the west.
So Game of PT actually has a really nice position here, really nice split. I don't think they're going to be able to actually keep that split for much longer. They do need to consolidate, but even looking at Little Ghost, right, for 17, they've actually got a foothold on the other side of this. They can actually have a nice little camp if they want to on that bridge. And we also see Tai Lu on the south side, but Friendly Fire going right through it. Na'Vi as well going for Yas gas station.
This is going to be big. We've got a couple of big movements that are going to be coming out. Petrichor Road is going to be pathing around the north, trying to wrap in. At the same time, D plus Kia and LG are making their shift. Friendly Fire was under a bit of fire of their own and had to retreat, get back underneath of this bridge. Not the worst place to be playing from. While Na'Vi shifted off of Yasnaya Bridge, bypassed 4 AM, also got some shots coming at them from Forest, so having to shift to the south pretty close to them. We have Day Trade that's going to be coming in as well, DDT on this pathing, but Na'Vi in this dip has a lot of control and vision. They just have to be careful, as there are a couple of people on that opposite side and that hillside that can see them.
Na'Vi would love to actually get much more aggressive on this, but they can't, as now it's going to be Day Trade pulling up right on the other side of Friendly Fire. For the time being, they need to get this knocked. The nade went out.
Oh, there's not a lot of places to be dancing around over there. Can we see Friendly Fire dodge away from it? They're playing a very tricksy set of positions, specifically using the verticality of the bridge to make it very hard to get naded. This is a good read coming up from them.
And as I said, Na'Vi would love to pour over and get the damage onto this fight, but they can't. And that's because of the fact that 17 Gaming is holding the angle off on them. So this is actually a big benefit for Friendly Fires. We also see DD Team fighting in the forest here just to the southeast.
And this has got some vision on what's going on with the Sarvam Na'Vi positioning, but they've got their own problems they're going to have to be dealing with as DDT does want to move into this. Mamu is still playing back behind the rest of the squad, but they're just slow walking down into this, letting the nades open up the doors, slow and steady, kind of wins the race. Baron Peak's going to have to make sure that he defends this peak pretty efficiently as Cole just running right into the thick of it. Oh, this emergency pickup.
Yeah, they had actually put that pickup down so early, and I don't know about this. I mean, they had a decent position to play here. They could have actually flexed out, trying to take over this hill, but they opted to just try to emergency pickup. They lose one for free, and now I think they have one member in the sky somewhere.
It does. It's going to be Baron Peak who gets away and is going to be going over there next to GP. And the other two members now kind of trapped in a very outnumbered situation, but Mamu kind of saw that and retreats.
Don't like that.
I don't know, with all the smokes and everything like that, how efficiently DDT could see what was going on there.
I was going to say that either, though.
I think that they thought this was more open and that more people took that pickup.
Yeah, again, a mistake from both teams here, a misplay, if you will, as DDT now will lose one for free, and now they're just down to a 2-man. All of a sudden, Sarvan might actually be able to hold that, but on the other side, it's actually going to be 4EM flexing out of the Yas gas station now, trying to get these points out from DDT.
It's no surprise. This is such a strong hillside in this circle. While they do have themselves a good foothold, they've left managed. It's going to be Zhao Lu back over at the gas station to make sure that nobody takes it. Now then they can kind of harass. DDT doing a good job on counter moving away from this, using the opposite side of the hillside. Mamu, who's now come up to reinforce. Spaceman's job is going to be the one to hold back 4 a.m. But this is really, really weird if you're DDT, is you're coming into this where you thought you had a ton of information. Now you don't rightfully know how much information's gone out. You saw the emergency pickup. You probably at least saw one get yanked away, but you don't know. At this point, you have to assume, okay, there are 2 that have shot. Are all 3 here and we just missaw it? Did we just see that wrong?
That's also keeping track of the kill feed, though, right? They should have known that. I mean, especially when you only see 2 members go up, and when you knock one, you should know there's at least 1, if not 2, still left in that dip. So again, a little bit of a misplay, though. It's not the end of the world. They will still have 2 up, and as long as they can get rid of Sarvam here, they might be able to make some sort of rotation, but I don't know where. The east side is completely locked down by 4EM, as they should be able to take that bridge and play underneath it. You also have Friendly Fire on the other bridge still holding that position, and Na'Vi comfortably, now that 17 is harassing them much less, will be able to make something happen there, as Spaceman will find second last member of Sarvam.
Yeah, he's opening up the Space Global Army, trying to fend up, does manage to take down Spaceman, but here comes Mamu himself, prepped up, throwing down the utility, trying to use his teammate for a bit of cover as he's going around the peak zone. It's going to be Na'Vi, and takes the shots in, and everybody dies. There are no winners in this firefight.
Nope, there definitely weren't. Now as we start seeing some of these teams move into position, I am looking at Friendly Fire as well, because they've stayed on this bridge for so long, down to just 2 members. Taego now coming and trying to take this position, because they're still not even in circle, Matt. This is a fight just to get in.
This is a really hard way to have to try to throw nades, and you have to cook it, and you're on perfectly. Sharp Shot needs to get that knock on Shin, just can't quite do it. 755 is down, and Friendly Fire still just handling the fact that they've got Tyloo right up on top of them. The issue is also for Tyloo, don't forget Na'Vi is just off on that hillside, so that's the reason why Tyloo had to move into this. It's almost like Friendly Fire pulled them down into the muck of the river with them, and it's like, no, if you want to fight, you're going to have to fight here, because you have to get away from Na'Vi, and this is somewhere we already have crazy fortified.
And this is such an awkward place to fight as well, not only with other teams taking shots at you, as we see it's going to be Na'Vi pouring over to take shots over and kick Sharp, excuse me. But it's also just under that bridge, just so many weird angles, especially when you're fighting from one side to the other. It can be very difficult. Friendly Fire doing their best. They've managed to get 4 kills at least, but now it's just down to Page.
While this has been going on, 4 a.m. also shifted to this side of the river. They've been hearing what's going on with this firefight, now starting to take some shots into Na'Vi, as you can see pop off inside the kill feed. That does mean that Na'Vi's going to have to shift some of their attention away from this firefight. Shin's going to jump inside the water. Page is heavily distracted right now. He's really just trying to use the curve of that like little rampart, the supports. I don't think that Page saw it. He should have an idea in second, though, and that's just going to be a peek coming up from Shin. Quick exchange, and Friendly Fire is going to get eliminated. Tyloo makes an aquatic approach and gets away with it.
Might even be able to get up Zhao Yang, so yeah, great on Tyloo there to kind of dispatch Friendly Fire. They still do have to deal with 4EM as well as Na'Vi, so congratulations on winning that fight. They will have barely a foothold, as Na'Vi is so well aware that they're coming up and they're in a very bad position.
You can see 4AM still trying to stretch down, doesn't have the best vision into what Na'Vi is going to use. They're using the clefts in the hillside. Oh, going to have to jump back down. Probably going to go ahead and pick up something off of his friend's body over there. 4AM, though, playing this much more aggressively. They're moving into this lower ground, which, if anything, could benefit Na'Vi, depending on how this is going to go. Crazy's going to spot out Longs, take him down, and while Tyloo did win their fight against Friendly Fire, it looks like they're not too much longer going to be in this server.
Yeah, but they actually have a really good position here. There's no one else to contest 4EM, and pushing Na'Vi and taking quite a bit of damage onto them. So it's possible that for 4AM, if Na'Vi isn't careful, might just run them over. Look at this, very systematic. I like how their approach is slow, and they're really taking their time, as mortars have been traded back and forth between D+B, Kia, and LG.
Okay, slow creeping forward. Nade now starting to come out on Uba. They know exactly where 4AM is wanting to make the approach. Got to be careful. 755 just right at their heels, and they don't know it yet. This could be catastrophe. If we see that last remaining member for Tyloo just pop up, do the damage at 4 angry men, suddenly Na'Vi is going to flood up over that hillside. Meanwhile, Na'Vi just trying to entrench in, make sure that they're making this as complicated as possible. They're still stretching over to the west a bit, but remember, we also do have a Na'Vi member very far over there along the line where Twisted Minds is going to be.
Yeah, the problem now becomes Twisted Minds as they pull up right behind Na'Vi. It's going to be Ollie to be the only one to stave off this push, but it's not going to come, as now Mel is also going to fall to Batulins.
Too many targets. Target-rich environment causing some problems for Na'Vi, as it's going to be Uba playing down the hillside, and he's going to get spotted out as well. And it's going to be Twisted Minds already starting another rampage run.
And so 4EM now are very well aware that Twisted Minds is going to be on their west side. They still have quite a bit of circle to play with, even though it is a little bit of open area, so they're going to have to be careful at how they cross. They could go a little bit more north, though, and there is nobody there, as 755 will somehow survive this fight between Na'Vi as well as 4EM, but no, Xiaopian is so aware, and 4EM, again, with a lot of area to control here, it's starting to look good for the Chinese team.
Yeah, this is exactly the way 4AM needed to start the day. If they want to make it into the top 8, they needed to be coming in more aggressive, more in control, reading, being that third party, making sure that they have influence in the game, and that is exactly it. So far, they have just been on a roll, and oh, that nade right underneath the US, gonna just pop it away from Snakers.
Kickstart does have 3 kills, though, and if he can survive a little bit more, that's going to be some much-needed points the way of Luminosity, so we'll see if he's going to be able to survive. His game PT now starting to flex out. They've been in the Northwest for quite some time, and they've actually been able to get a couple kills for themselves. That's actually going to be the third way now, going the way of Hella.
G with just 1 up at the time as they're just trying to cling to some life out in the distance. It's not going to be looking too good for them as the Blue Zone, or if you mind, Game PT, probably going to be the ones that are going to pick them up. 4AM's got control over the south. We've got Forest that's still inside the compound. That's going to be to the northeast. D plus Kia that's going to have some remnants to the north. GP that's going to have kind of the northwest. And then it's going to be Twisted Minds. Circle's going to pop and only really favor 17 Gaming in their fortified position. But this hillside has got a lot of a curve to it. So yeah, a couple of teams can kind of separate out onto it. It won't be the most easy situation to control, but at least it is survivable.
Yeah, 17 is essentially on a shelf right now, right?
Yeah.
That one yellow building. So a lot of teams around them should be able to maneuver, as we do see Kickstart go down. So LG will fall in 7th place. They will get some placements in some kill zone. Not the worst game, honestly, for them. As we now move to Twisted Minds, they're starting to assault this compound, and a Panzer in the hands of Spyro.
Oh, he wants it, but it's just going to be full on, defended up by 17 Gaming. You can see it's even going to be GP as well, throwing in nades on the opposing side of this. And with that nade, you can see Twisted Minds realizes, okay, if we're going to step into the doorway, we've got a good way to knock on the door, but man, it's going to be risky if we do. Going for some peeks, see if they can get some more information, see if they can spot. Goes for the shot and gets the flush onto it. Lou, though, suddenly just has a ton of people jump out after him. 17 Gaming is trying to control it, but now just down to a 1v1 for control over the situation. Spyro inside the building, trying to get a read on where we're going to see Suju at, and he's going to be on the outside. Got to just see if he can juke around what's going to be going on with GP. He does throw out the utility, stepping in, quick exchange, but it's going to be Twisted Minds that takes it.
Not that Twisted Minds needed any more points, but they were able to actually wipe out 17, and he will be a solo, but that is going to be a beacon for the rest of the team, specifically 4EM and the south side, to actually push this, as you know they heard the fight, and they saw the kill feed and know that that is pretty much a solo, holding one of the better positions in this current circle. Is now Forest starting to spread out on the north side of this.
Yeah, it's so awkward, though, because you know that there's probably a solo in there, but you can't really move into it. Not with 4AM and GP both kind of eyeing it, because once one of them moves, the other one's going to try to exploit it, right? So instead, it's more like, let's just start clearing out around here. If you mind, is going to go ahead and regroup. Looks like they're making more of a commitment into Forest, who is running a 2-2 split to try to get control over the different aspects of the hillside. They're going to regroup now that they've seen Game GP kind of move back in together with each other, I would say. But I mean, they even have Daku that's going to be down to the south of this. That's going to be kind of controlling some. Americano's going to get spotted out, and now with those shots, going to realize, if you mind, a Game PT realizing how close Forest is now regrouped.
It's been a while since we've seen actually a Final Four with 3 full teams. I mean, you do have 3 full teams plus a guest appearance by Twisted Minds, but yeah, this is going to be a very interesting fight. I want to know if 4EM is actually going to be able to realize that they're fighting in the north and try to flex out and try to take some of these points and maybe even assist in kind of dismantling these two teams, because if anything, 4EM is in a wonderful position to win this game.
Scappi's holding this position very far to the south. It means it's numbers disadvantage for Forest, but they're going to try to find if they can get a knock into it. They got very close with Hella. They need to try to get a knock as quickly as possible, try to turn this around. Munto going to go down, going to make it even more of a problem. Scappy now going to turn back around, shift his attention away from 4AM and take some shots in this fight, but that's going to reveal him to 4AM, who are now moving very aggressively into his position. GP doing a good job on just trying to survive until essentially the 4AM reinforcements come in. Daku also has shifted back from his position that he was playing off over there to the south. See if maybe he can come in off of it, and yes, Forest is going to go down, but it's going to come at a cost of handing over a massive amount of the circle to 4AM.
Yeah, really nice hold there from Game PT. They've actually done a great job of surviving even with 3 up, and they didn't even take too much damage, so they will be in an okay position, I'll say, to take this fight as they are rotating towards 4AM, as they know that that is the last fight they need to win in order to seal this game for themselves. As HSMM is is going to get knocked by Daku.
And now, if you mind, Game PT can be the aggressors. And what you can see, crossing an open field, though, crossing that road, no cover to be had. The smokes did go down, but it wasn't in time for Hella. Hush is going to move in this lower section of the hill. Daku's going to have to step away as he takes a face full of bullets. But let's not forget about good old Spyro over here has managed to spot out Bombseg Head, and he's going to go down. Unofficial 5th member for 4 AM to make this fight way easier.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I like that rap from Bombseg Head, but he just, I mean, there was no way for him to know that there was going to be a member at that rock. So Spyro will act, and he will cripple Game of PT at this point, just down to 2 members, and 4AM looking all the stronger for it, with 3 members still alive.
Oddly enough, Spyro has a lot of control in this circle with the way that the hillside declines down in here. Look at what he sees from that rock. It's kind of forced a lot of 4AM to play away from it, play in this position, and move them much closer into the GP line over here, right? And that's why we saw this fight. Yes, 4AM wanted it anyway, but either way that you can look at it, if you mind Game PT sitting at 9 kills right now, starting to find some legs, some strength into this later stage of the game. If they can move more aggressively and they can get this res back over onto their member, they might be able to handle a firing line with 4AM, as Spyro's doing a good job on keeping Xiaolu distracted.
Yeah, Xiaolu is distracted, but the other 2 members of 4AM very much aware that, yeah, they're going for this res. Hella is going to try to get the spray down, but he's not going to find too much damage. It's crazy. And the other member of 4AM are just going to be pelting that smoke with as much utility and damage as possible. As I say that, though, Daku is going to find the knock on a crazy.
And it's just slow. It's Daku seeing if maybe he can get some more out of this, but Spyro just controlling both sides of this fight. Hush has said, okay, that's it. There's nothing more that can be done. He's just trying to push up in here, seeing maybe he can get one more kill point. But Crazy already been picked up by his teammate, shifts away. Daku now going to feed that information over, but I don't know if exactly Hush knows where to go. It's going to be the blue zone that takes down Daku. And now so much of that control that Spyro has is going to start to be surrendered just off of a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, especially now that 4AM has been able to recover that member, so they will be 3 strong, but I still have to give flowers to Game PT. The way they've been able to fight through this, even just in this loser's bracket run, right? They've really adjusted well. They've found some aggression. Yes, they are still a little sloppy in some of their team fights, but not this one. They've actually been able to recover as well as you can as a team being in the position they've come off on the north. So really great stuff coming out of Game PT.
They were 6 coming into today, now finding themselves a huge stack of kills. Also going to be in the later stages of the game all together. This is going to be a very phenomenal game to try to cement their path moving into that grand finals position. And I still necessarily wouldn't count it out yet. With 4AM having to play the way that they are, backs against the blue zone right now. You can see Hush on one side, Spyro on the other. This could be a very quick 1v1v1 if we're not careful.
Yeah, but I do think 4AM would have to have some pretty egregious mistakes here in order to give that up. But as I say that, I mean, yeah, as you pointed out, Spyro, if he can just find a knock, that could snowball things, because we will see a couple members, the last 2 members of 4AM kind of shift towards him to try to recover that, and then that would give Hush an opportunity. So I don't think 4AM is going to give that up. Obviously, they're playing very cautious, and they're trying to just make sure that they're covering all their angles, but really, it's going to be up to the fact that if Spyro doesn't run into Hush here, that's what I also worry about for the 2 solos.
This is the issue, is the way that the hillside kind of works together. Hush, Spyro being placed fairly close to each other, but you can see Hush is very focused. He knows exactly where 4AM retreated into. 4AM is now going to get control over most of the circle, just with the fact that they have the numbers. They can play that higher area there. They've got the hillside in the recesses in the way that they want it to be able to keep more of their team members alive, whereas the hillside and safety for solos is kind of funneling them together in that northern area.
Well, they're also just on a slope, right? Yeah. So as you can see here in the circle, there's pretty much nothing to play in the center. In fact, there is nothing to play in the center of the circle, just a couple of trees that provide shade from the sun, I guess.
Comes the push coming out from 4AM. They have a pretty good idea on where Hush is going to be. Don't want to overcommit into it. There is the ravine right in between Hush and Spyro that they're trying to keep their eye on, but just that bit of utility you can see pushing them back into the same funnel that Spyro is going to be playing from. And Spyro did see all that utility come out just a moment ago as well. So with the smokes going down, you can see he's trying to push this one apart. And he goes down, but the blue zone is going to come in and touch him. He's going to go down off of that, and now it is a 1v3. Spyro pushing in the smokes. Nade does hit, but it's not going to be enough to get a knock on Zhao Lu. So this is going to be a hellacious firefight. Two members from 4 AM just pushing right up into his position. Now that he's revealed himself, he's just going to go down. 4 angry men finding the success but that they were so desperately wanting to find.
Got a decent amount of kills there as well. So yeah, nice methodical play at the end. They didn't give up too much at all. They were very cautious about how they approached that. Still kind of getting a little aggressive, throwing some, flashes, trying to fish essentially to find one of the last members there of Game PTs, which was Hush. And yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. Their approach from that on the south side was also very intelligent. Just, this is a little bit of I still don't think we're seeing the 4 AM we expected, but this is definitely a step in the right direction.
Early game fights, a lot more control, dictating a lot of what's happening inside of the circle. This is, I guess, the dream of what we were wanting to see beginning. It's not quite there yet, as you were saying, the fact that there's still a couple more paths for them to work around. I have to go back into, though, if you mind, just a phenomenal game for them, as while they didn't make it and get the victory, I know that we're going to be looking at the overall leaderboard as we got to check out the highlights.
It's about time. 4 AM finally gets a win on the board here at PGS 2, and they're going to be rocketing up the leaderboard with that in tow. Joining me top is to talk about this game. It feels like the most normal Erangel we've had all lower bracket.
It was. Yesterday we got wild Erangels with like these iconic circles. This one was just across the bridge, but there wasn't a lot of cover. The teams had to play very carefully. We saw that 4 AM sort of, I think they tried to maybe pride push GP for a second there, and I thought it might go badly, but they recovered and played out the end game very, very well. But it was a nice fundamentals Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams having to deal with that usual 50-50 split of the river that we end up seeing. Some teams eventually getting themselves some priority positions, but so many fights happening along the river embankment here, the usual way that we would see it. And Game PT, for everything that was said and done, they were holding an extreme split for a long time. They eventually went 2-2, controlled the garage as well as the compound that's kind of west of it, and that was able to get them towards the very last stages of the game. So good for them.
Good for them. I will say their strategy smelled defensive from start to finish. I mean, they came into this thing in 6th place. They know that if they can kind of play carefully, get 4 points as an average, they're going to make their advance into the winner's bracket. And that's what that 2-2 split said to me. Worst case scenario, 2 of us get wiped, but the other 2 will survive. And I get that. I get that when you're looking for top 8.
Yeah, and 17 actually moved in on one of the compounds just not south of them, I should say here, as this analysis is brought to you by STC Play. And seeing how all of that is actually breaking down here for these teams as well. If 4 AM's able to make a bit of a push here, there is a world of possibility that they could make it into that grand final. But also, another team that I felt like made a bit of a push compared to what we saw before was LG, who had some decent rotators to start, and then Kickstart managed to salvage some points here and there. It's not hugely enough just yet, but
it was a start. And yes, it was one of the best rotations I feel like I've seen from them yet, but I'm also, for those of you at home, I'm not going to snort the copium just yet. They drop at Melt of Power. They had a hard rotate, an easy rotation ahead of them. They played out of the north, but Kickstart got some kills, and that is where you start the comeback.
Meanwhile, Spiro being annoying for everybody in the final lobby here, as 4 AM, Twisted Minds, Game PT, and also Forest manages to make an appearance here at the top, who was kind of on the cusp. 24 points coming into today.
You know, I think if I was saying that GP was playing that defensive game, so was Forest. Yeah. Forest, I don't think got as much out of it. They waited till the end game, but still, they're going to be happy with that finish. 4 AM, on the other hand, is going to be ecstatic with that finish. They came in today 11th place, 21 total points. This is going to put them in the top 8.
Spian getting himself 700 damage as well on the back of this. Only the 3 kills, mind you, so not able to convert too much. But 4 AM, I think, is finding their footing here in the man of the match, brought to you by Gadia. As I mean, for what they started with, they start on the Yasnaya side of that bridge, start near the gas station, and slowly find an opportunity to make it across that bridge, then start controlling the south side. And it looked like calm and patient 4 AM here, trying to find their footing into what is a very important day.
And thank goodness they're turning on. I gotta remind people of the pedigree here. HSM and Zepion, they are PGC champions. They know how to win this. Crazy is 4th at PGIS. Lou is 4th at PGIS, 3rd at PGC 2019. These guys are pedigreed players, and thank goodness they're finally putting their money where their lead where their money could be.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important. 37 points will go their way now in 7th place, moving into those top positions. Again, a little bit later than some people would think that they will be trying to strike out for that grand final. But if you do it here, great. You're in the grand final and everything gets reset.
And you come in with the confidence boost. I sat and had lunch with the Sonics, and they were like, if we could guarantee we get out of losers brackets every time, you might actually want to go because you get those extra days to play. You don't have 3 cold days before you come back into the grand final. It makes sense. And so I do think that is that chance of 4AM maybe gets that confidence under them. And if they qualify, they go to the grand final with a different perspective.
Yep, a trial by fire here for some of the teams. With our final Erangel of the lower bracket as well. And we can see LG on screens trying to gain some momentum, some traction. I think they probably got, 5 or so points from that game. So still kind of on the cusp. If they do convert a single game, they would be jumping up. But likewise, so would a lot of these teams who are looking and scrambling for that spot.
It's true, but even with that finish, the Sponges that we mentioned in the pre-show are still kind of doing their thing. We saw Twisted Minds going deep into that one and pulling points. So that does still mean, looking at that scoreboard, any team is 1 victory away from moving into the top 8. And with 5 games left to play, I do think people on that bubble do need to be a little bit worried. Tyloo already slid down 2 positions off of that 1 match.
Yeah, Na'Vi as well, one of those Sponge teams that actually was doing a lot of work in the south side of this circle. Seeing people like Example popping off as he usually does because he's a robot, he's a machine when it comes to PUBG. But anyway, let's get to it. It's the final Erangel of the losers bracket. You want to go out with a bang when it comes to the grassy pastures. Let's head over to the commentators.
Thank you so much, James and Steve, as we head into, as I said, the very last Erangel here of the losers bracket. And I'm not sad about it. I'm really excited for Miramar.
I'm just caught off that you use their first names. I feel like they're in trouble now.
Yeah, so...
James, Steve, get over here. What did you just do?
We're really good friends, so I can say it.
I set you up for that one.
I made that joke yesterday, too, so I'm a little old. But yeah, same plane path. Same exact plane path, actually.
Dude, these north-south have been very, very common as we're moving into it. Just also as close to center. We just had that one really weird southern east-west that we had to go over military base. But other than that, plane paths all in all have been pretty solid.
Plane paths, I think this entire tournament, we've only really had 2 kind of wonky ones. And even then, the circles seem to be somewhat regular.
How do we get these really nice plane paths into an absolute no man's land of the in-game circles?
Yeah, that one ended just to the west of Yas Lake. And as you saw, there was really nothing to play there. But again, I really do have to credit 4AM with taking their time there, sweeping the south side of the circle. They knew they had a lot of room as no one else was on the east, and they were methodical. And that's exactly what we've been needing to see from them, because 4AM, it's almost been like a game of hesitation with them and not being as aggressive or even realizing when to pull off the trigger when they've needed to. A 7-7-7 will win that UAZ, and although there's no threat of the knock there, yeah, he will let him know.
I love the honks. Whenever you get it first and you're like, I turn and look at him and just honk as you go no, this is mine.
That's a little irritating if you're 17. You're like, oh, you little...
Oh, you're gonna die.
Oh, look at this circle, though. As we go right back to the West Coast, we were granted a very Western-leaning circle yesterday, which I was excited about, because it's been a long time since we've seen those, specifically because those fields as well as swamp. There's actually so many different terrain types in that circle, so it is very fun to watch.
Look, I'm just a simple man.
Fun to play, too.
I want to see either mortars shot off of Everest or onto Everest, and this circle provides the opportunity for that to happen.
It does, as we see teams around that, specifically D plus Kia will be looting up in the north. You also do see Game PT, as you know, they like to sit up in North Georgia as well. So not that many teams in the circle yet, but I imagine with the way that the teams have been setting up, especially in this lobby, we're actually not going to see too many fights on the edge. I say that, and we'll probably see all the fights on the edge.
I also do want to point out the fact that one of the reasons we don't see as much is shooting from the top of Everest or to the top of Everest kind of throws off a lot of your math, because you're used to a lot of the mortar angle velocities and stuff like that. You're used to them coming back down. Sure. And that kind of accounts for some of the distance that comes into play. Whenever you're firing from the top, they go out further, and whenever you're trying to hit the top, you have to kind of dial it back significantly.
We actually saw mortar knocks and kills being traded. I think it was between LG and D plus Kia, so they were pretty dialed into each other's positions. And we were kind of curious about, before the event even started, Matt, we're talking, all of us talent, we're talking about how many teams are actually going to use mortars, and we realized very quickly that quite a few are starting to really kind of dial in these plays with that new item, and it's been devastating for some teams.
And a lot of the teams that were good with them in the winners bracket, they went ahead and moved directly in. They're in the grand finals. We haven't been seeing them be as common or as directed. They are still happening, but they haven't been as impactful here. And I'm
Give
just
them
curious if
time.
that's a gun. I'm sure that's just kind of a meta and adjustment thing, right?
Yeah, give them time. I feel like we're going to start seeing mortars, especially like if you are one of the teams that is in a position, whether it's a compound or just like a very strong position outside of a compound in some sort of terrain element when the circle lands on you. If you're getting gifted, having mortars is actually so devastating because not only are you in a position where you can hold, but you're also in a position where you can abuse that new item, right? You don't have to worry about a team crashing you, or maybe you have everyone else kind of watching around you and you're safe to just fire away round after round, especially if you're in a compound, let's say, that has extra mortar shells and you're looking at a team that's stuck in a dip like Kingwin dip or you know, Tempo dip, or really any of the dips that we know are very popular in all these maps. It can be absolutely devastating, as we've also seen Tig get a headshot with a mortar.
That was still wild, dude. Just a straight up headshot with a mortar. That is
Tigonometry, I believe is what they called it.
Yeah, dude. Gunnar was really proud of that one. He was real proud of that one.
It's good.
Okay, looking in, let's give you guys some updates. Most of our team is going to be trying to play around, as we've been seeing a very centered meta. I want to give you guys a heads up. The center of this one is kind of field. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a more north-south shift in the way that people are trying to play, leaning more into what we would say the Everest hillside, into the Quarry hillside, and the comfort inside of that, maybe hoping for more of a 50-50 shift in the hard shift, because why not expect a hard shift at this stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, the tournament has been pretty brutal with hardships, but I do like the fact that Batulins has not given up. He did get shot off on the east side of Everest, so he's like, you know what? I only heard one set of shots. I'm going to go to the west side of Everest. And sure enough, yeah, he is there. And they love fighting over this specifically because of how much information you can gather from the top of that, right? Especially in a circle like this where you would potentially want to rotate. You would be able to see all the positions in front of you. You could see if teams are rotating or if they're holding tempo reds or any of those, you know, kind of spots around Gatka. So not surprising at all to see Twisted Minds kind of fight for the top of Everest, even though it's not center circle.
I mean, Batulins, high ground, getting information for a squad,
Hand in hand.
never. We never see that.
And look at this, actually, Matt. Sarvam has pulled up on the east side of this as well. So Game PT have to be very careful, because if they do get in a fight, you know that Twisted Minds is going to hear that and immediately go for a third party.
While this is happening, we also have, I believe, that D plus Kia that's going to be playing on the western side of this. They're being held back by all the movements that's happening with the lower end of Twisted Minds right now, off that high ground point, so they don't want to move in too much. But if you mind, still just trying to hunker down into all of the hills, and or I guess the clefts at the top of the mountain. You can't really call them hills on top of a mountain, right?
True, but yeah, clefts or ridges, I guess, yeah. Whatever you'd want to call them. Either way, this is
rocky recesses.
Ooh, I like that. RR, very nice. But yeah, Game PT now are starting to become aware that there is another team on the east side, as they did shift a little bit towards Twisted, but Twisted, I think, is more or less just kind of given up on, not given up, but they're just kind of backing off. There's no real reason for them to take a fight early on the top of Everest.
They're more after the information to be had rather than the actual position itself, what could be provided with, because you're going to get so much just to be able to deal with the fields that are down to the south of you. You can see kind of the downside is Sarvam is going to be trying to cut across this. They've been kind of getting away with this. Well, I say that sometimes they've been getting away with it.
Sometimes, sure.
When it works, it works. And when it doesn't, boy, it doesn't. Is they're going to send it by. A couple of shots going to be coming out from them. Not the easiest of pathing, as most of this stuff is kind of taken until they get back down to that quarry area.
Yeah, the east side and center of this circle, Matt, is an absolute mess, as you do see 17 now currently holding a duo here in the old Tempo Reds. As Xiaowu is going to pull out a Panzer. Is he going to find it? No, he's just going to go for the spray instead. And is Sarvam stopping here? No, Baron Peak's going to get knocked.
Yeah, they're going to make the stop here. Xiaowu go down as well. Panzerfrost can be a problem. I feel like that was coming out from the window. Suju trying to make sure they can get the Molotov out there to see if he can slow down, or at least maybe Viking Funeral somebody. He's having to defend up. The rest of 17 Gaming now trying to come in as quick as possible. But remember the firing lines that we saw Sarvam have to deal with as they came in. They're having to kind of contest with that as well. So it's slowing them down. Suju, though, doing a great job on hitting the shot, slowing through. The nade's going to connect right as the reinforcements are landing, though.
And that was a massive mistake there. Xiaowu going down was obviously, I mean, there's no other way to say it. That was just not great, as now it's going to be two members. And Sheila finds a nice nade on the Xiaobei, Matt.
That was just beautifully tossed and cooked. Aim just lined in. Lil Ghost, the last one up. It is the dream for 17 Gaming to try to hold together that smoke. Not quite going outside, so Zenek's going to have to move away from it, as this is just trying to, I guess, recoup something in a bad situation.
Yeah, whatever they can get, but as they've been doing that, it's going to be the Expendables. They've been watching this. They know that there's multiple locks and potentially only 2 members up for each specific team that they're watching here, so I would not be surprised, especially with 777's position, if they're going to get even more aggressive on this one, Matt, and they should. And this is kind of the way that we've been seeing the Expendables play, right? They let 777 kind of come in, scout, feed the information over. He almost feels like he's feeding the information back into figuring out whether or not do we make our more bold play here. And until the firefight happens, I don't think that we're going to see them move, but it is also the Expendables. They might get a knock of their own and decide to move. I say they should, but at this point they can't. It's going to be Twisted Minds pulling up on Gatka North, and so that's going to stop any form of push. And very wisely, though, again, the Expendables making great decisions. They're going to pull off. They realize that that's not a very feasible option now. They're just going to let these two duos coexist in this very tight compound and just pull off to a better position. I want translated comms from that squad so bad because I want to hear their decision-making processes during these stages is so clean. It's been so solid. I agree with you 100%, Matt. Again, not only the ability for them to win team fights, but just kind of pulling off certain fights. Yeah, some of their rotations have been a little wonky, and they've lost half their members doing so, but I think that their communication has to be very clean as we're now moving into 2 teams that have been struggling. It's going to be DD team taking a fight here with Luminosity, Matt. It's a pretty strong position, specifically if we do see the circle come to the south, but DDT trying to just defend up, use those recesses in the hillside, but LG trying to go for a flank around Kickstart, being a little bit more wild and loud to see if maybe he can be a distraction to allow Snakers to kind of get into a position. If people start taking shots over into the Kickstart line, then that means that Snakers can find something. Rello also going to start trying to regroup as he did lose the teammate that he was kind of running along with, so instead, it looks like they're just going to lean into a very eastern line, but at the same time, with the amount of time it's taken, DDT getting the res, and they're also cementing their defensive line. Yeah, I was going to say, this is just a straight-up net loss for LG as Flood has followed, and they've also given up so much control now to DD team. They're able to kind of surround them, and this fight was taking place in the circle. Now the circle is shifted straight to Gatka, basically chopsticks is how center, Matt. It's been a while since we've seen a chopsticks ending as DD team now starting to push the pace here against LG. Man, I'll take me a chopsticks ending anytime. Emo Pig, one of the best names of a player at this. Sexy Pig, I miss him as well. Could you imagine if they were on the same team? Sexy Pig, Emo Pig, and White Kikamukau all in the same squad. Oh, that's good. I didn't even think about White Kikamukau. Now is LG. What do they do here, Matt? Are they going to be able to defend this here? They've got Snakers on the outside, but there's not a lot of information. I mean, he can feed information, but there's not a lot he can do. Rello's going to go down. Kickstart's got to win this fight. The defend up, looks back in, takes a lot of damage from both of the aggression, but now is going to have to try to step away from it. Does at least manage to sneak back into where Snaker's going to be at in the recess line. Snaker's going to be able to defend up, and this is why he wanted to get back into this position. Snakers can defend him up, and now they've got more control. This nade looks like it, if it lands too far, I was going to say, yeah, it looks like it's going to go too far, but I like the idea on what they were trying to do there. The first one cooked a little too long, the second one not cooked enough, but Snakers went huge there, getting that knock on a cold. Otherwise, Kickstart was dead to rights, and so they do kind of stave off this push a little bit. They'll maintain a slight reset as DD team. I'm curious if they're actually going to either push the pace or just try to get out of here. Well, this is such a weird situation for both of these squads that are lower on the leaderboard, right? They know that they're not inside the safe zone, but kills are what they need. That's going to be their lifeblood to try to help them get back into this one. So are they going to go for circle, or are they just going to go to try to reset? It did look like they left Mamu back behind this, and if they are going for a flank over here. This is a bait, though. This is a very nice bait from DD team. As you see, Snakers already shifting away towards the other 2 members of DD team, and so I don't think they know that Mamu is still there. Kickstart might hear him if he's starting to move up, but again, this duo is very much on the back foot, and Snakers will find Mamu. That is a big. Now, Emo Pig, Spaceman, both making their move in. Snakers going to be the line up. Spaceman's going to look in. He's got the rock, knows where he's going to be at. Meds are going to be coming through. The push comes out, doesn't get the knock in time. Reinforcements, are we going to see it? No! Snakers just going to step in. He doesn't even need the support. Snakers finding the way to get some points in. Kickstart going for the defense, and there you go. LG manages to win a team fight. Very nice. I mean, they do lose 2, but that was big. That was very big, I would say, for the boys' confidence there moving forward. They're able to clean up DDT, get some points, and as a duo in the circle, there's definitely some spots that they can play where they'll be able to kind of survive a little bit and maybe get some placements. So some life now finally from LG. It's going to be a hectic to move in. You can see that we're looking at that 8th place position right now, 37 points. There is a drop-off, about 6 points into Forest, 1 point back behind that with Taego, 1 point behind everybody else going down into Friendly Fire after that, which is another 5-point drop-off as
Circle still has Everest in play. As you were talking about Chopsticks a second ago, Na'Vi and Friendly Fire both playing opposite sides of the Chopsticks.
Yeah, Friendly Fire and Na'Vi both in very strong positions here, as they will be able to kind of hold the compounds they're holding and then head into the Chopsticks later if they need. Obviously, we know heading into Chopsticks very early can be a death sentence, especially with all the utility coming through. Now with the advent of mortars as well, I mean, that's just something else to worry about. But even just regular utility nades is going to be devastating if a team does commit too early. So I like that they're just kind of holding opposite sides, as we now are starting to watch 4AM rotate in, and I do worry about where they're going to land, Matt.
Yeah, this is, if you're sending it in, already inside the vehicles, waiting for the circle of pop. Chopsticks maintains being the center position, so that's going to make this one a bit more interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if we see just 4M crash just directly into the trenches or along that line, maybe on the northern end of it, as we know is prone to be quite common. It looks like TE has a different idea, as they're going to go for the compounds that are going to be just on I guess that recessed hill, just on the opposite side away from Na'Vi. Daytrade also hopping inside their vehicles. The north is just going to be a catastrophe. I mean, we've got so many teams that are going to be coming in this one as 4M gets that early position. Daytrade going to be pushing in right along Na'Vi. They're probably going to make landfall into that same area, but 4AM is already entrenched in the northern part of it, so that's not going to be comfy in the slightest.
Yeah, not at all. And for 4AM at least, they don't have to deal with, you know, the utility bombardment that they're about to employ onto the team of Daytrade, as they did send it here early. I mean, there's really not much to play. I don't fault Daytrade for this, but they have to be aware that there's probably going to be a team on either side, and they're going to be very dangerously close to getting naded out.
We have a Chopsticks game with mortars in play.
Yeah, we do. I'm curious to see that, if we're actually going to see them come into play, but Lou will find Little Ghost now as Twisted has come in to kind of dictate this fight, but a trade will go out. CC will find him.
Man, nobody's coming into this compound clean. It just is being a problem for everybody. Jean-Luc going for some shots around that peak. Last one up knows the fact that his survival hinges on his aim, and he has got to be careful. Spyro, 2 members for Sarvum also still up, defended next to each other, but with this, you can see Petulance did have to kind of slow down with everything that's going on back behind. This one, they do get the reses out. Molotov's going to pop over. Spyro's going to at least be forced into this for a while. If anything, just slowing down the pace. You can see that's going to be Sovereign's job, is they want to see if maybe they can force the line a bit more into Twisted line going for 17. But looks like Twisted Minds has got way more of a Sovereign line of approach.
Yeah, they do, and Sovereign have actually done a great job of holding this for now. Petulance trying to make an approach up, but Xiaowu is going to find him and push him back. They do, again, still have Spyro in that shack, so he is a little bit of that forward stall there for Twisted Minds. And they would love to get rid of them, but also Tai Lu is going to be a problem, because they've pulled up on the north side in Gatco as soon as we actually saw Twisted leave, and so they're going to have an angle on this as well.
Gotta give respect, Sark. They're doing a great job of making sure
duo,
that,
yeah.
Like, they're like, no, you do not come over here. Here's that Tai Lu that you were talking about a second ago. Just gonna go ahead and make this a bit more complicated. And it is gonna be Schiller that does end up getting the kill on it. 17 Gaming does get eliminated. It is gonna be Longs that spots him through the window.
Yeah, and as you said, Sarvum somehow still surviving. They only have 2 kills, but they've actually done a pretty significant amount of damage in dictating a lot of the rotations around them and pushing people off. They somehow defended against 17. With the help of Xiaowu, actually, I believe it was him that panzered himself, so.
I mean, if you look at this is 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds both making a hold on your building. And you've been surviving in here, being able to, it's not been, like,
it's awkward holding those one stories, trust me.
They're not thriving, but let's be honest, these are 2 very strong teams to try to defend up against, and they've been dictating, slowing down the pace of a lot of that, and once you can do that, there's a lot of benefit. New Circle spot, and no surprise.
It's straight up on Chopsticks.
More Chopsticks, more better, and it's going to be, if you mind, Game PT going to jump out right on top of Esports, see if maybe they can hit some more. E-Arena's going to be trying to hold into this one, but now going to start dancing in. Molotov's going to get the connection, get the knock onto one of them. This has kind of come apart at the seams for E-Arena, though.
I still just love this aggression, though, Matt, from Game PT. Again, their adjustments and their proactivity from what we've seen in the past, especially when we're looking at group stages, is just 2 completely different teams. They're actually just adjusted so well to this, and I love seeing this from teams who have not necessarily struggled, but needed to be a little more aggressive in the past.
LG spots this one out at range, and looks like they're refereeing a bit, but keep in mind this is not really inside circle. Bob saying head, still kind of leading the way in for his squad. To the north of this, it's going to be D plus Kia that's already going to be rotating in. We also have a massive sin coming out from Forest. They're just going to be bypassing in. Looks like Chopsticks are going to be their home as well, as that's just got to be what you can do at this stage, right? Is just stack as many vehicles as you can and hope that the nades hit the vehicles, flip them, and make it as okay as possible. Yeah, I was going to say, that was almost scary for us.
That bounce right on the top of that UAZ. Yeah, that could have been devastating there. for Forest. But again, I don't fault any of these teams for setting into chopsticks. It's pretty much one of the only positions that has any cover in the circle, because the rest of it is just open fields with maybe a few shacks. But now it's going to be very noisy in these two chopsticks as we see Day Trade on the one side, Force on the other, 4AM still holding that massive bowl, and then Na'Vi on the other. So this is just going to be chaos.
I don't know if you want to go into that dip just quite yet. Shot's going to come towards Summer. The rest of the squad's going to be coming back behind them. Looks like they just might be trying to cross entirely, and just going to Summer. Doesn't have anywhere to go. He's going to land right in front of Forrest and go like, hey guys, you need some loot? I got you. It's right here.
And Petrichor is just out just like that. I mean, again, this is the symptom of the circle. It's just devastating to rotate into this, Matt. I hated rotate. If you're not already set up, coming in, the comms on a team is usually like, all right, well, we just send it to chopsticks and just pray.
A lot of the danger can come into play. Who's playing the top of chopsticks, right? Who's defending it up and forcing everybody to make the crash into it?
And now Tyloo.
That's just really going to be, I don't know, 4 angry men down in the firm defensive position. His vehicle's going to be bouncing right up in front of him. But I mean, Tyloo, where do you even go? You're just walking right into 4 angry men. Up on top of this, though, back into the defense, it's going to be Na'Vi as well as the Expendables, Friendly Fire, all taking those shots in. That's a very strong defended line.
It is a very strong defended line, but look at this. LG has actually managed to make it into the shack, so they're not going to be necessarily in huge threat of getting bombarded with nades and utility just yet. Most of that will be focused in the chopstick itself, so they're going to be in a nice position here. Again, a big opportunity here for LG to get more and more points.
Well done, if you mind. Reading the circle, realizing the fact that, you know, chopsticks, that's dead.
We're good.
Well, let's just go to the hill instead. And this is the safest place you can play from for right now. It's not going to be the easiest place to play from. Let's be honest there.
I won't be having what you're having.
Yeah, it's like, I think I'll pass. It's like, oh, well, that's the downside of it, though, right?
They do, though. Yes, that is the downside. If they can somehow get rid of D plus Kia, though, there is a little bit of a ridge there that they can play on the east. The problem with that even becomes, though, Friendly Fire has been sitting in this compound split for quite a while, and they have been perfectly safe, and they have nothing to contest them in the north.
Yeah, this area around Friendly Fire also has those hills and some sightline blocks that can be navigated.
They have such a good position.
You don't want to really be playing too much more to the northwest of where Friendly Fire is, but you can do it if it's just an absolute requirement, as we do have a couple of teams that are going to have to send it in. But I do agree. Friendly Fire's got themselves a strong position to play from. Na'Vi is going to go ahead and regroup in the south. This is going to be a couple of sins, but all in all, kind of calm circle outside that.
The thing to me with Friendly Fire is how many points can they get off of this, right? They obviously are in a very good position, but they're not exactly in a position to get all the kills right now, especially with teams kind of hunker down on chopsticks and other angles being held against them. But if they can somehow convert this into a big kill game, even if they don't win, that's going to be huge for Friendly Fire.
This is also an interesting game for Day Trade, as they are down kind of in the joint position of the chopsticks itself, and whenever they're holding down inside that, well, sure, they only have 3 members up. This is an opportunity to get quite a bit of kills, as they can kind of watch what's going on with the firefights inside the trenches, as long as they can manage to survive through the storm of everything that's going to be coming in. Na'Vi so close to them.
They could actually have a decent position here to even fight Na'Vi, as you were saying, right? They do have these ridges, obviously that bowl that leads into the connecting tissue of the chopstick, so to speak. But yeah, I like the fact that they pulled off that chopstick early as well. They realized it was clean there. Instead of staying in the center, which would have almost meant certain death, they've actually taken a position now where they can take the fight to Na'Vi. Game PT, though, they are struggling right now. I'm not really sure where they go at this point, especially with D plus Kia taking shots, and Friendly Fire as well. Going to be highly aware this example is going to find Bobson head.
And yeah, like, where do you go off of this? You've got Friendly Fire that's going to be in front of you. Looks like they've stopped. There's a destructible shack that's going to be over there. So cool, I guess. Here's the downside of destructible shacks is we're going to see a couple of throwables come out now. The UAZ, I think that's Bobson head's UAZ that's going to be rolling up, providing some support and extra cover, but they're in a great position to try to gatekeep out what's going to be coming, as long as those vehicles stay in the places they want them to be at.
They're just going to destroy that UAZ, and pretty much all the cover is just going to be gone, as actually it's going to be the help of Friendly Fire now that will take care of D plus Kia. And that's also going to be GP out of there. So both the teams on the east, we did say it was going to be very hard to play from there, especially with the positions of Na'Vi and Friendly Fire, will fall.
Speaking of
borders,
but the Expendables have kind of shifted into a 2-1-1, as they do have a lot of control. They're moving into that kind of hillside area that I was talking about beforehand. That's going to be to the west of Friendly Fire, up on top of 4AM, but also kind of keeping an eye on what's going to be going on. They have probably the most information control out of any team inside this. Is they can kind of keep an eye on everything, keep their ears out as this does continue to go into chopsticks. It does leave out the joint connection in the middle of it, as well as Na'Vi's positional, but still some Friendly Fires.
Yeah, now the Expendables will have to move. And what is your play? I mean, there's really not much to play on the west side of this at all. But look at Duck Juice. I love that position. They should be able to flex towards the northwest now because he's there. So, again, great foresight to find that Ollie will find one. But the trade will come from Buchills. And Mel with the shotgun. Nerds, though. This is back and forth.
Okay, Exam, what are you going to do? You're going to shift in. He knows the fact that he's had that information being fed over by a teammate, and it's going to be held by Day Trade. They picked up some very needed kills off of that. They need to get these reses quick, and they need to figure out how they're going to move into the circle. As they actually have 3 different options of how they can handle this.
They did, and that was a beautiful hold there from Day Trade. The fact that they got rid of Na'Vi was massive for them, as they're going to be able to move a little bit uncomfortably, but somewhat so into the circle. And so, again, starting to look alive for Day Trade as we now look at Friendly Fire, another team that needs a lot of points. They'll find a knock on a Duck Juice, and they're taking the fight to the Expendables.
Dylan coming in to provide some reinforcement. 777 still on the outside as Page was playing very far up to the north. He's going to come in also, see if maybe he can join himself into this one, but those nades hit big. They don't get the knock, but at least forces Friendly Fire away from the line. But 4 a.m. getting some vision into this one. Remember, they were playing that northern area of the Chopstick. They've actually stepped out of it, hearing this firefight, realizing the fact that they could pick up some kills of their own.
Yeah, they've been in that bowl for quite a while. We saw them defend against multiple crashes, one of those being Tyloo, so they have quite a bit of utility as well, and things to loot of that nature, and they just going to be raining hell on this. As the Expendables, though, in a decent spot to kind of avoid that. Most of the ire coming from 4AM is actually aimed at Friendly Fire.
This is a very, very big firefight for the end game. Whoever can get control over this is going to have a lot of control over the Chopsticks, and that's one of the reasons why we keep seeing 4AM step out. Sharp Shot's going to hit the shots onto Delwyn to get the knock into him. The Expendables backs up against the wall. Flush is going to connect as well, but here comes the throwables. 4AM realizing the fact that, hey, you know, we don't really have to get too aggressive into this hillside. Let's just use this utility. Let's continue to try to hit. But Friendly Fire is navigating it so well. They're keeping their focus right, beat it into the Expendables, and shifting out from the nades every single time.
And this is exactly what Friendly Fire wants to do. When I was speaking to Roth, he's like, I just want to get my team in a position where we can fight. If we can do that, we'll build the confidence we need, and from there, we'll start to snowball forward. And this is, for all intents and purposes, exactly what he was talking about. And they still maintain 4 with 4 kills, and they have the Expendables on the back foot.
I want to point out that Day Trade is moving down that western Chopstick. That's one of the reasons also that 4AM has had to focus now back down into the south. With how fast that Na'Vi fight ended, that's kind of shifted a lot of the vibe on what's going on over here to the north, as Friendly Fire still just trying to make sure that they keep Expendables as an awkward position as possible. Roth just breaching into this one. He's got no fear. He's got his teammates at his back. He's trying to see if maybe he can find an angle into it, but there's just not enough vision to make it work. The tires being popped on the backside of the US just makes it to where there's no vision underneath of it.
That being said, though, they are now on the back foot as the blue will close and pretty much pushed him out. Friendly Fire has the Expendables down to just an angle that they know is not favorable. And Roth, I like that he's spreading out. I do fear that maybe he could go down, but he's going to slow it down. He's going to loot some mollies, and this is going to be huge for him, as one's going to hit the tree, and the other one's going to land right underneath them.
Oh, got to be
what I was worried
careful about it with him going down. The Nobles are going to come out. Sharp Shot continuing to hold that line. That was Roth's job. He wanted to try to enforce as much as he could, and finally the Expendables are going to go down. Friendly Fire gets control of the only team and the only position not inside the trench. Well, I guess LG is technically not in the trench either. They're in a shack, though. I don't know if that counts.
I do still feel, though, that Friendly Fire did not need to lose Roth there in order to take out the Expendables.
Yeah.
I understand the play, a little bit of a mistake, but that's okay. They still have 3 members up. They still have Northside Circle, and now Roth can feed them all the information and really just kind of maintain. So this is still just fine for the Friendly Fire team.
Look at all of the cars inside these Chopsticks. My Lord. And this is the cleaner one, if anything.
Don't forget about LG, by the way.
LG's still inside their shack holding out over here, but Forest is just, they've got every angle onto it. There's no real easy way for these guys to get out of this. Throwables are going to be coming out. I mean, if anything, Friendly Fire is now starting to take some pot shots into it, and that's going to be all she wrote. That was a really good throw on the nade.
Yeah, that was a beautiful nade, but still, 5th place, 5 kills. LG, again, slowly climbing up that leaderboard, and they just need to keep maintaining this and stay consistent. And there's a very real chance that they can actually dig this one out of the fire.
Man, this is some teams that are needing some points. 4 Angry Men, Friendly Fire, Day Trade, Forest back behind this one. All of our top 4 teams remaining. 4AM maintaining their namesake, still being at 4 Angry Men at the time, whereas everybody else only at 3.
4, yeah.
Only 4-man stack that's present, as they do have the biggest problem to contend with, and Day Trade to the south and Friendly Fire to the north, though.
Friendly Fire, though, they do still have this ridge to play, and so they have the road. they do need to be careful about 4AM. The ideal situation for them is that Daytrade gets pushed into 4AM, and then they can kind of pour over and crest this ridge and do a lot of damage. But Forest, Olympus is actually very much looking at this and knows that there's going to be a team on the north that has to move eventually. Meanwhile, Forest doesn't have to do anything.
I mean, look at the center of our circle. That's that area in between the two chopsticks, right? We've got a couple of hay bales that are out there. I think that a crate has landed. Nade does do some damage off of it, but you can see this is kind of an attrition war for right now. Nobody wants to commit in. A lot of smokes, a lot of utility. Sharpshot being a bit more aggressive into it. Page is going to find Jean-Pierre, and that's going to get the knock on to him, but Lou's still holding this line. You can see the friendly fire quite stacked up. Realize the fact that they could have some problems if they make it. They're going to run right in with the blue zone. Nade now down. They're trying to crest that hillside. It's going to be all on to HSMM to hold it together, but Page finds yet another one stepping right down into the thick of it.
And I love this play coming out from Friendly Fire. They know that they just take this position away from 4AM. They'll be in a wonderful spot to actually win the game, but they're going to fight back, and now Daytrade will come in from the backside.
They have the angles into the defensive line of 4AM, and it's just coming apart right now. There's too many different angles that they have to try to hold down. They've got their focus up on the Sharpshot, who's still clinging to life up there. It came at a massive cost for Friendly Fire as they are going to go down, but Daytrade roams into this one, and there's still one angry man left.
It's going to be Xiaolu. He's going to be on the other side of that drainage pipe and the RB, and they know that there's still one member left here. He's going to go for the spray. He won't find it, and Daytrade will find the kill, and it is just down to a 3-on-3 between one chopstick and the other.
I love this. While that was happening, Forrest Monto, he managed to jump out, move up, see if he could get it more aggressive. The issue is he's not getting a lot of information off it. The firefight has now ended, and this is kind of an almost mirrored matchup, right? We've got two north on both sides and one to the south. Mirroring chopsticks. Like, this is such a almost mirror circle, the way that this is set up, with the somehow keeping in just enough of both of the chopsticks to make it fair.
This is really going to come down to, Matt, who gets the first knock, right? Who's going to be able to poke and prod and get enough damage to really allow whichever team to move forward first. Obviously, I mean, when it comes to Daytrade, they have so much loot to choose from. Probably replenish those vests, maybe get some more smokes if there is even smokes left on those bodies, maybe some utility. But yeah, Forest Gaming have also not really had to do too much. They haven't had to have too many teams crash them, because being in that right chopstick was actually Friendly Fire that was kind of protecting them for quite a while.
We're kind of getting a showcase of different fun areas on Erangel the past 2 days, right?
Yeah, we have, man.
We got school, we got Everest, now we got ourselves chopsticks. Lord only knows where we are going to go next, as you can see, it's just a couple of shots here, there. Yeah, just keep it together. This is where you don't let the momentum get away from you, right? You've just got to play it slow, play it steady. Don't get too hyped out. Don't get in your own head. Just make sure you hit the shots as they present themselves. This is an error fight more than this is anything else, as Olympus trying to see if he spots anything through these hail bells, making it so difficult to navigate.
Forest is, though, getting much more proactive. They've already sent members, as you saw, into the field. They're using those smokes to move forward and slowly start to take control of the center circle. That nade is so close to getting Puccios, but the blue will just barely make it. Not in time to get the knock onto him, and so Daytrade now also trying to make the approach, but Forest have taken up so much space in this one.
We keep seeing Forest, they set their eyes to the north, and every single time they do that, Puccios managing to find a way to kind of squeeze down in here just a bit more down to the south. Lots of utility coming out. Master's got a very hard job for himself, as he's got to make sure that he's feeding over as much of the information as he can. Just kind of wild Molotovs going out to see if you can slow down any movement to counterbalance out what's going on with these smokes. Is now it's kind of shifted. Forest got to the area that they wanted. This time now it's going to be Daytrade that's shifted in, and now both teams feel like they've got their defensive line for the time being, waiting for someone to peek out this flash. See, it goes for a couple of shots, but Master, he needs to keep himself alive over here. He is such a flank positioner. It's going to go down, and Forest finds two. Now they got the line on the flash. He picks up another one, 1v1. Munto one side, Flash on the other.
And I'm actually surprised that Destructible Abel has not gone down yet, as one of the members here of Daytrade is trying to just crawl forward. It's just down to a peak battle. Flash is going left and right, and he will find it. Daytrade desperately needed the win, and they will capture it.
Oh man, we talk about momentum. That one's going to feel good. It got a little messy down there at the end of it, but let's be honest, that's not an easy place to fight, and it was all about just picking a pick real quick.
And that started with Daytrade sending it into the chopsticks, as I said, very early, and the fact that they were able to back off and then kind of take the fight just with Na'Vi instead of contending with multiple teams was very strong. But then the way that came up in third party, that fight between Friendly Fire and 4AM was also very impressive. The other thing to note, Matt, is a lot of the teams that were left in the top 4 were all teams on the bottom of the leaderboard.
This is why I love casting with you. You were in my mind. I was about to say the same thing. This is going to mean that moving into the next game, which is Taego, is going to be very, very wild. You know, you've got your comfort picks and Erangel out of the way that were still a bit awkward. Now Taego, and we're going to be a lot more, I feel, like that middle area right at 8 is going to be more compressed.
Yeah, it is going to be more compressed. But again, even like a team like LG, right, that we saw that early game fright from them, and the fact that it was going to be Snakers and Kick that managed to clean up DD team and then make it to that shack. They got 5th place, Matt. Again, another solid game for them. They could build on this momentum in a huge way.
This is a lot of teams you can see realizing, okay, what are my win conditions to manage to make it into the grand final? I need to get points earlier. We're seeing LG be a bit more active. A lot of those teams down towards the bottom going, okay, let's make the best of bad situations. Let's try to get into a lot of these firefights. A lot of our big teams trying to go for more edge fights to try to keep their points per game up early means the fact that the teams that were going for a much more centered position in these chopsticks being heavily rewarded.
Yeah, Na'Vi fell pretty early. I mean, the Expendables got a decent amount of points there getting to the north side, but also Twisted Minds fell very early. So again, the point sponges that we've had in the top fell early. So this is just, as you like to say, it's just compacting the leaderboard quite a bit. It's, again, beautiful name from Olympus, by the way. If I throw that thing bounces back in my face and I get knocked.
You're on, like, what astounds me about that throw is you're on such a recessed hillside that you're having to make sure that to be so cautious with it. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look and dive into the leaderboard with our analysts. We'll see you guys in just a second.
Welcome to the main stage. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm, and we are joined by Xiao Lu from 4AM with an incredible start to the final day of the losers bracket. Congratulations so far, but you know what? Up to this point, it's been a bit of a tough tournament for you guys. Can you talk to us a little bit about the struggles in the first few days of this competition?
那目前为止，从败者组打到上来，对于 4AM 来说有点太不容易了。能跟我们分享一下，就当中队内遇到了什么困难呢？
就是前面还没适应，然后配合上有点问题，然后昨天晚上我们一起讨论了一下，调整了一下，就今天尽量进到那个总决赛。
We haven't been adapt very well at the beginning of the tournaments, and we got some issues about the in teams cooperations. But after the talk of yesterday, we had a very serious meeting for like feedback or others, and I trust we can do better for today's matches.
بنرحب باللاعب شاو لو من فريق الفور انجري مان بعد ما جابوا وينر تشيكن دينر في مباراتنا الاولى لليوم الثاني والاخير من مباريات اللوزرز براكت. هلا حبينا نساله بما انه يعني حسينا انه مروا بمعاناه خلال اول يوم او اول كم يوم، وصلنا للسؤال اول كم يوم من البطوله، حبينا ناخذ رايه انه ايش الشغلات اللي كانوا عم بيعانوا منها وايش المشاكل اللي كانت عم بتصير معهم خلال اول كم يوم من البطوله. رده كان انه يمكن كانت في اكم مشكله هون من ناحيه خلينا نقول التواصل بين الفريق، لكن امبارح كان عندهم اجتماع جدي كثير بينهم وبين بعض، وحبوا يحكوا مع بعض عن المشاكل اللي كانوا عم بيمروا فيها، وغير هيك اعطوا لبعض فيدباك انه ايش الشغلات بامكانهم يحسنوها خلال المباريات الجايه، وحيكونوا انه ناويين على كمان تشيكن دينرات. وغير هيك بعد ما حصلوا مركز اول ومركز رابع في مباراتنا الثانيه الامور صارت سهله كثير لهم في باقي البطوله.
Well, you opened up today with a strong chicken dinner on Erangel and then another top 4 position just now before we head over to Taego. So you're in a qualifying spot, which is obviously fantastic for you guys, but what do you plan on doing to maintain that spot, or do you plan on doing anything differently?
那你们今天拿下了今天第一把的开场吃鸡嘛，然后也进了前8名。那接下来会有什么准备去保持这个晋级线以上的排名呢？
按照教练给我们部署的战术，然后乖乖听指挥，然后就不要出现任何失误就好了。
We're gonna listen to the strategy arrangement by our coach, and we're gonna have a just do as our preparations make a good gameplays for the rest of the matches.
سؤالنا الثاني كان له بخصوص بما انه حصلوا اول مباراه في اليوم قدروا يطلعوا بوينر تشيكنر فسهلت الامور عليهم ووصلوا يعني باحد المراكز التوب 8 اللي بتاهلهم للجراند فاينلز من البطوله فايش نيتهم او ايش خطتهم لباقي المباريات عشان يضلهم متواجدين في التوب 8 رده كان انه بعد الاجتماع اللي صار معهم امبارح والكلام اللي سمعوه من الكوتش والخطه اللي حط لهم اياها لهي المباريات حيكونوا منتظرينه وحيمشوا على هذا المخطط خلال باقي المباريات وحاولوا يوصلوا لنهائيات البطوله بنشوف ايش بصير معهم. ثانك يو فيري ماتش شاولو بنشكرك طبعا على تواجدك معنا وبنرجع على الاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطة.
Xiaolu, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. You've done off to a brilliant start today. Let's see if you can continue this amazing win streak right the way through to the end of today, and we hope to see you in the grand finals. But for now, we're going to head back over to the desk because we've got to go over to Taego now.
Thank you.
Great to hear from 4AM here. It's a good fight back for them here in the losers bracket. However, an even bigger fight back for Daytrade, who have been able to move all the way up towards the bubble. As after, coming into today here, Toffees, they were sat in a dire position.
Yeah, 16th with 14 points. That's about as dire as it gets coming into this. That win's going to be big for them. Flash has been playing very, very well, but also Forest. I mean, they're not out of the woods yet, but that was a good game to get to second place. Yes, they played a little bit of passive. Scappy got him to a good spot before he went down, but the teams on the bottom are putting up the points.
And it will be Nurins taking the man of the match from Byakudia here for all of this. I will say, though, towards the end, little Flash was able to pick up 3 members of Forest during all of that. So I feel like that might have been a bit more important towards the end.
It's hard. It's like you gotta get there to win the clutches.
True.
It is that mid-game management makes such a big difference. We finally see Daytrade using mid-game management, which I don't think they've been doing through this event particularly well, to come away with 20 freaking points. And then again, 4AM, they won the last game. Here they are in second place with 13, and Friendly Fire, a team that a lot of folks had written off their list, gets a nice third place out of that.
Very, very well done here for them as well. I was hoping maybe they would get a little bit more considering how much they were able to try and dominate that north side of the circle. But regardless, let's take stock of the standings. We've already talked ad nauseum about those top teams, so let's ignore that for the moment here because I want to talk about where we're at for the bubble. Right now, 4AM's moved up into these positions. At 50 points, that's a great position. Sarvam has found themselves in dire straits after not having a good, I'm going to say, 6 last rounds, and now Forest has found themselves in the top 8.
I think Forest is climbing. They're doing what they need to do. They're looking for good middle positions, and they're playing a little more aggressive. Sarvam, I think, has been playing their style, which is passive, sort of like, let's get an average of points. But I think the time for sort of that Sarvam passivity has gone, and I need to see a little more Sar vigor. They've got to get active. They got to look for some fights. They got to be willing to mix it up a little bit earlier.
Got to get some of that energy going, and you have to maybe get that with Doritos as well. You can head over to Instagram for Doritos here, and also Razor on the board here. You can follow them on Instagram at Razor Mina as well here for Gamers 8 and PGS2. Now, I mean, looking further afield, we're getting to a position where I feel like there's going to be scraps for maybe 2 or 3 spots coming into this grand final, and still so much to play for. As you say, with Friendly Fire finding themselves a decent spot up towards the top, there was opportunity for them to dislodge 4AM, but Daytrade with the opportunistic play to be able to go and clean all of that up, it's hugely impactful.
I mean, the climb is crazy, and so those of you who maybe didn't catch the whole leaderboard there, it is incredibly close. When you start at that 7th place, it's 43. Down to 12th is 32, 31 for 13th. So this is a very, very close situation with only 4 games left to play. And what seems to happen is some of our top soakers are going out early. We lost Twisted Minds quickly in that one. And it is becoming a real slugfest for these bottom teams trying to find every single possible point they can.
I feel like one of the only Erangels that was kind of normal was maybe even the last one. This one, all chopsticks finish. Ridiculous for these teams down in the lower bracket. Thanks for joining me here, Toffees. We're going to go to a short break. When we return here, we have our final Taego on the board here for the losers bracket. So it's time to Taego right after this.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with that 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. I push that way, you get that dough, but I don't break cause I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I
welcome back to the PGS 2 lower bracket presented by Gamers8. My name is Godspeed. I'm joined by Matt, and we are now heading into our almost halfway point of the day as we go to Taego.
Oh yeah, nothing more than I love to see is a compacted leaderboard, everybody fighting for being in those top 8 positions, and now shifting our attention over to Taego. I think that I saw from the plane path on the player screens that it's a pretty north-south yet again. Shocker, I know, right?
Yeah, we've had a lot of even planes, but a lot of uneven circles, to say the very least. And I mean, even looking at the implications of that last game, looking at the leaderboard here, Day Trade went from dead last to 10th place. And they are now only, quick maths, about 6 points behind 8th.
I know, and in that 8th place position for us, who managed to make it into the later stage of that game, Petrichor Road going to be kind of in between them with Friendly Fire and LG right back behind that. Taego going to be 1 point back behind LG. But as we look back up that leaderboard a bit further, we can see that 4 Angry Men managing to find some points and managing to get a 7-point shift away from Sarvum. So it's kind of Sarvum and Forest sitting on that cusp position as we are now moving into the game with, gosh, 4 more to go. It's just, it's not settled yet, and it looks like, if anything, it has a chance to just get even more wheels off, which is the way I like it.
Yeah, and even talking about 4 AM, you know, they got 16 points in the previous game, and then that last game they got a 3rd place with, I believe it was around 8 kills, so they have catapulted to 6th now, as we see some of the teams on the bottom really starting to put those games together. LG, another one of those teams, they got 7th with 4 kills in the last one, and then 5th with 5 kills in the game we just saw. Friendly Fire also getting some nice points. So all of the teams that desperately needed to, I mentioned Day Trade, are finding those points back.
And that's kind of the inherent problem, is everybody that was in the thick of it were the ones that were making it to the later stages. So that just kept them all in the thick of it and made it even worse. So we'll have to see if anybody manages to have a blink and you miss it moment, right? That's kind of what we're going to be looking at. An early out here could just be an absolute death knell for one of these squads, and they know it. So as we're moving into Taego, how much adaptation can you make off of everything that's been going on? Is the circles here have been, I don't know, we still haven't had an urban Taego yet.
We have not. I really want to see one as well. I'm so curious how it's going to play out, especially at the top level, right? Because, I mean, a lot of the cities here in Taego are very different than what we see normally in Erangel or even Miramar, right? They're fairly flat, on top of the fact that there's so many smaller buildings spread out throughout these cities. And so it just leans for some pretty fun fights and pubs, but I imagine it's just a completely different beast when it comes to competitive play.
Let's see, if you mind, Game PT hopping inside their vehicles, getting everything prepped for the circle, which should be showing itself in just a second. And it is going very heavily to the north. Army-based shipyard in Yongshan. I'm about all of this.
Yeah, so we've seen a few circles actually now end up in that north side. It is a massive elevation, but it's not immediate, right? It's a very gradual. We've talked about it before. It's a gradual elevation there up to the north. There's a lot of cover, but not so much when you head away from like that rocky peak, right? It becomes much more little dips, valleys, and gullies, and so I do like those circles quite a bit, but I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with Shipyard in the east side of this still in the circle, Matt, especially if we get like a hard shift to the east or even going down, as you said, towards Yongchong.
I mean, this is the problematic river, right? This is not the creek, so to speak. So you have to be careful as you work around it.
Good point.
See everybody kind of starting to prep up. Friendly Fire is like, okay, we managed to find ourselves a path to get inside the circle on this one. This is also a very aquatic circle, so it's much, much smaller than you could be expected.
There's really not that much area to play. Yeah, you're not wrong.
I mean, we've got the kind of fortified locations that are going to be just due south of Yongshan, and where we can kind of see that be around the terminal area where 17 Gaming is going to be playing at. But Shipyard, nobody's around there in the far east. But then that hillside, like you're kind of talking about, army base into the hills, and then just back down the hillside in Yongshan is going to mean that it's going to be very peculiar to see. As we kind of, it's not Everest, but it's a pretty decent hillside.
It's a decent hillside, but again, it's gradual, right? It's not immediate, so it's very easy to get pushed on multiple fronts on that hillside. The other thing that I'm actually really looking at, Matt, is these rotations. How are these rotations going to play into effect? You have so many teams on the south side. Obviously, not it. Is Friendly Fire going to be trying to get away with the purchasing? They're still taking some damage, but I think they're going to be all right.
That
was a pucker moment.
This is where I want to see all 4 player cams. Whenever you're just like locked into this thing, it's like a roller coaster ride at this stage. You just see the bullets. There's nothing you can do from this point forward. It's just, please don't hit
that
me.
Safety harness doesn't break and you just fall to your death. They will make it, and we've seen actually Friendly Fire opt for an early positioning on the top of that hill before. In fact, the first game we saw up there, I'm not sure sure if they took an emergency airdrop, but they did make it there quite early, and they actually dictated quite a few of the early rotations as well. So I'm sure they'd love to do that as well. 4EM going to be rotating just above Yongshan as they were looting there earlier, and they're also going for a little bit more of an elevated place to play.
I like this area that we did also see the Expendables stop at. Sarvum going to be rolling in right now. They're going for a very wide wrap. They're going all the way over next to Oppo. They're going to hit that bridge and then probably circle in kind of close to Godok, maybe military base. 17 Gaming already using that hillside just to the west of Terminal, getting some shots on the people who are trying to navigate that bridge. No big bridge camps coming in just quite yet. Keeping in mind, Friendly Fire is now on their, I guess, tail end of their emergency pickup, now on the drop-off stage, and it looks like they're going for that hillside. We still have Shipyard West and Shipyard Proper that are both open.
Yeah, and what team is going to kind of hedge their bets though? That's the problem, man, is if you do go to Shipyard and another team, especially like the Expendables, sees that there's a team on the other side, there's really only one viable way, and that's the jump on that bridge. And that's not always going to be a great option. So
for us, amazing option.
Sure,
for
but
the players, terrible.
And you can see the Expendables actually kind of setting up towards that area as well, because maybe they might want to cross back over again. This could very well shift very hard east on the first circle. So yeah, a lot of these teams have to make a very difficult decision here, as this circle is very unorthodox. From what we haven't seen too many in competitive play on Taego, but even from that point, it's very different and weird.
And here's our western rotations over next to that bridge as Sovereign is going to be crossing in. You can see if you mind game PT taking the shots at them right now, but that's just going to be two ships passing in the night per se. And Sovereign has no desire to get involved into a firefight, as early game firefights are not part of their bag. Twisted Minds, though, they don't mind early game firefights, but Menuda is going to go ahead and make sure that they start mining in some fashion. Zulu is going to go down, but Tulin's going to go ahead and continue to shoo them away from it, as Menuda very caught in, going to hit some more shots off of it. Keep in mind that the line of cars from Spyro going to force him away, and whoa, Spyro punishes that heavily.
Yeah, I love this aggression here. D plus Kia is like, you know what, if we can get rid of this team, fine, we'll just do it, as they are embroiled in a fight now, caught on this rotation, as you said, on the southwest side, and Deva will find Lou, so he will fall.
Did I see that right? Did Spyro knock himself with a vehicle jumping out of it?
I think he might have, yeah.
That's going to be a feels bad there. I mean, there was a lot of crossfire that was coming into that position, so it was more probably just trying to abandon the vehicle. And then that little touch of damage jumping out of it can be what knocks you down. But Twisted Mind sitting at 2, I don't think that they're too bad off, even no matter how this fight goes, given the fact that Perfectix, I don't know, walked away with 2.6 billion kills yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games back-to-back we had, I'm pretty sure it was like 18 kills total. Is although D plus K have done a great job actually staving this kind of rotation camp there by Twisted Minds. They're not even really camp, but just happen to be there. It's just going to be Perfectus walking away. So kudos, really, again, to D plus Kia.
And just a couple of kills more, and they're going to find themselves in that race. I still cannot believe. Look, 42 and what, down to D plus Kia right now is just going to be 27. So a grand total of 15 points across 4 games. But everybody's going to be picking up the points as they move in. Now let's go ahead and just finally polish that one off, pick up another point for ourselves. Yongshan is kind of where so many people are putting their focus. Army base, the east and the southern part of that hillside that we were talking about, where kind of everybody's going to be focused except for GPT, as well as looking into Sarvum, who are the only ones that are playing the west, but that's more just because they took that long rotation to get into here.
Yeah, and there are a few teams, as I said, on the east side of this. It's going to be DD team as well as E Arena, kind of just playing it slow, seeing if the circle does do something kind of weird, and that way they'd be in a great position to kind of capitalize on that. But Tai Lu coming behind them, and then even behind them is actually going to be LG rotating in on the east side. And then something even to point out in that last fight we saw with Twisted Minds is, you know, they can afford to eat this game. In fact, I'm very confident that Twisted Minds is going to be going through to the grand finals, but that just means that that's less points for them to sponge and more points for the other teams that are currently struggling to potentially get.
That's the thing, right, is whenever we look at it, we do have Na'Vi and the Expendables both already tied up. The jump really even down to 8th is not the biggest for them, as we're talking about 15 points both sides is kind of how we're looking at all of this. Is it does feel like it's more comfortable in their range, but it starts to get scarier depending on if we start to see these lower teams find more and more aggression, especially Friendly Fire, LG, and a team that is really known for that early game aggression in Tai Lu. Is this has been a much more quiet stage for them, specifically in those, like, I guess circles 3 and 4, where they were finding a lot of their successes.
Yeah, Tai Lu again came off of group stages looking pretty unstoppable, and they definitely slipped and fell in winner's bracket, and now even in lower bracket, they're just struggling to get things going. Again, another symptom of something similar that we saw at Friendly Fire, just kind of losing members in rotations early and not being able to keep 4 up. Is D+Kia now going through a hellacious rotation here, right in between Na'Vi as well as 4AM, and they're running right into Friendly Fire.
Americano's going to go down. Dave is going to go down, catch some airtime. Carr at least doesn't finish him off, but I feel like it's not going to be too much longer before he is finished off. And yes, he's going to go ahead and go back. D+Kia, first team eliminated for the day, as Friendly Fire at least picking up a piece of that.
Yeah, Friendly Fire is very happy about that. They're like, oh, look, points. Thanks. 2 points just flying right in. And again, we did see them use that emergency pickup earlier as well. So they are massive benefactors there of that, as they're also in such a strong central position. Even if this does shift up to the east, they're still going to be just fine to hold some of those teams up in the north. Although I do worry about Friendly Fire here only because they can get pushed from multiple angles, specifically looking at where Forest is playing if they have to move in, as well as where the Expendables are, because the Expendables, as you know, if they see a window of opportunity, they will take it.
I want to point out that we do have a supply drop that's also going to be landing next to Taego that might open up some of that aggression that they are so known for. Almost all of our teams, except for Arena, Taego, and LG, going over to that northwestern island itself, playing around Yongcheon. And so now it's kind of
What's it going to do, Matt? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I really want to know, what is it going to do? Oh, it does go east! Oh, this is so awkward. And so now, even if you're a team on the east, you're not guaranteed this next shift. This is one of the circles that when this map was introduced, everyone was talking about what happens when it goes and centers somewhat around Shipyard or that broken bridge.
Arena, you don't want to go for those. I promise you that that's not going to work out well for you. When they realize that, they're going to move away from it. And that does mean that Taego gets the supply drop, and they're also going to have Shipyard, and nobody dropped Shipyard, so that is entirely unlootable.
I mean, why would you? Simply because of the fact there's no chance.
The circle never goes here. Why would you go to Shipyard,
thing is, there's
right?
3 different parts of this island, right? The southern tip, the east, as well as the west. We could, I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum, how difficult the coastlines of this can be to play because there's no cover on either one of those sides. So if you are one of the teams that needs to make the cross, it is devastating to do so. It's very dangerous, and the chances of you surviving are very low.
And the Longxian Bridge is kind of the only one that you can cross.
It's the only quote-unquote viable option.
And it's so far south with the way that this circle has kind of populated itself. It's made it... we're probably going to see some mermaids trying to cross this at some stage, one side or the other. I feel like it's probably going to be more of the Taego arena swimming than it is going to be the opposing side, but with these circles, sure. Who knows?
I have a lot of experience in comp PUBG. I don't know if I would even begin to be able to make a decision on how to play this at all. I do not envy the players here who have to make the decision. I will say, though, the Expendables in a fantastic position, as even if they do get shifted off of, and let's say they have to move, they're in a position where they could potentially get a lot of points here. Not that they even really need it at 68.
All right, bring out your notebooks, everybody that's going to be watching. This is going to be a great example on how to play this. You're about to learn a lot about how to navigate this circle. Erangel Min taking the shots, and it's going to be Emo Pig that's going to go down, and he's going to be kind of emo about that one. It's just going to be Spaceman, the last one up to kind of defend around this area, and 4 Angry Men just swarming down this hillside.
Yeah, 4 Angry Men would love to just kind of get rid of DD Team here, as again, they will have other neighbors coming in. Looking at a team like 17, though, just to their southwest, I mean, they have so much control over that main city, and even just the west in general. It's just Petrichor just above them. So a lot of teams vying for control in what little space there is to play. Look how much water is still in there.
Chapian just kind of, you can see that they know there's somebody else here. I'm pretty sure they know where he's at, but this is one of the more awkward areas to push. Yeah, crazy. You can see watching it. Blue Zone going to come out, force him to move more into the sight lines, and that's going to be all she wrote for DDT. As I do want to point out, our awkward teams on the east have, what is it, KM99 that's moving to the edge of the bridge that's broken and kind of... Why not? Yeah. I scout from it, right? That's about the best you can do.
I actually even like LG's position because they technically can rotate either east or west here as they control the southern slice of this. So this is a good position. I like the patience. Rello with a very good call here, just making sure that they can maintain. If it does go east or west, they will be able to kind of... pivot off of that. So I really like that from LG.
And a circle that's 80% water, the team with the boat is king, right? And look, they even get 2 boats on top of it, as this is going to be just an easy passage, one side of Shipyard to the other. Sarvum is playing inside the western shipyard, but way more to the west.
And if anything, Taegu can actually take this boat back, right? So I think they should just wait here for a second, which I believe they're doing. And then if the circle does shift, and if it goes east, they can easily take the back of the boat, boys. We're actually heading right back to shipyard. I cannot believe that this actually went east. And look, now LG will be the benefactors as they will easily pivot off to the east side of the island.
All right, boys, it's time to PUBG our most PUBG, as we are going to have every team except for what? E-Arena, Taegu, and LG making one of the craziest crosses you've probably seen in a long time.
And you know this is going to hard shift east, right? It has to. So all these teams now have to go into the shipyard area, which is probably so unfamiliar for a lot of these players.
I kind of wish that Taegu had taken the other boat, though, too, that they were right next to, right? Sarvum already going to be taking some shots at Forrest, who's going to be more of an aquatic tree right now, and it looks like they're going to be planted out into that water. Sarvum just slow, steadily running across a flat, open terrain.
Oh, man, Prody just absolutely spamming. It doesn't actually matter. No, Sarvum is going to find 3 members now, just 1 left for Forrest, as he is desperately trying to make it behind one of those cargo ships at this point. I still cannot believe we got this shift.
I am happy as can be, and I know the players are not. But we'll have to see, as we do have, it's going to be Friendly Fire that moved more aggressive to that hillside. Navi's already going to be playing into the area that we saw Taegu move into a moment ago before they made the shift back into the east. Forrest has just left a spattering of players back behind him. GP is going to be coming in off over here. Day Trade looks like they're going to be moving more into that Friendly Fire pathing, as it's going to be a bit more awkward as the time moves on. 17 Gaming left Longxian, and they're going to be coming back in from the south, as it looks like even LG is going to get some vision onto them inside their approach. Sarvum making the jump across now using those boats that they had just a moment ago. Petrichor Road being the odd man out, and oddly enough, if you have an emergency pickup, great, and I think that that's what 4 Angry Men just did, is they shifted all the way over to the east.
And they will have a nice position to play on the east side, as they also have a little bit of a ridge to kind of use in their favor. LG also, you know, rotating early. They did have that pivot point on the South Island. They've actually got themselves a good position. And E-Arena, as you said, they have not moved, and they are dead center of where this one is going to shift.
I'm a great man. Give me shipyard. Give me, just send it shipyard.
You need to relax, okay?
No, I want the fun. I want the crazy.
Is this not enough? Are you not entertained?
I want more. Relax, give me more. This is what I love. I love to see the players with their backs against a wall, the creativity that they can come out with, how they can come in. No, I want to see the best of the best and how they can manage to handle these types of situations, because look at how many players that we've already managed to find a way to cross this and find out ways to exploit the situation, as it hasn't been just a complete and utter just death knell.
No. I will say, though, I deeply feel for Friendly Fire. They did have a good early read on the circle. They were able to get that emergency pickup. I mean, this sucks. And you have to imagine, like, if you're Roth too, you're like, yep, I mean, it is what it is. This is a throwaway game, right? As we knew the circle was going to hard shift to the east. It is going to have LG in the bottom half, so they should be able to control the south, especially with 4 AM. But I do worry those teams actually fight earlier rather than later, and it might even be a team like 17 coming in a third part of that. We'll see what happens here.
This is going to be brutal. 17 Gaming running 2-2 split, seeing if they can pick up anybody that's going to be crossing very, very slowly, as Petrichor Road's going to be the target for them. Friendly Fire doing a good job on, I guess, getting their backstroke together as they are crossing. This is not losing near as much as we saw Forrest just trying to send over the boat. I do also want to point out Olympus has managed to make landfall and is creeping into the circle. Perfectix, not so much. He's still outside in the blue.
I don't think I've ever cursed as much in comp as I did when someone was shooting me while I was swimming in the water. Just like, oh, you idiot. Just like, if I get out of this, and speaking of getting out of it, Hell's going to find 1 there, but the trade immediately coming through is, again, Day Trade, a team that's starting to kind of find their footing here in this day.
But here he comes. It's the Bob Seng head trying to see if maybe he can get some back. He's got to try to clean this one up. Day Trade's wanting to follow in, see if maybe they can string together some big points out of this. And if you're a team that's in that lower section trying to fight for your survival, this is one of the circles that's going to make it or break it for you. Bob Seng head has to drop away. 2 bullets coming after him. He is revealed. He's going to go down. Flash reading it. Who cares that you hit that tree? You hit the shot.
Well, I mean, the problem still remains, though, for Flash and Day Trade. They have to cross. They have not crossed yet. And as we can see with Friendly Fire, that is not a fun swim at all.
They swam the whole way and then died.
I know. Like I said, like, so help you if I get out of this water. I mean, it's usually like what's going through my mind when I'm swimming. I'm just getting pelted by bullets. But
you wait till I can bring out my gun.
Yeah, but usually that's not the case, especially when swimming. So Petrichor, with 2 members left alive, will be on the south side here with 17, who also have quite a bit of control. They don't have to push the pace, and they can actually slow roll this and come into the fights later with a lot of healthy utility.
Petrichor Road still just trying to find a path into this circle, and it is not going well for him. Down to just these 2. Excel's going to go down to the nade. 17 Gaming is not going to let that one relent. Just 1 more member up and just hardcore gate kept. Yeah, it was just going to soon.
Not surprising at all. Unfortunate for Petrichor, but again, 17 with a nice foothold here. They also have an array of drops there just to their east. I'm not sure if they see it, but yeah, look at how much room they have to work with here. They're in no threat at all of any of the other teams, but Daytrade, the opposite problem.
Yeah, they're still on the opposing side. They're like, we're just done. There is no way we can manage to make this work. We're just going to try to med through it. Paige is still just trying to make landfall, kind of watching his teammates bleed out by the moment. Lost one just a second ago. It's just going to be a matter of time. Little Ghost, 17 Gaming.
Did they
remember
see him?
They've been seeing shots come out.
Again, I feel for Friendly Fire. That's not really a misplay, right? Like, I mean, we've been calling it if teams are making mistakes, but that's just really unfortunate. I mean, there's nothing else to say about it. That just sucks.
They use their emergency pickup to get into that circle,
which,
and know has to be painful.
Yeah, it's just a symptom of a absolutely wacky circle.
Okay, now then, let's see. Sarvim did manage to cross. They're going to be to the north of Navi. They're going to need to make their way into the circle. The hillside's going to be much more of our focus as we're finally going to leave most of our water. Remember, 4 Angry Men a second ago did a nice jump over into the east. They're going to be getting control over that. The Expendables also going to be finding themselves a spot as finally, good night, Sweet Prince. You guys put up a great fight, and you ate a whole bunch of blue zone damage, but that's about as much as you could get out of it. We're now entirely focused on everybody that managed to make it over in this coastline. To the south, it's going to be LG. We have E-Arena as well as 17 Gaming, all pathing into the west.
And there's just so many awkward angles here in Shipyard. Fortunately for a lot of the teams, it's not going to center up in there, but there's between the different scaffoldings as well as the different arrays and just shipping tools and just buildings and warehouses, there's so many elevations you have to worry about, different angles you have to worry about. Fighting in Shipyard proper is actually a mess, and so a little bit fortunate that it's going to go south, but even then, the amount of terrain to play there is not great either. It's just, again, another upward hill slant where there's not that much cover, Matt.
This is a very peculiar section of the map that we really haven't gotten a chance to touch in competitive yet. So this is going to be really interesting to see how each one of these teams is going to be trying to navigate, with Navi having the compound to the north, Taego having the compound that's going to be kind of in the thick of everything. And for being a very centered meta, that ain't this circle. Everybody now is being forced to play edge just because rotations, man.
17, though, could potentially set up here for a very nice gatekeep on the teams trying to come out of Shipyard proper. And if they can find an angle there with something in there to play, they actually can pretty much kind of dictate everyone coming in from the south up from Shipyard. So we'll see. Obviously, Taego have taken a central compound as well, and 4EM has a nice spread on the east. And again, they are just playing, as Batulin said, smart PUBG. They're not getting overly aggressive, and they're just holding the position that they know they have the advantage on.
My eyes are drawn back over. We've still got multiple members that are inside the top 8 alive, but LG, Esports Arena, as well as Taego. So neck and neck right now. Eyes on the prize, 10 points away from trying to creep up into that top 8 positioning, and this is their chance. You've got to take the games that are given to you as an opportunity, and they have an opportunity with this one. 17 Gaming, though, navigating much more into that Navi line, and going to have to be careful as, remember, we still do have some Sarvim members over here as well.
Yeah, Sarvim, again, they're not in any pressure to move here. 17, as you said, has started to creep very close here to Navi, but look, Luminosity now has found the beat on the position that E-Arena is at.
It's so quiet because everybody's coming into this. They have no information. Nobody knows. Nobody knows where anyone is in this because of these hardships and the way that they've lined in. So now it's going to be 17 Gaming getting the vision on what's going to be going on. Navi moving into the hillside. It's going to be where the circle goes. That's no surprise. E-Arena making their move, and it's going to be LG that's going to spot them out while that's going to be happening. A couple of shots going to go up, and that means that it's going to be the Expendables moving down into LG. So this is about to pop off.
Yeah, Flood has to be a massive anchor here, though, in order to save LG from this push coming out from the Expendables, as we're still looking at the fight happening happening there between 17 and Na'Vi, but look at 777 gonna step over that, and he's gonna eliminate Flood, as now LG desperately looking for a knock here with their utility.
Taego has also spotted out what was going on with 17 Gaming, taking some shots into them, and with this, 17 Gaming's gonna hop inside their vehicles, and they're sending it down to this same path, trying to bypass where Arena is going to be, and so Zixi taking some shots in. Mighty's gonna have to look back behind him. Taego loses vision into this, but that nade's gonna roll right down in front of him.
And both of them are gonna get knocked. Xiao Bei and Xiao Wu will go down. They try to pull off the fight from Na'Vi, but they ran right into utility out of E-Arena, so it will just be Mighty now to hold this western edge, and I'm sure Na'Vi will follow.
The LG fight with Expendables is getting even hotter as 4 Angry Men hears this. They're moving in more aggressively. 17 Gaming is going to get eliminated. Luminosity just on their last legs, trying to make sure that they can at least keep one more back up. The distraction coming out from 17 Gaming being something for them to work with. Expendables now just down and out. 4 Angry Men done their damage, and it looks like they have their eyes on getting control over this circle.
Yeah, but even for a team like LG, Matt, they still could very well salvage this game. 2 members alive. You saw that MG3 and some 3 gear on the back of one of the members there of Luminosity, and so they should be able to get the res, as Shen is going to take shots in the Mel. He will follow the smoke. Uba down on the west as well, and this is the problem. Coming out of Shipyard is basically impossible because there is no cover at all. There's not even a ridge.
Well, even if you have it, Sarvum's already made a move before you. So with this, you got to move into Taego, who's already entrenched, or Sarvum, who's trying to like gatekeep out anything that's going to be happening over here. Sheila is down. You can see that Ayla is kind of eyeing over here, but Xandler taking so much damage. He's pretty much done. Blue Zone's going to finish it out if this nade does not. Ayla's going to use the smoke, try to creep through, but there's no cover. He's going to go down just like you're talking about. So now Sarvum has revealed themselves. Taego knows where they're going to be at, and with this information, boy, it is quiet in the circle.
Again, you know, Sarvum, even though they're down 2 members, they have 6 kills, and they managed to move up a little more proactively, and they're starting to really kind of find their footing. So I really like these adjustments coming out from Sarvum, a team that we were pretty critical of.
38 is going to be the break line at 9th. 3-way tie, Friendly Fire, Petrichor Road, then 3-way tie at 37. All 3 of those teams still up. A kill, a placement point, anything you can get is going to be big. Sarvum trying to creep their way up that hillside. Gonna bump into the 4 Angry Men. Global Harmony gonna be going down, so it's just gonna be Baron Peak trying to creep out as Taego hears this. They're moving aggressive onto the opposing side of it, and it's gonna be the remnants of really E-Arena and LG just kind of letting that go down.
Yeah, LG is now 1 member away in E-Arena from getting into the top 3 situation. This has been a very consistent day for an inconsistent team so far, and they know this. If they can just kind of sweep this west side, if they find Mighty, then they know that they have all of the west to play for. The problem does become, though, again, the 4-man team of Taego as well as 4AM, who have just been night and day difference coming into it. As you saw in that interview, he said, we had a very serious meeting, and we know that we had to make the adjustments, and so far they now find themselves in the top 6.
We all know what very serious meeting means. I mean, the coach was mad.
Get it together, boys.
Yeah.
That was
way too polite. You know, that's how it's going to go through. 4 Angry Men now starting to make their move down to the south. Looks like they've got their eyes more on that LG line. Yes, there is a supply drop in the thick of this, but that is just an absolute bait that nobody is going to go near.
I think it's already even been looted here. It's probably by Kickstart, as he has a 3 vest, pretty much full, a 3 helmet. Again, that MG3, disgusting up close. And even if you can prone with that thing, it is devastating at range. And so Bipod helps there, but again, they would love to just find Mighty and get rid of that member, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the chance just yet. 4 Angry Men pushing down on the southwest side.
Boy, those shots made everything pop off. Taego now making a very committed shift into that western line. Mighty hears this and realizes he might have an opportunity to backstab, realizing those shots were not going at him. 4 Angry Men now starting to navigate the clefts in this hillside itself to see if maybe they can get some more control. They don't want to step too much into the center. Instead, they want to see if maybe they can kind of gatekeep this one out, or at least herd the rest of LG back up into what's going to be happening. It's going to be Mighty, reveals himself, takes some shots, early kickstart on one side of it, and while this is happening, Taego has gotten some vision on what's going on with 4 Angry Men. Mighty, though, just bouncing around this rock, realizing, oh, I am outnumbered. This is not a 1v1, and I've got some trouble.
And there it is, though. LG will get the kill. 3 kills and a 3rd place guaranteed now. Another consistent game. Even if they fall here, they're starting to make that climb, and this is also going to help with their confidence as Snakers will find Crazy, and Kickstar will find Xiaolu.
Now the defensive line for LG needs to come alive. LG's, though, not going to be able to handle it. It's going to be Taego on the other side. It is going to be a 4v2. 2-2. 4 Angry Men realizing this, they're trying to reset as quick as possible. Now, it's all going to be on Jalpion to try to hold this together the best he can. Shin navigating right across his blue. He doesn't care. He's like, I'll take the damage. I need to get the blood. I need to get you down, and I need to make sure you do not get a chance to reset.
And Tyloo needs a big game here. They know they need a good big game here, as they've been the only benefactors of being 4 alive. Those knocks did come out on the side of 4AM, and now Longs will push her on the rock, but the trades are not there as Tyloo are trying to close it out, and they will. A big win from the boys.
Good job on exploiting the firefight and not giving a second to reset. They realized what was happening from the moment 4 Angry Men took those initial shots at LG. Tyloo just flooded down that hillside, and they were just waiting to hear where the firefights were going and just charge. I mean, you saw that. Imagine just walking into a firefight against 4 Angry Men and being like, blue zone on top of this rock, I don't care, I'm still gonna win.
Yeah, they knew they had the advantage. I will say, though, a big part of that was the fact that LG were able to knock 2. They were really starting to punch, as we've seen before, and that was a big boon for Tyloo to come over and actually sweep that one up. That was such a crazy circle to witness, Matt.
Oh, dude, now looking back down, what Tyloo was in 13th moving into this, that is going to be a huge game for them, as so many times we have had these bottom 8 popping off in these last couple of games. I cannot wait for what's next.
Tyloo making the race even more spicy here at the desk. Joining me, I have Toffees to talk about this one, because never mind was the circle absolutely ridiculous.
It was crazy.
What was going on over towards Shipyard? But Tyloo now back in the running here, Toffees.
We just talked about how Tyloo was letting the rope slip. The slack was too much, but then they come out on one of the craziest circles we've seen to date and walk away with a win. Now, you could argue that win was a little bit handed to them by 4AM. They lost players to LG, and Tyloo said, this is our moment, and they made the most of it. But I cannot talk enough about how wild. We came into Taego and said, we've gotten all the circles. We've seen everything Taego has to offer. No, we had not.
No, definitely not. And you may as well play the Benny Hill theme for Tyloo, as they were taking a boat to one side, and then all of a sudden the circle shifted. Like, that was rough. So they were, oh, we'll just turn around and go back, I suppose. But look at this. Wow. Shen back on form, back to peak performance here for him, able to shut down an on fire 4AM. But 4AM did wound themselves against LG, I must say.
I just wish they gave high fives as well as they finished out that game. That was rough, but good for you guys. Keep those fingers protected. Yes, that was Shen back on form. I loved the end of that game. I'm not going to lie. I was so distracted by the high fives that were just fist bumps. So I missed completely what you asked me.
I didn't ask you anything.
That game was exciting, though, and I think that, for me, was the biggest takeaway, is every time that we have seen Taego, I don't know how the players feel about it, but from a viewer perspective, it has been fun, and I really genuinely wish it was 2-2-2 instead of 3-1-2.
Yeah, I mean, why not? But the analysis brought to you here by STC Play, as we kind of talk about how this all went down. And of course, we have to talk about the ultimate shift. Yeah. Because by the time we have that east shift occur and everybody has to suddenly make it across the river here, we had like 2 teams on that side. E-Arena, and I think LG was able to kind of swing in on the south side. I thought they were maybe going to be able to do more here with this LG, but I mean, they did get towards podium.
You know, they were in the peninsula. I think they were waiting. They had a good spot for whichever way it goes. We can sort of sneak in. Yeah. They made the choice to go to a compound that was more defensible and not sort of picking off rotations in. And I think that's fine, especially since 4AM used that emergency pickup to drop behind enemy lines. They had a really good spot there, and because of that compound, they were able to last a little bit longer. But the team that lasted the longest, Tyloo, comes out, and they played really well. They mopped up a ton of kills, a good amount of damage, but that also shows there was a lot of stealing and thievery going on.
Yeah, precisely, yeah. I mean, with this amount of damage here and the amount of kills that you're able to convert off of the back of that, it's not been the most strenuous of games for Tyloo. They had a great compound, and the man of the match brought to you by Gidia. It will be Shen who survives to the end and gets a lot of people some fantasy points for once in this lower bracket. It's about time we saw him back on the board here. We were actually sat downstairs in the hotel doing our draft, and the guys were having a great time. They were playing ping pong behind us, and we were rewatching games across our shoulders. So good to see them now back in spirit, back in form, but at the moment still, those big sponges at the top, the svamps, as the Danes like to call them, are doing some svamping.
They are, and a team that seems like it wants to be a sponge desperately is 4 Angry Men. They came out again and get another big finish. They're going to walk away with 15 points. Yes, Tyloo got the chicken dinner, but in some ways, I feel like 4AM was kind of the heroes at the end game there. They pushed aggressively, they cleaned their edges, and if they hadn't taken so much damage from that fight with Snakers and Kickstart, I think that was their game.
There is a potential harbinger of doom here for the rest of the teams playing this tournament out. As we take a look at the total leaderboard. Now, bear with me a second here.
I'm with you.
4AM, of course, came in as one of the favorites on a lot of people's minds to do well. Now, suddenly, we've got themselves get a first place at the start of the day, then a third place, now a second place. Is 4AM slowly gaining the traction they need going into that grand final?
You know, we said we thought there'd be a honeymoon phase. Perhaps it's the opposite side of that. Perhaps this Mares needed a little bit of time to sort of get their legs under them, feel how it was going to work. I mean, these are pedigreed players who've played on different teams with very different styles and maybe needed the time to sort of come together and make it work. They also said, we've been depending on our coach a lot. And I think God's even mentioned, I don't know where your coach is, I'm going to get a circle like this, but they did. And that's going to be a confidence builder because they had to make the decisions themselves and they made some really good plays.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see, the maps are out here for Miramar as everyone's gearing up for 3 portions of Miramar to finish off the losers bracket here. And Tyloo is back in the running. That game jumped them up to 8th place with 6 points leverage over Forest in 9th. So there's still work to be done here, Toffees, but Tyloo, they're a team that can do it.
Yeah, and they need to. I mean, there's no more chances to sort of wait a little bit longer. There's 3 games left. It's on a map that has got lots of options and opportunities. These players are ready to play, checking in with LG. They're looking at the maps. They look different. This is not the LG that was lounging in their chairs even 3 games ago, tweeting, maybe I'll hit my shots today. These guys look like they went, oh my gosh, we could do this.
Yeah, they're in the running, 40 points at the moment. They come off the back of a 7th, a 5th, and then a 3rd. So it's slowly, once again, gaining momentum for them. Friendly Fire is another team which is full of veteran pedigree here and could also make a big jump. I mean, technically, 38 points. They're only 10 points-ish behind that 8th place cutoff, so it's still a lot to play for in these last 3 games.
It is. I mean, I think that they thought that last match over on Erangel was their game, and they sort of lost it with that Expendables push against them, but this might be it. Anything can happen, man.
All right, let's get to it then. Here is our first game of Miramar for the day as we head over to the commentators here for all the action from the Dusty Dunes.
Man, going from that Taego game to Miramar, I am happy.
What do I say? That was absolutely bonkers to see a circle like that. I mean, that almost is akin to like if this would go to like the islands to the east of Puerto Paraiso, right? Because it's so off the cuff, it's so out of pocket, so to speak. And then it just kept shifting, right? It could have centered up and maybe gone to the island, but no, we saw so many teams have to cross. Obviously, Friendly Fire, I do really feel for them. I don't feel like they misplayed that. It's just when you have to cross and you don't have a boat, and also Day Trade, right? They were also stuck on that island because of the fight that they got in. It's rough, but man, for the teams that did adapt and the teams that played well, obviously we saw LG on the south side, again, picking up points, starting to build the momentum, and they are very much in the running, as are most of the teams, even Friendly Fire, right? They're sat at 38 points. They're only 1 game away from making the top 8.
Man, I am content over here. You know, like whenever you go over to grandma's house and they just like unload that dinner on you and you end up just being like leaned back, content, and you think that you're good, and then suddenly she's like, wait, look at all of this dessert. Well, we've got 3 desserts coming at you right now, as this is going to be an absolute barn burner of a day to look at how all these things are going together. I love the fact that Toffees was also talking about, even just look at LG. You can see that the teams that are competing in this, yesterday, a lot of our teams that were kind of in that lower 8, you could kind of see the dejection in their face. Not now. Now everybody's like, this is the time to make it happen. No more excuses. And I love it.
You know what? They're putting some good games together for themselves, right? They've been finishing within the top 5, getting some kills pretty much every single game. I think they had 1 7th place, but even then they had like 4 kills in that game. And so, yeah, LG is starting to really kind of pick things up and put it together, as well as all the other teams. That's actually the most important thing, is that the teams that we've really needed to step up, the teams that we were really hoping to kind of show up have. Day Trade, obviously, have had a big game. 4AM have pretty much been as consistent as you can be. As the Des mentioned, they had nothing but top 6 finishes there, a 3rd place, a 2nd place, a 1st place. And so
I mean, this is the type of day that you want to have in a lower bracket run, right? All the teams that are struggling making the adjustments, and then even the teams at the top kind of struggling to kind of sponge those points, making it interesting for that top 8.
3 games left, and look at this. Okay, so there is a 6-point drop-off, like Clark was saying right before he kicked it over to us, down to Forest, right? But then just 3 points back behind that LG, then a 4-way tie at 38 points.
Day Trade, Petrichor, Friendly Fire, and E-Arena. Man, yeah, this is gonna be a tight race. Tight race.
We're going back to what is it? The 2010s? Tight kind of situation. We got a tight race that's going to be looking at here. Sorry, boomer references aside, we've got ourselves the Death Star Trench. That's a key component of this, as well as that water treatment hillside. You know, that's going to be with those god compounds that are going to be to the southwest of it. Included in this, we also have Minas Generalis as well as Junkyard. So a lot of I would say key components for some really fun in-games.
Yeah, and as we're watching kind of Taego here rotate on the south side, we should talk about the circle, specifically the center of the circle. So that crossroads area just to the east of Hacienda will be very difficult to play, especially when it does lead into that trench, Death Star Trench, we call it specifically because of how difficult it is to cross either side once you're stuck and the circle shifts. The center of the circle, though, where we see 4EM kind of rotating around and where we see that crossroads, if you're not set up early in this circle, there is absolutely nothing to play. Yeah. And that becomes a big issue for a lot of these teams that are rotating in much later here.
Hacienda makes for a very awkward game, and 4 Angry Men know this. This is their backyard, right? This is where they like to play. This is where they find a lot of strength from. And as we're looking in, we do have Twisted Minds already making their shift into position, coming down. Looks like they've got their eyes set just to the west of where we saw 4 Angry Men set up at. Taego leaned out of their vehicles, more aggressive in rotation. They are going to be coming in near Puerto, so they've got a ways before they even need to worry about anybody. But this is a lot more of how they were playing in that group stage, right? We saw them here the past couple of days making much either early rotations to get into center or much later rotations and just showing. Now they're like, nah, we're back to vibing. Let's see if we can maybe get some of these like mid-game fights. Somebody wants to take some shots at us. Great. Unfortunately, LG, you're pathing in their direction, man.
Yeah, LG is rotating very closely to Taego, but as you said, and you can look here, a lot of these teams are opting for those early rotations because they do know if they come in this one late, it's going to be a lot of problems. And I do worry about teams like E-Arena as well as DD Team who have not even begun to rotate yet, as they will be able to find a foothold, sure, into the first circle, but that next shift, especially if he does center up or even go a little bit east, will cause a lot of issues for them.
I do like this that Taego, though, did realize that they saw LG in their rotation. They stopped. You don't want to get into a car firefight across those fields in Impala because you don't know how the crossfire could be set up, who could try to third party into this. So showing the restraint, and that's going to be the thing. If you're one of these, I guess, more aggressive early game teams, you've got to make sure that you're reading the terrain and what's going to be going on. As a lot of our rotations now starting to cement into play. Petrichor Road going to be coming up over here next to Picado. Pathing in, they've got themselves 17 that's going to be playing around Graveyard. Just to the east of that's going to be Minas Generalis. And I want to point out, Navi playing that high hillside just to the north of Minas Generalis means that they have so much information.
Yeah, they're going to have a nice little split there. I believe it's Alia that might be up on that hilltop, but it's essentially a little shelf that you can only push really one of two ways. And if you're going to push that, they're going to be very well aware of the fact that you are on that approach. So yeah, Navi with a nice split. They also have two members a little bit more north centered up in one of those kind of little shanty towns there. 17 is starting to kind of encroach on their position here just from the west side, and they're going to realize that most of Minas is free and they can kind of take their time and just kind of wait for the circle shift, as they're also going to be able to spy out Twisted on their west.
Patulin's using the rest of the information from his Pride Rock, now moving in back behind 17. You can see Expendables keeping an eye on what's going on with Flood, as the LG boys did decide to path in across that Impala field, and they are going to be north of it, kind of close to that junkyard line where we have the Expendables. This is some big restraint coming out. Those shots aren't going to connect onto Flood, and that's going to be a quick retreat down. But now realizing, okay, yep, this is firmly defended, and we've got to be careful with that. Flood did take some damage, but it's not like an end-all, be-all situation for him.
He ate a headshot, but yeah, they're going to realize that they need to just keep on wrapping east, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They should have a nice wide wrap, and they'll even be able to come in around Azahar as long as they can scout that out and realize that it's open. This is going to be a good position for them to play as well. They just cannot lose anyone early, because this team has a very real chance of kind of not only making it to the top 8, but if they can just put a couple more good games together, as they already have, they're going to build a nice little cushion for themselves, as they really need this momentum to carry them forward.
And I know we've been talking about it a lot, but remember, it is the top 8 today that are going to be going on to the grand final. The bottom 8 are going to be going home. That's why all of our conversation is around Taegu, Forest, LG. Yeah, look, we can see Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, they're doing great, but we already know the fact that they're much
there's
more
no reward for coming in first. It's essentially just coming. I mean,
well,
that will be.
But
well, yes, but what I'm saying is that's going to be a nice, a boost of confidence there. But yeah, mainly it's just these teams just want to get into that top 8 cusp.
So LG going to go ahead and throw their down player inside the trunk and roll back over this direction. The Expendables, I like their counter moves around this. They have shifted 2 members back over. We've talked about it a lot. With the way the Expendables move, it's very, very interesting. They also did immediately send Delwyn into a much more northern position.
They're shadowing LG here.
So they're just trying to get ahead of them every single step of the way. Take a couple of shots, slow them down, reposition back into it, and it's just working time and time again for them.
This is also very frustrating if you're a team like LG that's just trying to find a foothold into the circle, to have a team so actively, kind of hunch you. And they're not doing it because it's LG. They're just doing it because this is what TE would do to any team rotating in on their east side here. So it's a little annoying here, but if LG can fight back, they might be able to just kind of dissuade the Expendables from doing this.
With a bit of a read on what's going to be happening. We also have Taegu that's pathing into the same direction that LG was doing. The Expendables, though, have their eyes a bit more set into the circle, friendly fire. All of the north, Grid of IA, that's theirs. They do have 2 members of Sarvum, that's going to be their closest, but whenever I say closest, like what, 400-500 meters?
It's a decent amount of distance, yeah, but they're pretty much clear up in the north, as you're saying.
I mean, so if they make that wrap down, if they're, it looks like they might be eyeing the northern side of Death Star Trench, where Forest is kind of hunkered down in, and that's no surprise. No big rush coming out from them, as we do also have now Taegu starting to move into the vector where we see the Expendables playing at. Esports Arena going to be coming in back behind them, as we're going to have to keep an eye all together on some of these rotations. GP also might be pathing into this.
Again, looking at the center of the circle, though, Pat, as we're talking about these rotations, everything is taken. There is nothing left now. In the center of this circle, if it does shift there for these teams to take, it's going to be crash upon crash, as we now see Taegu getting very close here to Tanvu from the Expendables, and we already saw some pretty impressive shots onto the side of LG from these guys, so be very careful treading this close to them. But it looks like Shen is actually going to stop in the same compound as Tanvu, and he's going to find a quick knock on a Tanvu.
Taegu just coming into this one as efficient as possible. Now Shen keeping his eyes up on that hillside. Now they're getting a couple more shots in. Taelu's going to go ahead and regroup into this. They are playing a bit more down into the lower section of this hillside, which means that the Expendable members can be defended up. LG also hearing this, realizing the fact that this is going to be the Expendables, and now trying to kind of backtrack onto them, see if maybe they can get Delwyn out of this situation as well. But E-Arena just going to kind of roll right back in between this, and doesn't matter, as everything's now going to shift into the west, and San Martin and Hacienda, just like we were talking about.
Exactly what I was talking about, though. If you're not set up in the circle, there really is not much to play. Sure, on the south edge, you'll be able to find something there just below Twisted into the east of DD Team, but if you're 4AM, if you're Na'Vi, those teams in the center, you're very happy with this. But if you're any of the teams rotating in, like Friendly Fire, the Expendables, E-Arena, Game PT, LG, Taegu, this is going to be an absolute meat grinder on the east side.
Splits become risky. You can see a lot of these teams also regrouping. It's going to be D plus Kia trying to regroup themselves up into the northern part of the circle day trade, committing away from their 2-2 split, and they're going to go much more into Hacienda. Twisted Minds, though, still leaning into it. They have a very strong 2-2 split that can kind of provide some supervision and some support to each other, as depending on how the crash is coming to play. Really, we're just got our eyes set back into LG, Taegu, E-Arena, as well as GP, going to be kind of our moving factors down in the southeastern area.
If this actually even shifts to the east, again, I just worry about all the teams still trying to rotate in, especially the ones on the south, as Petrichor have now taken a position where they could actually gatekeep a lot of the teams coming in from around La Bandita, and that's going to be E-Arena as well as Game PT, as Hush is going to take some shots here over at Mighty, and he might get the knock. So close. Oh, but he's hit the tree. Mighty is now stuck, and the rest of E-Arena will stop to help and support.
And just KM breaching this path, and has got to be careful at range. It's still going to be GP taking the shots into this one, but did manage to push them out of this longhouse. But Hush didn't really leave. He just kind of abandoned the forefront position to allow his teammates to get some sightlines in. Here come the reinforcements rolling down the hillside and even rolling over the opponents quite literally to go ahead and make landfall into it. So now E-Arena gets themselves a longhouse. And GP, do you really want to push a longhouse this early in the game?
Yeah, Game and PT actually have looked, again, so good, especially in their team fights with... We've talked about some of the mistakes they make, but overall, they're still taking the fight to every team. It doesn't matter if it's E-Arena or Twisted Minds. They've really been able to find their footing here in these team fights, especially in 4-on-4s.
If you mind, just looking at that longhouse saying that this is going to be mine, as Mighty's going to have blue. Oh, Mighty, that's not going to be healable. He's in some trouble. He's going to go down with that knock. Are we going to see a push onto either one of the sides? They have to realize that, okay, there's an opportunity for this res, and it might provide a way to push in the opposing doorway.
It's still so risky, though. Pushing these long buildings it's less than ideal, as Zhao Yang will actually find Daku from distance. Tai Lu kind of heard a little bit of this, and they do want those points, as they're currently sat in 8th place, and Hella will now finish off Mighty. Only 2 members left from Arena.
And this is just coming apart. This isn't even inside safe zone. Blue zone's going to be a problem for everybody to have to contend with now. Bomb Seghead's is just going to run into it, make sure to get the down and the flush onto what's going to be going on with KM99. Now just 1 member up for Arena, throwing out the Molotovs, throwing out whatever he can, just trying to retreat. But let's not forget, Tai Lu is still hanging out around here, waiting to catch up with whoever wins this firefight and has to leave it. That's going to be, yes, technically double a blue zone, because it's blue zone nade in the blue zone, and now lined in. Hella's going to take a ton of damage, but still cannot find this last member of E-Arena, cannot put the bullets into him, as it is just so well defended on this outside area. Make the push in, it's getting risky, problems abounding. These boxes being an issue, but finally goes down.
So Zizzy will get rid of Game PT. That was a misplay from them. Again, stacking in that longhouse, especially with blue and blue zone grenades. So they will fall, as I was just complimenting how well they've been team fighting. I still maintain they've made great adjustments, but yeah, it's just going to be 1 member there of that fight left from E-Arena, as this is now shifted south into quite an unplayable area in the center.
E-Arena presently in 10th, did pick up the kills, but not really the situation that they want to be in, as they are going to be hardcore gate kept out, coming out from La Bandita, as we are seeing this very field-centric situation is rolling down right into Petrichor Road. They've got to be careful. Rod's already going to go down with the Summer's going to go down. Now Friendly Fire starting to get the advantage inside. Going to roll back through the smokes. Xlip on the outside, throwing out the nade. This could be big, as Petrichor Road is going to go down. Dip was not free and came at a pretty decent cost. Can Paige get these reses back?
Yeah, Paige can just recover this, though. Friendly Fire will be in a nice position here to kind of hold and maintain, because they are to dip a little bit hidden there from what's happening on the west, but not comfortable by any means. His example will now fall as Tai Lu comes in on the southeast side of the circle.
Oh man, Sarvum's going to be coming down to the south for Angry Men, having to contend with Forest up close and in range, but this is a much slower firefight. It is on the outside of it also.
And look at the Expendables
playing to the north, and yes, this is just coming in off of a pickup. They're going to be landing just to the south of this, right up on top of 17. This is just coming apart for everybody in this defensive line.
Like I said, if you're not in the circle, you have to crash. There are no other options, as blue zones abound for both teams, doing a considerable amount of damage, as 4 will hunker down. 17 will actually wipe the Expendables as they come down from the sky, as 4AM would love to recover this. Look at their position here just on the north. They have a great ridge to work with as long as they can get rid of Forest.
4AM just trying to come back to life, reset, figure out how they want to approach this. Zhao Lu trying to take it slow, but Olympus yet again, this man seems to find ways to open up doors for Forest whenever they so desperately need it.
As we see that little picture-in-picture there, it's just going to be the last member there of the Expendables. 777 trying to survive. At least he's got some lucky numbers there going for him, as we do see Olympus yet again finding a knock.
Oh, man.
The help of Scappy, actually, but yeah, 4AM is starting to fall here at Olympus, and the rest of Forest with a great push here and a nice hold, man.
Just walking right out into the thick of it. They realize the fact that it looks like these angles are pretty open and safe. Nobody's playing to the north of them. They're just going to go ahead and go for the flush, as 4 Angry Men is going to be out. And so now Forest finding more and more control and more safety on the leaderboard.
Yes.
On top of that.
Not only the safety, but a great position, as I said, to play this ridge. They can even play those kind of oil tanker silo things just to their west, so a lot to play for. They will have to contest with day trade here, but for the time being, they've bought themselves more than enough space and time.
Sarvum going to be coming in along a path where we can see
and they get the shift.
Ooh. this is going to be a very awkward circle to navigate. You talk about just a second ago those oil derricks, or whatever you want to call them, to the west of Forest. Those are going to be open. Day Trade's trying to defend those up. It's going to be Kia already hopping inside their vehicles, making their rotation. Starvum hasn't technically stopped yet. DDT running a four-man split for a ton of information.
Yeah, and that was actually a nice send there from D plus Kia. They probably could see that from the ridge that they were on as well. That's going to be the only dip that's basically free in the center of this one, and so they're going to make it there with 4 alive. So the possibility of a huge game here from D plus Kia, as long as they can avoid mortars or any utility, but a nice send nonetheless. Southside, though, is a mess here, Matt, with LG DD team as well as Starvum trying to rotate in.
Don't forget about Taego, who's been kind of the gatekeep right here. Is Navi's Mel going to be rotating into the opposing side of what's going to be going on? Dip's going to be a problem. You know, Friendly Fire not going to be comfortable inside of the dip that they just had to fight for, because there's a chance that somebody could be crashing into it. Starvum, though, going to lean a bit more into the east onto their approach. Looks like they're going to maybe be eyeing that position just on the opposing area outside of where 17's at. But guess what? They're going to have a very close neighbor inside of Kia who does not opt into throwing the nade yet. Good call. Got to get a bit closer, but man, I don't know if you really want to push to that hillside yet.
Yeah, Starvum is stuck now between two teams in a much less desirable dip here, as both 17 and D plus Kia are within arm's reach, especially with that utility, especially with nades coming through. LG now will actually opt for a little bit more of a western rotation. It's probably their best bet, as they know there's going to be so many teams stacked up ahead of them.
Here's my fear. They're going to be bisecting right through that split.
Himself?
But this split for DDT might have some issues. It's also going to be Twisted Minds. They're going to be able to see LG right as soon as they crest down there. So it's going to be 2 different teams with near on full vision on LG in this rotation. It's shooting duck. I mean, look at this. This is just, where do you go? It's so open. LG trying to make a desperation sin. They did at least manage to get kickstart by. DDT is going to be coming down the hillside back behind him. Snaker's here, but I mean, Kickstart, even if he does manage to make it to the hillside, maybe he can play to that small dip that's going to be there, but that's about it.
He can play the high ground for the time being, right? There is a shack up there. As long as he can just survive and kind of, again, survive the chaos and let the other teams around them fall, they can still manage to salvage a couple placement points. So obviously not a great game here for LG, as they've been dealing with rotational woes, with the Expendables kind of taking shots and mirroring them on the east, but maybe Kick can save them.
Tyloo making the sin down. It's going to be Shin that's going to be landing. And now that DDT has regrouped more to the east, they're going to be playing just north of the graveyard area, as now the Minas Generalis team is going to start extricating themselves over there. Tyloo going to find a bit of a dip to work around and take those shots back at the DDT. But let's not forget, there is still an E-Arena player alive, as well as Snakers still alive that could approach him.
Yeah, Snakers still has not fallen. Obviously, he's in a very rough position, but Kick has taken that shack that I was hoping he would make it to, as he should now have a good amount of information of what's happening in the circle. Even as a solo, he might be able to use that to get a nice position. As we now look at the fight here on the south side, it's going to be Tyloo going against DD Team, and Utility is already coming out with some mortars here being used by D plus Kia.
DT needs to get some points off of this one. I mean, anything that they can manage to pick up could start some type of climb for them, but going up against Tyloo, who has just been so aggressive, they know how to play around these situations. Nate's going to come out and just look at how they're juking around them. Finally, one of them is going to connect. It's going to come out from Spaceman, and it's going to be the rest of the squad thinking that they can step in, and yes, Tyloo is going to go down. DDT does manage to defend. Comes at a cost to Mamu, but that's still some points.
It's better than nothing, though.
Hi, Snakers.
Yeah, Friendly Fire now has to contest with Twisted Minds. They've pushed out of the compound. They know that they're in a disadvantageous position, especially in this bowl, and so Twisted is just going to be throwing utility, and they know they also have to clear DD Team after they're done with this. And where do you even go after this? As Batoons is going to look for the spray, they're going to get the knock, and that is going to be it for Friendly Fire, but they still have so much work to do if they want to get inside the circle.
That's Poro's used car lot down there right now. There are just so many vehicles stacked up and everything. The circle did pop up into the northeast because, you know, I felt that there was too much to play inside this one, so let's go ahead and see if we can get some more open areas. There are some compounds that are kind of available, not necessarily the tastiest of ones to work with. Also a lot of kind of valleys and dips, but with the amount of teams that are still alive, we have so many of them that have a southern leaning, and the ones that are in the circle are all gatekeeping them out.
Yeah, it is. The benefactors of this, again, are going to be Day Trade as well as Forest Gaming. They have not had to contest with pretty much anyone else. Once Forest dealt with 4 AM, they've kind of had this kind of passive piece, so to speak, you know, a little bit of a mutual agreement is like, look, we have the north, let's just defend it from everyone else trying to come in, and then we'll deal with each other at that point.
Oh, Emo Pig making a reverse down the hillside. This is going going to be a bit scary. Twisted Minds in no big rush.
Where do you go?
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds realizes, hey, you know, we're sitting at 90 points. Let's just see how many people we can kill before we have to go.
Well, they made smart pushes, especially coming out of that compound from the west side. They knew they had to get rid of Friendly Fire as well as the team of DD Team, but they're going to actually rotate in front and get in a position to somewhat fight here. Spaceman now trying to stave off the push from Twisted, as he's the only reprieve they have.
Arena still on their climb right now, thinking maybe they can get some more. DDT taking the shots, but Perfectix Batulans, that combo is so strong and so hard to contend with, as DDT just doesn't have a path into this circle right now. Keep your eyes on that leaderboard, though, right now. We have Sarvum that's at 53 points, keeping their eyes back in Tyloo's position. Forrest going to be back behind them. Definitely going to have to see if the leaderboard's going to change up before we get to the end of this one. Maybe Forrest finding the capabilities to move into that top 8 as they're sitting pretty comfy inside the circle, not being involved in all of the mess that's going on to the south. DDT still just trying to cling to their livelihood, as it's going to be still Twisted Minds holding an emo pick. Does at least manage to get down Batulans. They're making the push down the hillside. Spyro's going to deal on him. Perfectix, the raid boss, though, does not relent.
Doesn't even matter because 17 is actually going to be able to see this, and as are Flash and the rest of it looks like Day Trade, and I don't know if Twisted can even recover from this. Maybe though, maybe they'll be able to get one up. They still have to rotate in, as again, 17 has been sat in this compound for so long, trying to just get rid of Sarvum, who have somehow survived for this long, Matt.
This has just been a very contested compound as well. As it's been, it's had airdrops come into it. It's had just a bit of
There's been a lot of commotion.
Yeah, it's been where the party's been going down, and there are probably quite a few crates in that area. Day Trade about to have to make their rotation in just a second, but much friendlier as they have a couple of options up into the north. But their eyes are much more focused down the south, realizing, hey, yes, we've got the circle, but we need kills, and being much more proactive than what we saw them yesterday.
And I like this because they know they have a foothold in the north, and they're going to actually push here to try to take over this ridge. Mortar's now starting to come in as well. They have to be careful of that, as Day Trade is making their approach over towards D+Key's dip. And again, what do you do here if you're D+K? You have to hunker down in smokes as the rest of the team is coming as well.
Oh my god, you gotta be careful though, but we did see Perfectus manage to get back up Batulans. He's gonna be pushing into that Sarvum line while Day Trade's gonna be pushing into D+Kia. This whole low ground area is gonna be popping off at any given second. Belmont going for a long toss, gonna be landing right back behind the rock, gonna do some damage, not quite enough. Nurans though leading the way through what is just a hellacious area. Jumps up on top of the rock, spots out one, spins back around, realizes where David's gonna be at as he gets that information back over from some down teammates. Xena still playing back behind us. Puchu's finally going to be coming into this one. It is just going crazy. Sarvum in the trouble, as it's going to be a continued push coming up from Twisted Minds as well.
And Xiaowu actually getting some kills there as well. Another flusher with a nade, as Day Trade, as you said, knows that they need to get these kills. And so Zenith doing whatever he can to buy some time. He will actually find a knock, as David will also still stand. But Puchu's now coming to join the fight, and D+Kia will eliminate them as well as Twisted Minds.
They have got to be careful though. The blue zone's already coming in. They do not have much time. It's just probably going to be Americano, not even a chance to really pick up any of the loot off of this. Sarvum's taken a big chunk of damage over there. They've been entirely eliminated based off all the craziness, but it's going to be also steps out, gets the kill on the last member for Twisted Minds. So while all of this has been going on,
Forest Gaming.
Ooh, yep, north, it's all them.
They have been able to spread out all across the north. Again, they were able to take that from 4 a.m. early, and because of these shifts and the damage that's been done to 17 as well as D+Kia, they have all the control. So even though they probably aren't going to come out of this one with a big amount of kills, they will be able to probably win this game, as they are currently sitting in 9th. That's going to be a nice finish, and it's going to put them right up on that leaderboard.
It's still pretty scary whenever you've got 17 Gaming being active, and look, that's going to be so much loot being picked up for a squad that's been having to deal with so many firefights, so much attrition. You can see just jumping from point to point, picking up some new helmets, anything that can work now for this in-game fight, going to be good. Xiaowu's kind of back behind this.
The mortar set up there. I think that's how Xiaowu actually knocked himself. The mortar hit the roof of that warehouse.
You know, sometimes it happens. It's fun.
I mean, fun. We'll call it fun.
Well, I mean, you saw the face. They didn't get to see my face on Zoom, but we'll put quotation marks around that.
I mean, this game is really forced to lose, though. They have all the control. They have the best circle position. They're barely even touched or scratched as far as their gear and utility. And so all they have to do now is wait for this one to come to them, right? It is going to be 17 as well as D plus Kia that have to make the move. And there is no good move into this. Even with Smokes crossing that road, the amount of utility that Forest should be able to use against them is just too devastating. It's too strong.
Xiaobei is still playing pretty close to the D plus Kia line as well. And yeah, like you said, Forest, they had to fight for this way earlier, but they did a great job of cementing it in. And okay. No, they don't like that shield. Specifically, that one needs to go away.
Still, though, I mean, Xiaobei could find a couple knocks. 17 would love to just get a couple more points here. Even if they do go out, they know that the likelihood of them winning this game is fairly low, as Americana will step over, and they really need these points. So if anything, D plus Q would really love to get rid of 17 here, as a spray is going to come out. Olympus will find it, though. In fact, he's going to find both of those.
Okay, now Xiao, what do you do here? Do you continue your push in, as whenever we look at the points and the way everything's going to be set up, Forrest still kind of in the hunt, and this is going to be a good game?
He might just deny this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of locks us down. Yeah, that's what a lot of these smokes are, making sure that nobody's going for the push to try to pick him up, because Forrest knows they've got this one contained. Crossing the road, though, can be pretty nerve-wracking, as here come the nades, here come the blue zone. That's the smart call in this situation.
Anticlimactic, but let me tell you, Forrest did earn that. The way they spread out, obviously taking the fight earlier to 4 a.m. and trying to do as much damage as they could. The problem is they couldn't spread out as much as they wanted to because of Day Trade's position before that, but he will raise his hand, and honestly, it's a beautiful game for them to jump up the leaderboard as well. 17 also having a nice game, even though they did get down to 2 members quite early in that one.
Well, I mean, how are you going to necessarily fault anybody for that with all of the craziness inside? If you can manage to make it into the end game, that's because you fought for it at some stage. There was nothing given to anybody inside that game.
No, nothing at all. And even looking at the beginning of that game, right, when we look at some of those rotations, we saw the Expendables specifically kind of shadowing LG and causing a lot of problems for them. Is LG, even though they've been very consistent so far in the day, that's probably their worst game. And so as long as they can continue to salvage points after this, they're still very much in the running. And that's the other thing. A lot of teams are still in the running.
And yes, Forrest, throw your hands up, feel good. You managed to get a victory whenever you were sitting in 9th place before this. This was going to propel you into a much better spot on this leaderboard. 2 more Miramars, as we're going to be taking a quick look back at the highlights and all of the craziness. This one felt more chaotic even than the last game.
Possibly, again, with the way that one shifted, we talked about how much of the center was going to be off limits, and even seeing teams like Friendly Fire trying to come into an early position there in the dips, we saw how many teams had struggles and issues just rotating in, and how many of those teams did we lose on the edge, Matt?
Yeah, we had such a southern lay in all of these teams, and look, this is one of the reasons why there was so much of a problem and so many teams fighting in that, like, I guess around Circle 6 area, is you saw just a second ago with LG coming down into this, there's just no safety bad. You're moving down into these dips and you're jumping yourself into this. No, you want to make sure you get every point you can before you have to just get down into a foot push across hillsides time and time again.
That was also still a very good push, though, but we are going to actually head to the stage for an interview before we get into our next games.
You need to be next to Barney, and you next to me. Yeah, you next to me? Yeah, over there.
Okay,
no problem. Here. So we're in a line. Yeah, perfect. Go.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name is Banks, and this is Sandstorm. We're joined by Baron Peak from Southern Esports. A pretty dicey day. Let's say quite a varied day today so far, but you came into day 2 in a pretty comfortable position, but you know, there's a lot of pressure happening right now, especially as you come out of the next 2 matches. So, you know, how is your team handling the pressure?
Şimdi bugün dün çok rahat bir durumdaydınız ve bugün nispeten daha rahat bir şekilde buraya geldiniz. Ama tabii ki bugünkü oyunlar sizin için çok zor gidiyor. Şimdi henüz 2 maçımız var. Sizin için bu baskılarla nasıl karşılaşıyorsunuz?
Zor olmayan bir maç yoktur hiçbir zaman. Böyle profesyonel bir arenada, dünyanın en iyi takımlarının arasında. Elimizden geleni yapıyoruz. Son 2 maçta da elimizden geleni yapıp büyük finale adımızı yazdıracağız. Buna tamamen inanıyoruz yani. Bir problem yok bizim için.
So there is no easy game in any game, and we are in a professional game, and we are facing professional teams. So all the games are going to be difficult. There are only two matches left. So we are going to do our best. We are going to do whatever we can, and I hope we can play our best in the final two games.
بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين باللاعب بارون بيك من فريق سارفم اي سبورتس، وحابين نساله عده اسئله بدايه بما انه داخلين اليوم الثاني من اللوزرز براكت، يعني كانوا موجودين بمكان مريح خلينا نقول بالترتيب العام، لكن بما انه حيكون باقي معنا مباراتين فقط، كيف الفريق عم بتحمل الضغط بهاي اللحظات؟ ردوا كان ان هم عم بيلعبوا قدام فرق محترفه وهم متعودين على هاي الامور، لكن حيكونوا شغالين على حالهم يعملوا اللي عليهم زي ما احنا متعودين، وحيشوفوا اذا بيقدروا يطلعوا باداء قوي جدا خلال اخر مباراتين ويضمنوا مكانهم بالجراند فاينلز.
Now, Baron Peak, you've already mentioned that you've only got 2 more maps remaining in this competition before you potentially go through to the grand finals. Now, you've said that you're going to try your best, but is there anything that you feel like you need to change or shift in your team's kind of strategies going into the next 2 maps? Because you really need to make sure you get as many points as possible.
Şimdi hepimiz için 2 harita kalıyor ve sizin de bahsettiğiniz gibi henüz 2 maçımız var ve elimizden geleni yapıyoruz. Ama sizin için, size göre biz neler değiştirmemiz lazım? Mesela taktik, strateji hakkında neler değiştirmemiz lazım ve nasıl başarabiliriz son 2 maçta?
Taktiğin değiştirme yeri burası değil. Buraya zaten antrenmanlarla çalışma şeklinizle beraber geliyorsunuz. Şu an taktiğimizi uygulamaya devam edeceğiz. Sadece biraz circle'a ihtiyacımız olabilir. Biraz şansa ihtiyacımız olabilir. Onun dışında önümüze gelen her takımı vurmaya çalışacağız.
So we will not change our tactics or strategies today because we have practiced a lot, and we will continue to play as we have practiced. So we will not make much changes, and what we need are chances. What we need is a bit of fortune. So we are going to still do as we have practiced, and we will try to play our best to beat all our team, to beat all the other teams.
سؤالنا الثاني للاعب بارون بيك كان بخصوص بما انه النقاط متقاربه بين المراكز، خلينا نقول المركز السادس السابع حتى للمركز العاشر، شو الشغلات اللي حيشتغلوا عليها او يغيروها بما انه عندنا مباراتين فقط تفصلنا عن النهائي الكبير ونشوف مين ال8 الفرق اللي حتتاهل؟ ردوا كان انهم ما حيغيروا اي شيء، حيضلهم يلعبوا على نفس الطريقه اللي هم متعودين عليها، وغير هيك يعني يمكن محتاجين شويه حظ واكم فرصه يستغلوها باذن الله بيوصلوا لنهائيات البطوله، لانه الفرق بينهم وبين المركز الثامن والتاهل مو هالفرق الكبير. شكرا جزيلا على تواجدك معنا في المقابله، بدنا لك كل التوفيق في باقي المباريات ونشوف اذا حتتاهلوا معنا ولا لا.
Yes, Baron Peak, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We know that you've got to go and get prepped and ready for the final 2 maps as they are on Miramar. So with that, let's go back over to the desk so that they can break everything down before our next map of the day.
I'm really glad we got to check in with Baron Peak here as they're now fallen out actually of the top 8, and of course attention is going to be riding high for them, but not riding high as much for Forest, who were able to bank themselves actually I'm going to go as far as say it, quite a lot of free points in this game. They found themselves in a great position. It was an easy win for them towards the end, and it's 17 points going their way.
I mean, yes, it was an easy win for them at the end. I said in the last game, they weren't out of the woods yet. This wasn't a spectacular win. Olympus will be the Qiddiya man of the match with his 4 kills, and they lumbered their way into this one just a little bit, but it was that shift, gave them the circle, and it is what it is. You win the ones that you get,
Absolutely.
And they got it at the right time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the other teams that were kind of trying to rival for those positions, you saw as Day Trade obviously sent south of the road. Technically, you could have tried to go something north of the road. It would have been a little bit difficult, but it's 17 points for them, as we mentioned. 17 Gaming here with another 12 points. That, I mean, they're already pretty much secured, considering they're now in 4th position here. And D plus Kia is trying to make a challenge against all of this with 10 points going their way. They're still in 15th, but they could jump.
I'm not going to say it's a Sisyphusian task just yet, but it is a very, very difficult one. They've got to have 2 big games to make that climb. Taking a look at the total leaderboard, if it's all right with you, I think we just focus on that cutoff going into
absolutely.
2 more games.
Yeah.
Forest does climb to 7th at 60, but GP's only at 61. Tyloo at 57 is where that cut line is, and then 54, and then a little bit of a drop off, but still, that's only 10 points, James. And honestly, any of those teams, if they can win the next one or at least put up a good 7 or 8 point run, they're back in the hunt.
Yeah, and there are some big names still down there, of course. Daytrade, Petrichor Road, LG, all of these names that we're actually very familiar with on the international stage. Really having to scramble here for some final points as we take a look, because we've got Abdul Latif Jamil Motors as well on the go. They're going to have to be trying to drive towards success, as you can check them out. Toyota.com.sa/en/gamers for all of your motoring needs.
Motoring needs. Some of these teams need to motor a little bit better on these rotations. I think it's going to be very challenging, especially Luminosity. You've seen them maybe get a little bit better on their rotations, but they're not giving us the entertainment we want. Now, if you want the entertainment, you can get it right now with a 50% off code, Gamers8 at osnplus.com. And I think they're not entertained with the way that they have played these circles. They're coming in a little bit late, and I think that's some of the story for our teams on the bottom. They just aren't quite clicking. You know, we saw that with Friendly Fire in the last match. I almost said Free Fire for some reason. Friendly Fire kept trying to find these rotations. Every time they pushed in somewhere, there was already a team sitting there. And sure, they're winning the fights a little bit, but they're limping after that and just can't put the points together.
Yeah, a rough circle, especially for some of the teams in the south here, though, on this Miramar, right? If you think about how you're having to come off from Minas Generalis and from the Picado direction as well, so much of that area south of where you have that road, aside from where 17 had that kind of compound, it's so open for these teams. So that's why you're seeing like D plus Kia, even Sarvam to a degree, send towards those dips. And then I think Menuda, once again, he loves the mortar. He loves it.
Menuda, we're going to rename the mortar Menuda because this guy is a legend when it comes to that thing.
Hey, amazing. He keeps hitting them. He keeps hitting them. It wasn't that hard to hit the Sarvan one, though, in this game. They were right next to him. But anyway, all right. Thank you very much, Toppers. It is time for a break, of course, here for PGS 2 for Gamers 8. We're going to go to that when we return. We have the penultimate Miramar on the way to figure out who is going to be moving on to the grand final.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطوا الباكت حطوا الزنجر حطوا مايتي حطوا تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. I put that way to get that dough, but I don't break. Cause I told y'all, all you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
It ain't no race if I don't win, as it is a do or die time for these teams. 4 Angry Men being the one that's kind of the most comfortable inside the cusp right now, but then it falls down into GP, Forest, Tyloo, all just about 4 points away from each other. Sarvim going to be nipping at their heels, but then a 10-point drop down into Day Trade, E-Arena, LG, and Friendly Fire is 2 games remaining. You can't mess this one up.
Still so much to play for, though. As you said, with that 10-point drop-off, any one of those 4 teams you just mentioned, Friendly Fire, LG, E-Arena, Day Trade, even Petrichor and D plus Kia to some extent with 38 points each. I mean, all it takes is a very good game with a pretty decent kill count. And some of the teams in that cusp to fall, which we've actually seen, you know, obviously Twisted not being able to get as many points today, same with Na'Vi, Expendables as well. A lot of the teams that were surging from the bottom and struggling actually did manage to get some pretty solid games, Matt.
And a big part of it is, can you avoid Twisted Mind, Na'Vi, and the Expendables? Because they have been the X factors that can just absolutely ruin teams, as we are on our way to our second to last game of the day. Miramar is going to be where we're riding out the entirety of this one, and man, oh man, tournament survival on the line, as this is just PUBG at PUBG's finest.
Yeah, and I mean, even though, it's pretty well known at this point, you and I love Miramar. It's my favorite map. I think it's your favorite map too. Taego is very quickly starting to kind of overtake it, though.
It did try to sell me on that whole Shipyard game a second ago.
It definitely did, but look at this playing path, very east, cutting off a pretty decent amount of this map from the west and the teams that would want to stretch there. So the possibility of maybe seeing some alt drops is there. I still don't think we're going to see any early contentions here, as again, with only 2 games left, it's just the risk is too high, and it's just not, it's unnecessary.
The only thing that we might see as awkward is maybe fighting over a vehicle. And that would be about it. Nobody wants to hot drop on top of each other. Actually, look at how many teams don't even want to go to the east right now, just because they're figuring that's where everybody's going to be going. It is a just push it as far as you can western run.
The thing that worries me, though, again, is a circle that would, you know what we actually have not seen in any of these Miramar games is a circle leaning very far south, like even further south than Shuma, like towards Higos, right? There's actually a lot of fun areas to play in there, not even just compounds, but just the terrain is very conducive to walking and playing on foot and taking those firefights, especially in 4-on-4s. I'd really actually like to see a southern circle, because those can be really fun, especially for an aggressive team on foot, to watch them kind of the adaptive playstyle there. So I'm hoping for that. Obviously, I don't really always get what I want. This will be a very much central circle here around La Bandita and Los Leones.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
But if you didn't.
This is still a pretty open circle. We do have the hillsides that are around Puerto that are very fun, one of my favorite areas. But we also have some of my least favorite areas, as we've got the Impala fields that are going to play, the Picado fields still also going to be in here. We even have just a touch of a wall from Power Grid in play, but that should kind of give you an idea on how far down to the southeast that this is going to be, as Hacienda is our pretty much northernest area inside of it.
Yeah, and not only that, but again, kind of going back to a conversation that we had earlier, we really haven't seen many urban endings at all. So like, if we do see this one end towards Los Leones, we've seen time and time again, not only regionally, but internationally, how claustrophobic that city can be, especially when you have those high rises, especially with the unfinished, kind of skyscrapers with all the scaffolding up there. It can lead to some pretty hectic firefights, as well as some pretty hectic angles to try to find some cover from. Not to mention, there's like multiple 5-stories in there as well.
And I'm having flashbacks to a specific qualification phase at PGC 2019, where La Bandita was kind of an important section of a phase run to try to make a comeback, and that's pretty centered inside the circle
of all time. Yeah, Phase Sunday, I mean, that's pretty much where it was born. I mean, that still was one of the more impressive days of play we've seen. But yeah, that La Bandita as well. you know, being one of those areas that's a massive bull, and there's so many different areas to actually play around, especially east and west. Those two sides generally don't fight, but they do dictate a lot of the rotations that happen around that area. So we'll see if that comes into play. Again, obviously this is just first circle. Many of the teams actually already inside this one, Matt, with only a few needing to rotate in, those ones being Forest, Game PT, which is already pretty much in there with Daku as a foothold, and then you also have just to the southwest, Day Trade and DD Team.
DDT kind of being our odd team out right now that maybe if they have the two best games that they've ever had, we might be talking about, but there's such a big point drop off around them right now. It's pretty hard. I mean, it's even hard whenever you're looking just at the Sarvam Day Trade drop off. Once you start looking much further down there, you just have to pray that everybody else goes out early and you have the best game of your life. But that said, looking at GP, Forest, Tyloo, you can't touch the brakes right now. One bad game and then suddenly you're just back in the thick of all of it.
Yeah, if DD Team goes out early here, I would almost venture to say that their tournament run here may come to an end, especially if they don't get any points at all, as they are going to be.
That's the scary thing, right? Is they're the ones that have to play for the biggest games of their lives, which means they're suddenly going to be just wild around everything. And if you come in contact with them, they can screw up your game pretty harshly.
Well, that's the thing with DD Team as well. We've seen them try to get aggressive early game. Obviously, we saw them take a fight in some of the other games. I think one of them was against Twisted, right? So they've been trying, right? They've been trying to employ a little bit more of an aggressive play style. They know that they desperately need the points through kills, but they're just not finding it. Even that game where we watched them lose the fight against the duo of Snakers and Kickstart, right? Like that was a good start for them, but they were still not able to close that one out. So yeah, it's going to be rough going for them if anything at all.
What's also going to be scary is how centered Na'Vi and the Expendables are inside this circle for everybody else. Hey, but at least they're not on the outside of the circle having to fight their way in, right?
At least they're also not harassing all the other teams. Again, the Expendables, what they did that last game to LG, they have done time and time again to any of the teams that is rotating around them. They love, especially when they're in the circle and they see teams rotating out on the edge, they love to mirror them and close off those rotations. And we have seen them punish teams so many times, not only regionally, but also here internationally. The Expendables, again, they have been just one of my surprise teams to watch, but also one of my favorite teams to watch now.
They hold down this weird triangle that keeps shifting where the third and
they're
fourth
always
position
split,
are.
yeah.
And it's always to counter move around any other team that they spot in rotation early. They spot out somebody several hundred meters out, and then suddenly the other two members shift around that, and then they're just trying to see if they can get anybody to stop, figure out, hey, who's going to stop and where are they going to stop to scout here, and then we set up a trap for them. And it has been one of the key components for how they've been able to climb.
I want to say, like, yeah, at least 60-70% of the time they're actually punishing those scouts as well. So very strong, very dangerous team to kind of rotate around, and I think the rest of the lobby is very well aware of that. So they're going to try. I mean, it's kind of hard to avoid the Expendables, especially when you don't know exactly where they're going to be, but fortunately for everyone, as we said, they're dead center, so they're probably not going to be doing too much of that, as everyone else is inside the circle, Matt. And when we look at the center of this one in between La Bandita and Los Leones, you know, there's a decent amount to play for. A lot of ridges, obviously some compounds there as well. Most of those already being taken, but more importantly, there is that road that pretty much cuts this one into north and south, and that road is actually not as easy to cross as you may think, even though it's, you know, it's usually not camped by any teams. It's just, it's hard to get across that road, especially with this many teams in the center.
LG do have a good vision onto it, and that's what they're trying to exploit right now. They're in a good line for this one, as well as other teams on our cusp. We do have Friendly Fire that's going to be playing just to a very strong compound around the Impala Fields area. They can look into the east and get a lot of damage out. And Luminosity, that's kind of what they're trying to exploit off of this, right? If this goes to the south, they're going to be great off. If not, it goes to the north. They've got some information. The problem with it is the teams that they're going to have information on are Tyloo, the Expendables, 17.
Yeah,
that's not necessarily a good place.
Fairly strong teams. And speaking of Tyloo, again, they have pushed their way all the way back here to the top 8. They are currently in 8th place, 57 points. They are the cusp now for some of these teams. Again, 3 points behind our Sarvam. And so there's a lot of pressure on them. Yes, they're currently in, but again, when you are that team that is currently holding the line, the margin for error is just so much less, especially when you make a mistake that can snowball into a really bad game.
Whenever you're in that 8th place position, that 7th place position, hell, even 9th or 10th, every single time you lose a member, you just feel the tournament slipping through your fingers, and it just puts so much more pressure on every single action you make after that.
Yeah, You know, it's rough being there, being on the cusp before, and barely qualifying for some events. It's nerve-wracking, man. But
dude, just listen to how quiet it is in this circle.
Yeah.
That should tell you how nerve-wracking it is for so many of these players. Nobody's wanting to make commitments. Nobody wants to be the first team to just get pounced on.
Yeah, and that's also the problem with these big circles, though, where there is a lot of room to play, is everyone does set up fairly comfy, cozy, as you like to say, but the problem then becomes the next shift. And even in Circle 2, it starts to create a lot of problems for these teams, especially if it does go east here. We see a lot of those teams bunched up around Los Leones and La Bandita. Again, that road becomes very dangerous to traverse and rotate on if the shift does come east, especially with how many teams are currently in there. So that is something I'm looking for. I'm actually looking at Petrichor to possibly rotate to the south. Oh no, Hella, this is not where you want to be as a solo at all. As Paige already getting very aggressive.
Oh my God, he's just managing to hold this together the best they can. Hella's finally going to go down. And is it going to come at too big of a cost? They want to get the flush out. They should be able to get the reses, but that was scary. This is a strong compound, and I understand why he wanted to scout it, though.
Yeah, but that was very worrying. The fact that he got 2 knocks onto Friendly Fire, I was worried that Paige was actually going to get flushed there. That would have been a tragic, tragic start to this game.
And who heard that? The Expendables. Who's already sent a couple of members over there to scout that compound? The Expendables. So another firefight happens over there. It's going to get third party.
There's a good chance. The only thing, though, with that, man, is that I mean, maybe, yes, especially if they're in vehicles, they could try to dictate that. But I think there's enough of ridges around there where they're thankfully somewhat safe.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you just want that. You are, and again, an agent of chaos.
Well, I'm just looking at it, and that's what they did. They hopped in the vehicles. They cut over there for a second. They were like, do we get involved? No.
It's too far.
Too much. Not enough yet. But if that had been a 4-man crash, that could have been a different story.
Yeah, 4-man crash, I agree. They probably would have tried to get a little more out of that, get a little piece, so to speak, as we now are looking for this next shift. And it's going to center up. So again, a lot of these teams currently safe, but I am going to see, or I'm curious to see how many teams actually opt to send it into Leones. This Forest is also on the outside of this one, you pointing out on the east edge.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for them, is they are not in the most comfortable position in 7th place right now, and they're going to have to cut in around the Impala Fields itself. Los Leones is kind of open, so they can kind of sneak into that one if they would like to. Los Leones, all of it pretty much still inside the circle as well, so we can get another bait and switch. Bandita also going to be in play up into the north, as that area known for drawing a lot of attention in firefights as well. A couple of crosses now coming in for teams, but still just very minimal pot shots, which means the fact that information gathering a lot harder.
Yeah, especially like I said, if you're one of the teams that's currently maybe not in the best position in the north, you're coming in on the outside like Forest. I'm curious to see if they are going to opt to go for Leones. Like, yes, it's not the best position in the circle, but it is somewhat safe, and they know that they will be able to at least kind of move through the city and find a safe way in, as we do see Tai Lu find Zenith from D plus Kia. That's going to be one of their members falling in rotation.
I do want to point out we also do have 17 running a 2-2 split. Daytrade is trying to bisect in between them, running a split of their own. 17 is trying to regroup. We might see a skirmish off of that one, but that's about the hottest thing that we've got going on other than this D plus Kia rotation. Is it looks like they have finally found somewhere that's quite enough for them to want to stop. And I mean, that's a hell of a deal, is that's very centered. That is the center.
It is very, very centered. They'll find it for now. They do need to be careful later, but yeah, that Concrete Prow is going to be a decent spot. I'm also wondering how long the Expendables are actually going to be able to hold this split in this circle.
17 did regroup, as you can see now. Pretty all together. They did manage to bypass against Daytrade. That's just going to be the west of them. Petrichor Road going to be regrouping just to the west of Daytrade as well. That's one of the reasons why Daytrade now committing back into their firm regroup. Twisted Mind's going to be playing to the north, providing some referee. It's going to be Lou taking some shots into everything. But while this has all happened, Forest is also making their rotation into the east. They do have themselves Tai Lu as well as Friendly Fire that could be taking some shots in a minute. But yes, this is, I think if you're going to have to make them play into the circle, about the best you can do, but man, where do you even land? If you're not committing to Los Leones, you could get picked apart.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, an option here is for, the high ground would be optimal where LG is currently sat, so they should see that that's not an option, but I mean, even some of the warehouses below wouldn't be the worst, right? I mean, most of the terrain at this point, as far as the good terrain, is taken by a lot of these teams in the center, but there are some drop options here for for the team of GPT.
And they did send one down. Remember, that's how they lost Hella. He went down to the south, so that's why they're jumping with 3 at the time. Already see the Tracers going up after them. Again, I want this. I'm going to sit down and talk to a couple of these players and just see, like, okay, jumping in circle 2, you're the only team that's coming into it. What's it like having 10 teams all shooting at you and just watching everything come your way?
As they are starting to fall here, and they're going to be landing actually on the west side just where Sarvam is. Yeah, they're actually dropping right on top of Sarvam.
While Summer is also making a play over into the same area, looks like he's realized this is way too hot. I don't want to be involved, but if you mind, do manage to make a pretty decent landfall, take some damage out of it. She'll at least hit some of this, but it's going to be Sarvam gets a knock on finish, and this is not going well.
No, as you would expect, I mean, even with Sarvam kind of hunkered down on that concrete, they still were able to wipe them quite easily. But
here's the problem. 6th place team now out early. We talked about the worries of this
61 points. That's what happens. Again, they went for a very risky play there as the circle has actually shifted north. And yeah, so the Expendables will consolidate. This is what I was wondering, is when are they going to make that move, especially when they get dead center? There is no reason to hold that split any longer.
Oh, this is about to become even more nerve-wracking. Our teams that were playing down to the south, we've got a lot of clusters that are starting to come into play. DDT looks like they might be eyeing in the position where we see LG playing from. Moving right into that hillside is LG trying to regroup what is going on. Nades are going to slow it down. I don't know how much DDT wants to commit into this. Yeah, that might just be a reposition, but it's going to be Sarvam on the other side, who just did a good job on defending up their side. E-Arena also going to get that high ground that we just saw LG playing from just a moment ago, so they're going to be looking right down into all of this. LG not going to be too content in their position either. They're just going to go ahead and hop out. Looks like they've got their eyes set a bit more north, and given the fact that this is due center on TE's position, which is a field, yes, there's a lot of ridges in play, but it's also meaning the fact that it's everybody kind of playing along next to each other on the edge.
And I actually love this. Looks like Friendly Fire and Forest are currently eyeing the same compound that TE was split in just a moment ago. And so, yeah, as you were saying, the center of this, the plateau that the Expendables finds themselves on, that massive compound, is flat, right? So the area around them is very easy to see. As we now see the set, and yeah, both teams have realized this was free. Roth is going to get there first, but Master will land as well as we lose Snakers in rotation.
They're just looking for anything, and it looks like this dip is going to be all they can find. Everything else is going to be
for now, though.
Yeah, it's
not great, but it's okay.
I put a very big okay on this one. It is kind of terrifying. Let's never forget mortars are a thing.
Yeah, but if they can keep 3 up alive, Day Trade as well as the Expendables, even 17 are going to actually protect their position. Yes, they are in threat of being naded or mortared, as you said, 100%. But if they can just survive and become edge, they actually have a nice, I say nice, but they have a decent position to fight from. So we'll see. I mean, even with 3 members alive, that's not the worst.
And also the pathing options is one of the things we need to start looking at. Some of these teams that have kind of entrenched in. If this leans in and keeps the donut area of TE and their island in the middle of the field, the center point, we're going to see a lot of pathing in the hillsides to the west and to the east. Forest did get that compound earlier. Bendita itself now presently belongs to Friendly Fire, who kind of eyeing down that sight line. Forest, I think that they're more comfortable than anything that's happening over in the west whenever we're looking at LG's position, Day Trade for the time being, Petrichor Road, Twisted Mind still being that factor up in the north as well.
And they have so much northern control as well, a very wide split, and why not, right? They know, especially with the position that Spyro is holding, they know that there's nobody around them, and Petulin's now going to be able to drive in for free as he was rather far. We're about to see this next shift, though, and this is where the chaos will come, especially if it goes north. All those teams in the south are going to be left without a... And it does. And look now, the position that I love that Roth backed off of that, because he's like, you know what, we still have the entire bowl of Bendita to play. There's no reason for me to give up that life, especially when we watched him give up his life in that previous game against Forest coming in on the west edge of the fields there at Gatka. So keep 4 alive and keep a good position.
I love this from DK. Just go. You've got to go right now. Nothing's going to be good. Just try to get ahead of everything else. There's a bit of hesitation as the rest of the teams are like, what the absolute hell do we have to try to work with inside this? There's fields on opposite sides of Bendita. Bendita itself being a key component inside of it, and it's also going to be Navi as well as the Expendables holding down strong points in it. And to the north of that is going to be 4 Angry Men. All of our outlier teams in Tyloo, E-Arena, DDT, Sarvam, 17 Gaming, Petrichor Road, Day Trade, and it's just going to get so crazy into this one. 777 has actually moved down to the south. DDT as well as E-Arena already inside of their fight. Sarvam is just going to bypass through all of this, hoping the fact that they can get by whatever is going to be trying to brew out of the Expendables.
Expendables. But I don't know where Sarvum's going to go as we look at this fight for team. And also, don't forget about what I said about LG. They're actually in a position now where they are edged, and they should be able to use that position slightly to their advantage. As now Arena Zizzy will go down. Evo Pig will go for the trade. It's just down to Mighty, and Arena is so close, but so far as they will go down. Emo Pig potentially with 4 kills might be able to recover the team.
Oh, but he's got 777 that's still playing the position on the outside of this one. He's got to be so cautious. 17 Gaming, nobody wants to commit in because they realize that there's a very high likelihood that they want to die. So this has led to this game of chicken on the outside of everything. So with Taego having to make an odd pathing, it's going to be Petrichor Road jumping inside their vehicles and pathing right next to 17.
Yeah, look at the way that 777 is flexed out. Again, this is such a confident team. The ability to go into a 3-1 like that and just take some loot, take the kill as well, and help wipe DD team. Expendables looking so strong, but as you said, it's going to be Petrichor now rotating into the southwest and 17. And Daytrade also has a very rough rotation as they're going to go between LG and Twisted.
There is going to be a crate that's going to be landing next to LG to provide some more cover and maybe some more sustenance for them to have to deal with. Taego finds a sneaky little path, and they're going to just be playing on top of a hillside just to the southeast of everything. So Petrichor Road having to deal with the fact that it is going to be expendable sightlines in just one moment when they crest that hill. And if they opt away from going where 17's at, it's going to be LG and their dip that they're going to be playing. Suchu getting a massive amount of damage into this to start it off. But the Petrichor train is beginning. The caravan is going to be hunting down anywhere to stop at. They're going to bypass what's going to be going on with LG. It looks like they're going to be running right next to the expendable sprays coming out. Summer's already going to be going down, and it's going to be 777 that's going to be finding that. Petrichor Road cutting up. Looks like they're going to be finding a path right along where D plus Kia is going to be stopping at. The shack, this is the only place that they can go. They're going to be popping out right into it. Nade's going to be landing out right on top of them. Petrichor just getting picked apart.
And just like that, yeah, where do you go? Axelif now the only member left alive as the fight on the west has started. It's going to be LG versus Daytrade, but still the Expendables doing so much damage to the other teams on the field, and now 17 will join the fight here on the southwest.
This dip is the new process point where everybody's wanting to move into, and the rest of LG just cannot manage to hold it. They're going to go down early and cause another set of pressures to mount up inside their next game. Daytrade, though, still has to contend up against 17 Gaming. DDT got separation away from all of this, but with the way that the new circle has managed to pop and it's staying right along this Expendables, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds line, our outlier teams on edge yet again having to make a leapfrog into desperation.
Daytrade, they found a momentary reprieve from all the chaos here on the west side, but they still have 17 underneath them, and more importantly, they have Twisted above them, and the Expendables comfortably sitting in the south. And so, they're going to survive for now. The next shift is, if they don't get it, they're going to be in quite a bit of trouble. And even looking at the east, you do have Friendly Fire that are still in. They have a massive ridge to work with there on Bandita, but if they get pushed out, they then have to contend with Na'Vi as well as 4AM. So no one is comfortable here just yet.
The only benefit for everybody that's in the hunt right now and trying to get into that top 8 is Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and the Expendables are all very defended in this. So it means that there's going to be a high likelihood that they're going to eat a lot of points. Downside, you want those points yourself.
You also want the positions that they're in. So that's a big problem. Is now Tyloo is going to pull up right on the position here on the south side of Sarvum. Nade's now coming out from Sarvum. They know that they must get rid of this team.
While this is going on, the Expendables have actually separated out. They're moving more into DDT's position, and they might get a backflank onto Tyloo. This is meant for a very awkward firefight. Tyloo, while they are inside the circle, they have to be careful. Force is also going to be coming out here. It's going to be Friendly Fire taking shots into them. That's going to force them more into the south. Sarvum reading this, seeing the opportunity, cresting back into this hillside. The 8th place position team presently at 59 points, down to just a few members clinging to life. Baron Peak goes for a peek inside the smokes and seeing if he can find it, but no! 755 is going to deny that at least as Blue Zones and Forest both coming in.
And Forest, as you said, are coming into this fight now. Knock is going to be traded there. 755, the last member left of Tyloo as he's doing his best to fight, but they will actually wipe. But 10 kills, the size of the Expendables. Their ability to flex out and dictate this fight has just been so impressive all around the circle on the south side.
While this is happening, we also have Friendly Fire in the north, realizing their kills to be had here, making a shift down into it, being slowed down by what's going on. I know, these guys are just running amok and ruining everybody's day. The Expendables taking control of everything to the south. Forest now just down to 1. Friendly Fire moved moved in here. They wanted some kills, and now they're starting to be pinned down by the Expendables.
Yeah, Friendly Fire had to come out of, well, actually they didn't even need to come out of that bull just yet. I think they were trying to get points off of Forest in this fight, but now they find themselves in quite a disadvantageous position here, kind of in a bull on the east side. And the problem is I don't know if they can get back up to that because of the position that Na'Vi holds, so they're gonna have to get rid of Forest quick and then start to move up to take this fight with the Expendables on the south.
Skeppy just sending it, man. There is very few options to work around, and cresting closer and closer to Na'Vi, he realizes, okay, this small dip is gonna be about all I've got to work with, but that could still have sightline by Friendly Fire at any given moment. The circle hard shifts yet again, and it's gonna go down into the southeast. It's gonna be the Expendables, all that control that they've been having with Na'Vi up in the north. Good luck to our teams in the hunt. Day Trade Friendly Fire is you're going to have a hellacious firefight ahead of you.
Yeah, Friendly Fire now know that they need to take the fight again. They need to get rid of the Expendables on the south. The problem is Expendables are so comfortable fighting for their position, and they even have a nice 2-1-1 split there in favor of fighting Friendly Fire. So, I mean, depending on how this one goes, at least Na'Vi is in no position to, I was going to say third party yet, but they're actually going to get the knock on a 7-7-7, and here comes 4EM. This is going to be behind their position.
Rolling in the Bandita crater itself. They're going to pop up right back behind Friendly Fire, and this could be a deadly jack-in-the-box. Friendly Fire, they at least managed to take down what was going on with 7-7-7 in front of them. Sharpshot's going to be hopping into a vehicle at roughly the moment they crest out. Crazy's going to get some damage into Page. Friendly Fire backs up against the blue zone. They don't have to move too far to get into safety, but it's going to be 4 angling men. They're taking the shots into it. You can see 49-49 for Day Trade and Friendly Fire, both with everybody between them and 4AM presently out.
Friendly Fire just needs to hold. They know they just need to kind of wait this out, wait for the blue to slowly start to cut out 4AM and cause issues for them. Otherwise, those angles are way too strong as we're now heading up to the northwest side of this Twisted Minds, embroiled in a fight with D+ Kia. Another one of those teams that must survive this with as many kills as possible. Down to 3 already as they're taking a fight against Twisted in a hill that is not in their favor. They're hunkered down in a shack.
While all of this edge fighting is happening, Aixlip somehow managed to sneak his way into the zone right north of the Expendables while they were caught up with Friendly Fire. So in a safe position, playing for any type of position points they can. But to the downside of 4 angry men, Na'Vi has realized this reposition. Looking up the hillside, and you can see it has just become so gate-kept. We've got Na'Vi and the Expendables both just holding back 4 angry men, and anything that Friendly Fire is trying to do, every single inch that they're just trying to fight their way into this zone is getting punished by anything that's coming out from Na'Vi as well as the Expendables.
Delwyn is just a massive thorn in Friendly Fire's side as he is sitting on top of that big barn building, that big warehouse, and he is just raining down hell. He's knocked multiple members of Friendly Fire. They are able to at least recover it as Day Trade will fall, but yeah, they need to deal with this. Otherwise, Friendly Fire is pinned down. They're now actually opting for a fight against Na'Vi, and I think this is the correct play.
I think that I said a second ago that Aixlip's him in a shack. No, he's not. He's got a hay bale is what he's hiding behind. I believe is what we saw a second ago. So Twisted Minds now moving a bit more into this D+ Kia line, as Twisted Minds also has a lot of vision up on top of that hill, realizing that they want to get rid of the threats that are back behind them. And
beautiful shift for Friendly Fire, though.
Ooh, this is going to be even more of a problem as Twisted Minds now has to get aggressive into this line, and right in between the Na'Vi Twisted Minds sandwich is going to be D+ Kia, and Aixlip has to move.
Aixlip does have to move, but the problem is he's going to move into a potential position there where the Expendables will find themselves. They have a ridge, but I imagine they're going to start to send someone towards Friendly Fire to kind of keep tabs on what's happening in that fight, and the other ones will go out to clear the circle in front of them as the deployable cover will fly away. Alia will find the nade onto Deva, and that's another member down for D+ Kia.
High ground still favoring up into this Twisted Minds line. You can see that they've got the vision for now, but they are going to have to move. The Expendables really being a key factor in this, as well as Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds still keeping an eye on them, not making it too easy for their rotation. But you said Na'Vi, Friendly Fire, they have control of this line. Friendly Fire, you can see everybody is dead around them on their leaderboard. If they want to make it into the top 8, this is their opportunity. But you can see finally it's going to be D+ Kia going down, and this is where everything's going to have to start to kick off. The blue zone is coming in, and it's going to be into the waiting arms of Na'Vi and Friendly Fire. Can you find a path?
Yeah, Friendly Fire, they're not going to get another opportunity like this with circle favor, as well as not having to deal with this kind of scuffle that's happening on the west side. Twisted is actually being forced into the sidelines of the Expendables, as now they're forced to defend. They could set up to kind of receive this, but they also have to be very careful because Na'Vi is now very comfortable in the north.
Friendly Fire doesn't have too much vision in what's happening over here.
They don't.
And that means that a lot of these kills are going to be going in amongst these teams. Na'Vi's going to be wrapping in right back behind where we see Twisted Minds at. So with this, all of these kills are just going to get soaked up by our top 3 teams, while Friendly Fire is just trying to just scrap up anything they can.
Yeah, but they have to be careful. They need to just slow it down because the win is more important than getting a few kills here and going out early. So they will kind of stave that push off. It is going to be Twisted getting kind of peppered between the blue as well as the Expendables, again, who have just been so dominant. I'm curious how many kills is the Expendables at right now?
They are at
15 kills!
That is, oh, they are just asserting so much dominance right now. We talked about point sponges. There are 3 at range right there, right? The Expendables, Na'Vi, as well as Twisted Minds. Luckily, Twisted Minds is now out, but so much circle control just going over to Friendly Fire and Na'Vi is the Expendables just an outline wall to play from.
So the Expendables do have a few angles here on Friendly Fire. They would love to push forward and play the ridges. The circle does close just a little bit to the west, still very central, obviously, being phase 8. It is going to be Na'Vi now pivoting. They know their biggest threat is going to be Friendly Fire in the south. Meanwhile, on the side of Friendly Fire, they need to spread out and make sure that they're not kind of sitting in the same pocket ridges. As one nade, some utility will get rid of them. But this is awkward. This is actually awkward for both teams because of the way this layout is. It's essentially 2 ridges forming into a plateau that both teams are going to try to peek over, as you see right here.
The Expendables and the third-party planners themselves eyeing exactly what's going on as these 2 lines are setting up against each other. Once this pops off, they will find a way to become involved in everything, as the circle has gone fairly centered, which means that there is near on no cover. Just a couple of hills to be playing from. You can see Na'Vi with just a couple of feet inside of it, as well as Friendly Fire, but Friendly Fire doesn't want to venture too much further out as they are still terrified of that angle and the lines that come out from the positioning of the Expendables.
This is awkward. Again, Expendables will be able to play somewhat of a plateau there. Whatever's left of that field they were playing just to the northeast of their compound there on the edge. But looking at, this fight is so awkward because it's just 2 plateaus trying to peek each other out. Excuse me, the plateau separated by 2 ridges there. As you see, the Expendables still very much can dictate what's happening, especially if a knock comes out here with this bolt from Tanbu.
Ooh, playing it patient. He doesn't want to reveal himself. Yeah, if he goes for a peek up there, that means that all of Na'Vi can spin back around. He's got the vision. Yep, they do spot him out as well, cresting the top of that hillside. It has benefits as you can look down and you get some type of cover, but 2 different squads waiting to pick apart your 2 remaining members is not a good place to be.
And this is just going to come down to the circle closing. It's going to come down to phase number 9, and it's going to slowly push both Na'Vi and Friendly Fire towards the center as they're both playing very close to the edge here. Vehicles now somewhat being used to block some angles here. But Na'Vi is moving up now. They're starting to get a little aggressive, but again, I worry about utility for both teams.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about as well. Na'Vi's had to bounce around a lot more, sitting on much lower smokes. They haven't been able to pick up a lot of kills, but it was in the much more death funnel area of where the firefighting at, where a whole bunch of the utility was going to be going. Friendly Fire's fights have been pretty clean over here, so they're sitting on a couple of smokes, but trying to figure out which areas you want to block out. Expendables, though.
Don't forget about the Expendables,
dude,
though.
They've been sitting up here for a long time and still have the tools to work with. Page gets a knock on a Duck Juice. That could make this a lot easier, as now Na'Vi going to start throwing out their utility as well.
That's a lot of damage, though. They need to push, folks.
Wrapping up.
Here it comes.
Coming up right back behind him. It's going to be Aya opening it up, gets the knock on Roth, looks back down Page as well. Pixel hiding inside the smokes, and that was done so fast. Shots going to be coming out now. The Expendables going to be looking down that hillside into everything. Pixel just trying to cling to life, getting any points he can.
Yeah, he is prone in the smoke, though. As long as he can survive, it's actually going to be the Expendables helping quite a bit. A lot of damage going their way. Na'Vi is still up against the blue, though, as they have center now. That is going to be it for the Expendables. It's just down to Pixel. He will get second place, but Na'Vi will clean that one up, and what a crazy game that was.
Oh, our top 3 fighting it out there with Friendly Fire, wanting to pick up any points they can. Second place, position
6
points,
points.
good.
Yeah.
But the kills, man, it's going to make it even a bit more hard, as we're going to be looking into this, as it's going to be still neck and neck on this leaderboard
I
now.
think they actually might have tied for 8th place there at 57 points. They might have even surpassed it. It's so close. But these guys have just been so controlling over these circles. They have had just an incredible amount of impact in all of these games.
I love Na'Vi. I love everything that Twisted Mind's bringing, but the Expendables are my spirit animal right now. Whenever I'm watching what they're doing, the way that they play,
so dangerous.
It's just so fun. The way that they navigate through everything. See, it's just a continual just shift and plan, realizing the moments whenever they pounce are just so good and so clean to watch. That in-game was just tiers upon tiers of important for so many different factors, and all of those teams navigated the best they could.
Yeah, the amount of, they almost, I think they were, I mean, a couple kills away from 16, maybe 17. They were so close to getting a 20-kill game. It's just ridiculous. They've been playing with so much confidence, and again, even with their splits, their ability to spread out and then find those frags, regardless of the position that they're in, even through some of those bad games. Man, I love that team.
We had so many teams in our cusp position. Top 8 go on to the grand finals. Bottoms are going to get eliminated. I cannot wait to take a look back through this round and everything.
So another excellent win for the world champions here. Na'Vi takes it here on Miramar after having a brilliant position against La Bendita to be able to convert. Joining me here, Toffees, to talk about this one. And yes, Na'Vi gets the win.
Yes.
Friendly Fire, though, they're fighting for that bubble spot.
Oh my gosh, they're fighting tooth and nail. They came up out of that crater. They tried their best to find anything that they could. And I'm going to be honest, though, that Na'Vi push was gorgeous. Yeah. That grenade got the knock, did so much damage, and then Na'Vi just poured up over the top of that hill like molten iron, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop them except Expendables, who tried to help a little bit. And then Na'Vi said, fine, we were going to give you second, but now you're stuck with third, Expendables.
And a little Tambu here trying to put the boot in himself here as we take a look at some of the final moments from this game. I mean, where Expendables was, they had what is one of the strongest compounds in this area by far, and then it's just fields around a lot of this. Eventually you get down to some of these crevices, some of these hills that do exist, but Na'Vi on the side of La Bendita and their pushes through is able to convert big. And they don't really need it.
No,
they're doing great for themselves. So good job, Na'Vi.
Yeah, but this is what happens with Na'Vi. They come down here, they play through the losers bracket, they get a whole bunch of confidence, they show up in the grand final, and they absolutely steamroll because they know that they can win. And that's what I'm liking about the way that they're playing. They're playing confident, they look really good. That game was no exception whatsoever.
No, definitely. I mean, beyond that, of course, let's talk about some of the other teams that were able to play out. Yeah. And I do actually want to go back to Friendly Fire here, because you were talking about them coming from the crater here and being able to actually play this as well. It does still feel like, and you said it at the beginning of the day, they've got some vigor behind them compared to some of these other rosters, and they're still hungry to get into that grand final.
I mean, they've got good mental. They work really hard to play as a team. They're out there grinding anytime that they're not in games. They're not taking time off after matches. They're working harder. And with the exception of Paige, who when you talk to all of them, they're like, we're so excited, we love being here. You talk to Paige, he goes, I finish. Everybody else.
He does say that.
100%. But everybody else is super hyped all the time, and I'm glad to see them doing well. But again, this is what it comes down to. The Expendables, 16 kills. They are playing incredibly well today.
Yeah, very well done here by them. Oh, Uber! Whoop.
Yeah.
1,000 damage, but only 2 kills
Captain.
to his name. I mean, it really does show the amount of impact that they actually had on this lobby as well, right? You might not have the boatload of kills that you might want off of that amount of damage, but they were influencing things hugely when it comes to the position that they had against La Bendita. And the man of the match from Kidia will be Uber, getting the 1K. Is that the first 1K we've had on a man of the match? I cannot remember.
On a man of the match, perhaps. I think we saw a 1K.
Yeah.
We might have seen one on Perfectix yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
Either
of course.
way.
What am I talking about? Never mind.
Uba, though, the GOAT, and shows us why. You know, sometimes a little passive. Sometimes he seems like he wants to sit back and let the rest of the team do the work. But when it's time to play, he comes out and he absolutely shines. That
being said, though, 21 points as well for the Expendables, who, again, did have what is probably one of the strongest positions out of all of that. It's very difficult to displace, and it's very difficult to push up against the position that they had. Twisted Minds again up here. All of those big sponges make now going into this final match
Such
even
good
closer.
news for Friendly Fire, though. To be surrounded by sponges means that when we look at this, they're going to be a heck of a lot closer.
All right, so let's talk about it, because right now, danger zone for especially Forest, Game PT, Taego, Sarvam is obviously currently out of that top 8, and Friendly Fire has now put themselves in the running as well. But honestly, anybody on that right-hand side, especially if those three do fall out, you have a big game coming into this next one. You could be moving.
And that's a big part of it, because normally you're chasing one team, and so much depends on, say, Taego having a bad game for us to catch up. The fact that there are 3 teams between 60 and 61 means that for Sarvam, for Friendly Fire, these 2 teams, there is a high chance one of those 3 will drop the ball. So if you go out and you play your best game, you only have to pick up 6 or 7 points. If one of them gets caught early or isn't able to make any moves.
I mean, if the stars align, 4AM could be in trouble, but you'd have to have all of those teams below you getting them enough and then trying to push on beyond it. So, I mean, in terms of what we've had from Miramar so far, quite the variance in terms of results and how that's been playing out. Again, looking at Na'Vi, it does bode well for them.
It does.
Because the winners bracket looked kind of dire, but now it looks like they're back on the horse.
Yeah, they are back on the horse. They're coming in with that momentum. I love that we're ending on Miramar. Miramar's one of those maps that it starts as a chess match but ends in a fist fight every single time. And so we get to see these teams that excel at both sides, the micro and the macro part of the game, excelling. Friendly Fire is trying to get to the level they want to when it comes to both of those things. Their macro has improved and their team fighting is getting better, but in that war against Na'Vi we saw, there are just teams that are faster and quicker to get into those engagements and clean up.
I'm going to ask you for a bold claim prediction.
Okay.
Of course, Game PT's there, Forest's there, Taelu's there, Sarvam's there, Day Trade's there. Well, sorry, Friendly Fire's there. Out of those, which 2 teams do you think might be able to do it?
I think Friendly Fire can do it. They play careful, and I think Sarvam can do it. They're going to stay on the outside. They're going to be slow, and they're going to try to get a net of 4 points and hope others fail.
All right, to the casters, the final game of the losers bracket. Let's head over to Godspeed and Matchroom.
Friendly Fire making it into the tail end, but just couldn't get the kills to get them into the top 8. It is going to be neck and neck all the way through this one, but let's not forget squads like when we're looking at 4 Angry Men, Forest, who's been putting up some crazy good numbers of their own today. There is so much on the line, and oh my God, we finally don't get a north-south 50-50, and it's going to be in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a southern plane here for a lot of the teams stretching north, but I really thought Friendly Fire had actually just done enough to get there, but still only 6 points behind 8th place now, Matt.
See, look, I do have a soul Godspeed. I'm like, okay, out of all the games on this one,
very questionable.
All right, so we've got E-Arena going to make their early jump out, as so much of this is going to be just monitoring that top 8. And out here, if you're in the bottom 8, you're just done. You're just done. There's nothing else that you can do. This is all she wrote for your squad. 8 teams after this are going to be done with this tournament. 8 are going to be moving on to the grand final, and with this, you've got to make your opportunity. You've got to make the shot, as it is, again, just so freaking close. 3, just what, how many points are we looking at a differential?
6 from Friendly Fire to Taelu, and then even, I mean, Day Trade is only 11 points behind as well, and then Sarvam obviously only being 3 points behind at 9th place, so this is so close. But even that, like if you look at 7th and 6th place, right, they're only 1 point ahead of 8th. So I mean, again, for 4AM to drop, there would have to be some catastrophic happenings here as we look at mainly actually a Picado central circle here. It's actually going to be just above on the plateau there where we find Twisted Minds looting around Power Grid. And this one, these circles can definitely get a little awkward as well. That being said, not as dire as some of the positions we saw in the circle before, because there's quite a lot to play, especially on the north side. Especially with how southern this plane is, you have to imagine a lot of those teams will realize that the north is open.
And so Raps could be quite big for him. San Martin, Hacienda, water treatment, all of that open right now. Even the factories that are just going to be to the east of Crater Fields. All the good to be had over there. The issue is, while we talk about the bounty that is the north, there is just the fields that is the south around Picado that is just terrifying me with the way that the circle's been going.
Yeah, circles, I mean, the amount of hardships we've had every single game, too. It's not just been like 1 or 2 games. From group stages to winner's bracket, now here to lowest bracket, the amount of hardships we've seen has been pretty astronomical as far as tournaments go. And it's caused a lot of issues for these teams, but we've also seen some teams just adapt so well to that. The Expendables being one of them. Obviously, we're looking at winner brackets, Sonics, Cerberus. I mean, Cerberus just thrived in hardships, right? And so we've seen some teams absolutely take advantage. We've also seen some teams struggle, specifically when I look at the bottom of the leaderboard here. Daytrade, obviously, Luminosity, D plus Kia, Petrichor, Road. The fact that they're sitting in 15th place is still beyond me.
It's, well, we're seeing so many hardships, and these are teams that also do like to play edge significantly and try to get a lot of kills based off of that whenever they get the benefit of it, right? And if you're always having to chase the circle and you're having to do it with 5 teams next to you, it's not necessarily the easiest way to climb up that leaderboard. Also, stacking most of your players inside of one vehicle, not the most comfy way to climb the leaderboard either.
I mean, at the very least on the south side, they know that they're going to be safe, especially because they do have Bobbsing Head up ahead, right? But yeah, stacking 4, could you imagine if just someone happened to see this in this area? But Game PT is a team that is not safe. I mean, they're in 7th place with 61. They're only 1 point ahead of Tai Lu, who is the 8th place cusp at 60. And so you imagine the pressure on them. We saw their faces after that last drop, and they were just, threw their hands up. They were very frustrated with that.
This is a game where you prove it, right? With as close as it is on this leaderboard, you prove that you deserve to be in the grand finals. A big part of it's going to be mental. You've got to let your superstars be superstars, but you also have to get them in the position to where they can thrive. And there is a plethora of good places to play from, but also there is going to be some hardships to come. If I have anything in the way that these circles have been going, it's just absolutely insane. As we're going to be eyeing everything. Let's not, again, forget about the impact of, as we can see, a couple of emergency pickups, 777, getting shot to pieces, but surviving and scouting with bullets that's what he's want to do.
And LG already on the hunt. They know they need a big win. Not only a big win, they need to get points. They need to get as many kill points as possible. And for a roster like this, which can very much do it, I mean, they need to start hunting these kills down.
The issue with it is they need so many teams to collapse in above them, as well as they're not, they got the shots in, but that's about all they're going to do to it. It does feel like this is a bit more of a safety play. I don't necessarily fault them for not going out too early, as there's a decent chance the crest of the hillside might have somebody on the opposing side from TE, most notably Delwyn, who might have hit some shots into him. But I also agree with what you're saying. Every point, man.
It needs
every
to be,
point.
Yeah, it needs to be a balance of finding a good position, but more importantly, a good position where they can get frags. If they're not going to hunt teams down, which being 18 points behind doesn't necessarily mean they need to, kill everyone in the lobby, but they need to get in a position where they're able to farm kills. And so whether that's hunting a couple teams early that they know are split and they can afford to punish, or getting a central position where they can actually kind of do something from, they're going to have a big game ahead of them if they have any plans on qualifying. And I actually also want to point out, one of those teams on the cusp, Friendly Fire, have opted for that northern rotation, which is a very smart call from Roth.
I'm nervous for Sarvam, though. They have moved right next to Twisted Minds and Power Grid, and that's not going to be the most comfortable of positions to play as we watch this one continue to move forward. Crazy does get spotted out. He's going to go down. Americano's going to go ahead and pick this up. This is going to be along that Power Grid area just the east-south of San Martin. It's going to be the exchange coming out. Deva actually still playing pretty far away. They're playing the opposing hill to the northwest of this. Got vision on 4 Angry Men kind of making their way up the hill.
This is a very strong position for either team. If they can be the only ones up here, though, Molly's going to cut off the stairs. Xiaolu knows that. And then this is also the problem with this building. Pushing up is so difficult. There's only one staircase up. There's only one way up, and it's very easy to smoke that off or use Molly's, as you've seen here. Plus, on top of the fact that Menuda and the rest of D plus Kia is actually spread out on this, I do think, though, they might be able to recover Crazy. It all just depends here. Unless Menuda's able to find that. Zenith, though, is trying to cover that res.
It's a big problem because remember, Deva is still playing pretty far away from this one. Doesn't want to surrender that positioning. And now it's going to be the rest of 4 Angry Men coming in to try to provide some support. Japion also going to be playing in an area that doesn't really, Deva can't really do too much more about it. He's got to be more contented with the fact that Friendly Fire is now on top of him.
Yeah, actually, Friendly Fire now on top of Deva, as you said, on the north side of this. And so that's just a 3-man now fighting against 4AM, and it looks like they're actually going to be able to recover this res. Americano's going to wisely jump out of the top of that building now and create some confusion there for the team of 4AM, but they will at least get Crazy up.
This means that number advantage is going to shift back into 4 Angry Men. D plus Kia looks like they're going to kind of relent on it, right? They're just saying, okay, you can have that compound. We'll take the one next to you. They do have vision on high ground into it with Zenith, but this is, I can understand. They're playing for their livelihood. Making a push into a compound early can be quite problematic, but at the same time, having 4 Angry Men right next to you is its own set of problems, right?
Yeah, especially when we look at where Deva was, right?
Yeah.
They weren't even a full 4-man. Yeah. They had Zenith on the other side of the rock trying to maybe bait that res, as we do see some Some utility coming in here, but it's a little late for that, as now they've just regrouped as a 3-man here on the south side.
And Friendly Fire did retreat down the hill, so Deva is trying to regroup, and that is one of the reasons why D+Kia is now shifting much more over to the west. You can see that they've abandoned the compound. They're like, okay, they're going to rely on Deva's scouting that he was doing while all the stuff was going on with 4 Angry Men, and it's just pretty much a full reset, as if nothing even happened over here.
Yeah, nothing really happening at all. Again, none of these teams want to get in an early fight. They don't want to afford losing a member early, especially with so much on the line. Going to grand finals just guarantees you so much more money as well. And so, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to justify an early fight, as we also go down to Tai Lu now, and they're getting very close here as we see shots coming back and forth between them and the Expendables. That is the last team I would want to fight if I'm trying to get into this top 8.
In front of them is going to be LG, that's kind of running its own separated wall. Arena could be coming up back behind them. You can see now David is going to be regrouping. Petrichor Road going to be playing just to the south of kind of the craziness that we were looking at just a moment ago, as DDT is going to be wrapping into the north on top, where they're going to be moving into pretty close to where Twisted Minds is going to be at. 17 Gaming actually just didn't even leave Picado. Sometimes they do like to step out and get a bit more control of the area around them. They're like, nah, this is fine this time.
Yeah, 17's just going to kind of hang out in Picado. I mean, because even if this does shift north, like wherever this circle shifts, they'll be able to rotate out anyway. So they're just going to hang out. They also have, it looks like Zhao Bei just kind of off to the west side with Suju. So yeah, they're also holding for any rotations, maybe coming in late. They could potentially hold that as well. So.
This is a definitive position if I've ever seen.
I thought they were actually looking for rotations. No, he's prone behind a tractor.
I dare you to come into this compound.
That's an awkward angle. I'm stealing that.
I'm 100% stealing. This is tasty. I don't even think I've ever seen anybody defend up in this position like that.
I don't think I've ever died from that position. So, yeah, good on Zhao Bei to be quite cheeky there, as we see E-Arena now making their approach here with the emergency airdrop. They did loot Leonis, so they should have a healthy amount of loot as well as utility. As you see, 4 first aids, 3 frags as well, 3 smokes at the side of Zizzy. And so where are they going to go, though? Circle's about to post. They are in a good position being in the plane, as they're going to be able to see. And this is going to go so far northwest.
I do love the timing on E-Arena's pickup, though, right?
Yeah, very smart,
perfectly
very wise.
Whenever the circle is going to be popping, that they can be coming in. Now, people that are playing in the low ground are going to have to do a big regroup. And Sarvam looks like they've got their eyes set more into the position. The Twisted Mind's going to be playing DDT, also going to be coming in. Petrichor Road going to be wrapping around over into the west. 17 Gaming also just going to be cresting up that hillside where they saw Sarvam just a moment ago. LG is going to be on the backside of this, watching Petrichor as well as 17 Gaming, realizing, okay, this is going to be pretty rough rotation from us all considered. Down below them is also going to be Day Trade, as finally we're going to have EA come into this one, and they're going to be jumping in. They're jumping right into this one, and Forrest hasn't had a chance to full regroup. Scabby's going to be on the outside of it, and wow, Munto was just waiting for that one.
And Munto finds 2. That's actually going to be a big stall here. If Olympus, I mean, if anyone on Forrest is going to be able to stall and get some damage out there, it's going to be Olympus here. 2 knock now for E-Arena. Their tournament life is on the line.
Oh, and now with this, Olympus is going to lose another one. Olympus right on that line. They've got to make sure that they hold this one together. E-Arena, Scappy trying to retreat. It's just going to be him and Master. Forrest presently holding down that 6th place position, but it is not comfy. Just 2 points separating them out. Now trying to retreat, as Sarvam is going to be pathing in the distance. They realize, no, we cannot commit to this fight as much as we want it, but now it's going to be Global Army coming in back behind it. Oh,
this is a smart read, though, from Sarvam, especially when they look at the kill feed, as Master now is actually going to whiff that spray. He had the opportunity to knock Global Army. He didn't get it. A flash is going to come through. And again, Forrest also fighting for their tournament life. All these teams are on the cusp of qualification.
Forrest has to play this one so carefully. Now separated it out. They've got E-Arena right down below them, and now they've got Sarvan right on top of them. At least one of their members making for a very awkward situation. This is right the center of this circle, and one of the reasons why we're seeing everybody that's kind of fighting for it right now. And God, out of all the reasons to have the compound that everybody wants, Master's trying to go for a sneaky peek, but it gets instantly popped. Now having to step away from Scappy, can't provide too much support, and you can see Sarvam trying to make the push into this, realizing they got the damage. They don't want to let him med, but Master just has a good defended position, and it is scary to push into.
Yeah, he is going to molly there. That's going to be the delay that he needs. Again, he at least, fortunately, has half a boost going, so he'll regen just a little bit. They're still trying to get rid of him. Sarvam I'm sure is still also very nervous because they know if they start losing members, the rest of the arena may potentially come and find something. He's going to get the knockdown. A nice push, both Erangels. That was very clean from Sarvum to get rid of him.
Scappy just has to let that one go. There's nothing he can do. He's pretty much just one with that cactus that he's hanging out with right now and just hoping nobody else rotates over here and spots him out. Oddly enough, Baron Peak, the rest of the crew might be able to be loud enough to provide some type of defense for him, but he is centered up in a dip. Can't even really lean into much more than that, so not necessarily feeling the best.
Again, Sarvum with a nice rotation there and a good window of opportunity they capitalized on, and now there's dead center circle with really only two solos to have to, actually a duo and a solo to have to deal with, but that's going to be a very strong position for a team that is in 9th place currently.
Terrible for Forest, amazing for Sarvum as Taego going to be pathing in opposing side. Day Trade could spot them out in 1 second. LG did shift pretty far into the north. We do have GP that's making a push into a very separated 17 Gaming down in the southeast, but really it's just waiting for the new circle. It's going to shift northeast, and that compound that we were looking at a moment ago still going to be a key component for it.
A lot of teams now, though, may potentially come the side of Sarvum there on the southwest side. Again, those compounds very good. There's a massive hill. You see Baron Peak on as well. Taego, they are 4. Again, this is just do or die. A lot of these teams trying to play as safe as possible. They don't want to get in early game fights. Obviously, that's already been too late for teams like Forest as well as E-Arena, but Taego, at the very least, are coming on the weaker side of the circle. They will have to contest with LG, though.
This game is going to give me a heart attack. Taego just 2 points ahead of Sarvum right now, just stacked up. Clown Car going to be rolling in. Day Trade already got the high ground on side of this pathing. LG, fortunately, moving ahead of them might provide some type of pathing for them to work with. It's going to be the Expendables to get the northern part of this compound, as GP is going to have a path. 17's already going to go ahead and leapfrog back into the circle ahead of them. Almost all of these teams navigating this pretty efficiently to mitigate any losses.
Yeah, so far, but I'm also a little worried about Friendly Fire. They're in a really good, strong position now, but that position becomes a death trap because it isn't a bowl. It's at the lowest part of the north side of the circle, so teams like the Expendables as well as Na'Vi could potentially kind of trap them in there, especially if the circle does shift to the east. But for the time being, they will find themselves in a position that they can hold.
Everybody, for an update with Taego, Day Trade did move down their hillside, so with this, Taego is going to get their Clown Car into position, at least into the circle. LG going to go ahead and get that northern area. They are going to have the Expendables, and we talked about it. There's one team you probably don't want to poke too hard. Day Trade now going to be looking into Taelu's line. Not going to be able to get too many more shots as Taego kind of sneaks past this, but they are going to be moving back up that hillside pretty close to where Belmoth is going to be, and this shack is going to be where they're going to try to hide out for now. Already lost one member, and Shin throwing down the smokes. Here comes the rest of Day Trade.
They're going to be looking up towards that area where Baron Peak are. They know there's probably teams up here. Look at this. Day Trade now. Belmoth now pouring over. He's going to find the angle, try to get a little bit of damage there. Jiao Yang is the member knocked, and so they're trying to capitalize, but that nade is going to push him back just a little bit.
While this is happening, Baron Peak does hear this. He doesn't want to go too much further because remember, we saw what was going on with DDT. Also collapsed in just to the west of that compound where we saw the firefight going on with EA Forest as well as Sarvum a moment ago. So getting a bit more populated along this line is our teams clinging to life right now, realizing the fact that they are in the thick of a massive mess. And everybody, with the verticality of this area, nothing is really safe, right? You can have somebody crest up and just kind of look at what Day Trade's working with right now. They're going to be able to kind of monitor so much of what's going on. Hell, half of San Martin is still inside the circle.
Yeah, half. I mean, you see the two teams there. It's actually going to be 4 AM still with D plus Kia there sitting on that side. But there's actually a fairly decent amount of space to play in the center here. It is high ground, so less cover. But once you get up there, Daku is just riding his Schwinn. This is a really gross shift. Okay, there's actually less to play now with this shift than there was before.
Yeah, because with the hillsides and the way that they're going to interact with each other.
Specifically in the center is what I'm talking about,
yeah,
of course.
Twisted Mind's going to be cutting a path straight for that hillside. And whenever we look at the forest compound that we were looking at just a moment ago, it's going to become an even bigger catastrophe. Meanwhile, Taego, Day Trade right up on top of each other, realizing that they're going to have to make a move. Shin unloads, picks up 2 of them already. Day Trade looking down into this firefight. They want to get some more. Shin has gone down with this, but now what can Day Trade got to get out? Long's going to go down. It's going to be the Expendables at range, continuing to harass everything that moves around them.
Shots actually coming from the Expendables is almost like 600 200 meters away. And it's actually so far as they're still going to impact this fight here between Daytrade and Tyloo. Belmoth, though, he has been a linchpin there, holding Daytrade together with this angle, doing so much damage and holding them at bay in that shack.
Tyloo just wants to survive while Daytrade wants to kill everything, and they can't really do too much more. DDT does hear this, and they're starting to move more aggressively into this hillside. Cold's going to be up on the top of it. Now, looks like that Molotov did land on the inside.
No, it didn't.
Actually, it bounced off of the outside of this one. So with that, it's going to be Daytrade trying to make the push in, gets the vision into the lungs, going to take him down, but the flashes now going to start coming out. 755 getting the shots in. Poochus is going to go down. Tyloo still just trying to cling it together. This hillside's becoming more problematic as DDT right up on top of everyone.
Yeah, DDT now trying to get some points for the vehicle. The vehicle will not kill Poochus, but again, that volley would have been huge if he would have landed inside of the shack. But because he didn't, he's actually bought Tyloo some time, as now Mamu, the last member alive for DD Team. If he can just do something, he will actually get rid of Daytrade.
They are out. They can no longer make the climb that they so desperately needed. They are out in 10th place. Daytrade eliminated. Now Tyloo managing to hold their line for now, but they still need to move with DDT up on top of them. Sarvum right next to them, going to make this even more complicated. All the while, the Expendables still continuing to harass into this.
The problem, though, is Sarvum has to move into the circle, and Petrichor is already kind of sit at that line waiting for anyone to cross. And so as well, Friendly Fire taking shots is what's happening up at the top of this hill. And so Tyloo will move up into 6th. Now GP will be the cusp team. 61 points, 1 member knocked, 1 member still left alive.
Tyloo, where do you go? Though there's so few options. It's going to be Friendly Fire that's going to be gatekeeping the next set of compounds right in front of you with the Expendables, but they've been distracted as it's going to be LG that's moved more aggressive into it. Sarvum needs to move into Petrichor Road's line, but let's not forget Scappy is still alive for Force, trying to buy whatever he can as they're presently sitting in that 7th place position by 2 points.
And again, 58 points Sarvum, 54 still for Friendly Fire, 61, 63. All of these teams caught on the western edge. They could all potentially fall here.
Oh, while this firefight's going on, it's going to be Friendly Fire that moves more in. It's going to be Na'Vi just cresting back down right into where we see Twisted Mind playing. The new circle has popped, and it has shifted very, very center.
And that shift is pretty much to the detriment of everybody except for...
Oh, Force Gaming's out!
That's it. Force will be done. The tournament is very much on the line, and they have to wait to see what's going to happen. Tyloo, meanwhile, has still 2 members up with 2 to recover here, but it's actually just going to be down to Logs, and he will fall, and Tyloo is also out of there.
Oh, this is a big opportunity for GP, Sarvum, Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire trying to make a little bit more of a defended line, and Sarvum's going to be right back behind it. Petrichor Road is having to contend up with what's going on with 17 Gaming right now as they've gotten control over this hillside. They know that they need to finish this fight. If you mind, GP is going to be out as well, so this is going to get even more busy over here.
17 now just trying to clean up Petrichor. They will fall, but they still have a long way to rotate in. They potentially could hold something in the south there, but 4EM will have angles, and now it's going to be Sarvum and Friendly Fire to rotate. But Friendly Fire doing the smart thing. They're actually letting Sarvum go in first and be the bait.
Take the shots in. 17 Gaming had to recess back down the hillside to the south, so they're not going to see too much of this. Twisted Minds should get some vision in, and you can see the problems. Vehicles just going to be exploding around them. LG, here's what's going to be going on to the north. They're stepping into this one. Everybody is starting to fall. Friendly Fire seeing an opportunity, but they do not have the points right now to qualify.
They do still have 4 members up, 3 kills. They are not there yet. Where are they going to play? They know that if they potentially take the position over with Sarvo, they're going to be targets from a vast majority of the circle. Even still, they will take this position for now.
They managed to squeak by into this one. LG has a massive hillside to work with. Twisted Mind is going to be playing the opposing point for it. 17 Gaming now starting to take some shots into what's going on with Twisted Mind, slowing them down. Meanwhile, D+ Kia still clinging to life back behind Twisted Minds. As Twisted Minds kind of the big factor inside of all of this. They're in the center. They're taking shots at everyone. LG now making a much more aggressive move into that northern area, back into D+ Kia.
And this is what worried me, though. That position I talked about, 17 taken on the south side. They actually have a lot of vision on the various positions you see Friendly Fire spread out on. But luckily for Friendly Fire, LG, the boys from the same compound, Positive in North America are coming to help and have actually pushed Twisted Minds into a bowl away from the sidelines of Friendly Fire.
While that's been going on, let's not forget 4AM still alive over here. They're getting kind of close to where that line for 17 is, but 17's moving more aggressive into Friendly Fire sight lines as well. They've shifted down to the southeast and now looking right along that road. And while Friendly Fire is good for now, it's only for now. If they have to move, it's going to be a massive problem from the deal with. Meanwhile, LG sitting atop of all of this. Keep in mind, everybody except for Friendly Fire now dead in front of them. 12 points out. Well, technically 13 away from qualification.
But this is such a strong position. 17 again have taken. They're going to pull out the mortars, and those do seem to be aimed towards Friendly Fire as they can very easily start to cause quite a bit of chaos. But fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Friendly Fire is quite spread out, so one mortar will not take them out.
Eyeing this one up, playing it. Nade's now starting to come out. Pixel's going to go down, and he's been such a big. Yeah, he's been so big for them and their successes so far, and that is going to be a massive loss. The other members of 17 Gaming still kind of eyeing back down, seeing if they can keep Friendly Fire out of this one.
Going for Pixel?
Oh, this is going to be pretty complicated. Flood now up on top of this hillside, having to deal with D+ Kia. Spyro now looking down. It's going to be even more problematic for Friendly Fire.
They have now just 2 members left alive. Sharp Shot will go down. Pixel will fall as well. It's just down to Page. Now it is just down to Roth. They are but 3 points away from qualifying.
Oh, this is getting so scary. Most of those kills now, they're starting to go over to LG, sitting at 4. At this point, they're coming alive. But the question I think everybody's asking, is it too late?
I don't know. I mean, they would need to kill everyone in this circle for the most part and get the win. I mean, they are 12 points behind. And there's barely enough people for them to kill if they actually want to qualify. Roth just desperately hoping that no one sees him, that a few more teams will fall. He needs the placement points. Even if he can get a couple flushes, that might be enough if he can eliminate a team. But 17, 9 kills, very strong, and with a massive amount of control on the south side of the circle.
Who does the circle love? Is it going to give Friendly Fire the opportunity? Is it going to shift down to the south, not make him have to move, or is he going to have to chase down everything? 4 Angry Men now coming alive. They're going to have to be moving into this D+ Kia line of defense. Up on top of this is D+ Kia running very separated right now, but they do have the compound.
The good news though for Roth is that everyone has somewhat forgot about him. Yeah. Everyone has actually opted to go fight on the north side of this, which is going to be at that plateau just where all those buildings are above San Martin, and so a lot of this is actually going to give him quite some time to maybe even find a better position or even just get some placement points without moving at all.
Boingerman hopping inside of vehicles. Looks like they might be doing a very far northern wrap. If they do so, then they might bump into LG, but it looks like they might just be committed right into this compound that's going to be in front of them. Yeah, they brute forced everybody away from it, so now 17 Gaming realizing the fact that the pathing that they were wanting to take is being just jumped on by 4AM.
LG really needs to start pushing the pace though, because even if they win this game, if they don't do it with enough kills, I don't know if it's... I mean, actually, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Even if they get just a couple team wipes here and the win, no, it's very real. It's very real for LG to make this push.
Problem with it is their very real win condition is going to have to be going through Twisted Minds, who's going to be one of the closest ones to them. And man, Twisted Minds playing with no fear. 109 still 4 members up.
Still gives Roth a little bit of room here, but that worries me now because 17 may read this and want to wrap on the south and inadvertently may run right into Roth.
You just sitting there, you know, GP Force just watching this
that kid's heart rate
right now. Twisted Mind's gonna have to make some moves. Flood gets knocked. Good shot's gonna be coming up from Zhao Wu on this one, who's playing the opposing hillside. Twisted Mind's not wanting to just pounce onto this one yet due to that positioning from 17, as well as having D+ Kia right next to him. Oh, he's getting peppered at right now by Kickstart. He's just trying to clean the life, and no, he's gonna get eliminated. Friendly Fire 1 to 2 points out.
That is absolutely devastating. It's going to be Luminosity that finds them. They still have 3 up, and they still need to get rid of Twisted, as that's going to be a knock on the way of Flood towards Perfectus.
Perfectus, if you're going to knock somebody right now on a Twisted Mind, that's the one you want to get. LG now trying to make sure that they exploit this high ground. They want to get the flush into it as well. D+ Kia making a bit more of a move, seeing if maybe they can get something, but Menuda can't really do that. When Little Ghost trying to see what's going on with everything that 4 Angry Men trying to move down this hillside, they're just, this is such a hard push for 4 Angry Men to make. It is just doomed.
Yeah, and LG, though, they are clawing tooth and nail. They're still very much in this. A win and some more kills might just be enough. There's still 4 members left alive of 17, and at least 2 more of Twisted for them to claim, as Flood is going to find Dava as well, and they're going to flush Lou. LG is making this possible.
They are needing everything that they've got, all the reserves that they've been holding on. Every bit of mental needs to come into this moment right now if they are wanting to qualify. The opportunity has presented it. Can you take it? LG is the question on everybody's minds.
Just on the cusp of the north side, though, they still know that there's going to be a couple members of Twisted in, but more importantly, 17 is actually going to be the biggest issue for LG. If they want to move up, if they want to clear out Twisted, they need to do so with utility so they can make some sort of a run here without being completely shredded by 17.
So much utility is also going to be spent on Twisted Minds right now, and Flood is going to connect with that nade on the Batu. Spyro now the last one up for his squad.
But even, look at this run though, even if they get the wipe with utility, it's just completely open. Xiaowu has a nasty angle here, but Dava will strike. That will actually cause 17 to somewhat shift here.
They have to put more attention into what's going on, but it's going to be the DQ plus Kia line lined around into LG. They're just going to get torn apart. It is the dream dying right there. D plus Kia now has their sights, but this is going to be an extremely uphill battle. Sitting at 6 kills right now, they have an opportunity to work with.
Somewhat of an opportunity. I don't know if it's enough though, Matt. They'd have to wipe pretty much every team, and 17 is just not allowing that. The amount of damage they've done, 13 kills, 6th away of Xiaowu, and they are very quickly closing the opportunity here for D plus Kia, and that is going to be another member to fall.
They've got the high ground to work with, but it's just looking down into a 17 4 a.m. bloodbath. 17 Gaming taking control over everything inside the circle. D plus Kia having to retreat by, and it's going to be Zhao Lu that's playing really far back behind this opposing side of that fence and just waiting to ruin their game.
17 with just so much control, and
yeah,
I don't even know if it's enough. D plus Kia maybe could make a heroic run. They need to get rid of Lu first. They actually have to get the kill on Lu, and then they would have to somehow get rid of 17 as they're so entrenched in the center of the circle that I don't even know if it's possible. The kill going in the way of Suju. Only 2 members left. 17 are going to potentially close this out clean with 16 kills. Wait a second.
He's trying to see if he can open it up, making some peeks between the rock. Xiaobi trying to see if maybe he can get the utility into position onto this one. You can see Americano just going for the flushes. They don't know exactly how everything's falling, but they're realizing that they have an opportunity on this leaderboard. Now gonna be looking down, they're gonna get taken down. So much heart, so much effort coming out from so many of these teams, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
And if you're Game PT, you are just your fate was in everybody else's hands. I think it was enough, and you can see the dejection, the defeat on D plus Kia. They had such a crazy run there at the end, and I also feel for Friendly Fire, they were so close. But 17 just did not allow them any space on the south side. The way they took over that circle was nothing short of oppressive.
The kings of this leaderboard have just been dominant in these last 2 games. Just essentially letting the rest of the squads, let them eat cake kind of moment. You could have your crumbs of bread over here and over there, and the leaderboard stayed compressed. A couple of points being all that any of these teams needed to qualify, but just couldn't quite manage to find them.
17 didn't even need to get a 17-16 kill game. I'm pretty sure they were safe altogether, but that is gonna be it. Losers bracket is done as we head to the highlights at our desk for the final time in lowers.
Where do we even begin? We were losing our minds in the back here watching these final moments for these teams, trying at the cusp to grip that top 8 position, but it's not to be. 17 comes out with the win here at the end, and as they said on the desk, they didn't even need all of these kills, but you know what, 17, you're back on the boat.
You know, James, I don't think of myself as a swearing man, but I was a swearing man in that green room. That was chaotic, it was exciting, it was wild, and there were various points throughout this match that multiple teams almost made that push to the grand final. And everyone who didn't is going to be thinking back to how they could have picked up 2 more points anywhere along the way.
It was unreal close, down to the wire. Even for a team like LG, if they would have been able to convert off of this situation and kept going, there is a world that LG could have qualified here. There was a world where D plus Kia could have actually qualified at that very last moment, but no, 17 will shut them down. And gotta catch my breath.
It was a lot. It was a lot. I mean, LG, they made that push at the end, and then in brilliant North American fashion, as only our region can, Friendly Fire was so close. Roth hiding behind that car, and Kickstart found him, and that ended the run. I thought LG maybe signs of brilliance there, but I think that's what you get when you turn it on this late.
I mean, let's be real. I think, of course, Friendly Fire made a good push towards the end. In the previous game, they had the second place with 6 kills. But we backstage, obviously, we're not privy to the comms of what's going on, but it felt like there was a bit of a scramble. What's happening in that moment? Are we taking the right spot? Didn't feel like any of the 4 spots they took were the right spot. And obviously, here they are. Here, Friendly Fire, unfortunately for them, they will be eliminated here from the tournament.
Roth absolutely looks devastated. There's no other way to state that right now. As you go across the board, you're going to see teams rejoicing as they just barely got in. If you mine, Game PT is going to be pretty happy, I think, with the way that that match ended. On the other side of the coin, teams like Friendly Fire are going to be absolutely crushed, and I still am sort of waiting to see how it fell out at that 8th cutoff. Yeah, 27 points. It's a cherry on the day to say, hey, listen, I know we went to lower bracket, but y'all watch out when we get to the next level.
Fun fact, they had 73 points before this, which means they break that cool 100 point exactly here for them. So well done for 17 in that final game.
Where was this LG?
Yeah, of course, it's too little too late. As you see, LG ends with 53 points. But here, our top 8, as we have ourselves, of course, those sponges at the top. Twisted Mind, 70, Na'Vi, the Expendables, 4AM makes it, Forest, Tyloo, and Team GP here at the end as well. I think looking at those names, there's a lot that we expected to go through. I think this is a big victory for Forest and Game PT here, Toffees.
It's an insane victory for Forest and Game PT. I will call a spade a spade. I did not think Forest would be qualifying and getting in through. The fact that they did with actual space below them was very impressive, and they can take that to the next level. These guys, I know you're even sad, they missed it by 2 points, I believe it was, at that final, but they can be happy about the future of the team. They formed for the PGS 2. They're a new team. Hopefully they can go the distance next time around. But again, a huge shout out to Game PT. That's another team that I think was struggling a lot. We didn't know if they had the chops to make it through this. They've just barely squeaked through. And again, Forest on the back of Scappy, I think, in some of those gunfights. Scappy got away from an ambush by Sabram that would have changed the way this game played out.
And let's be real, I would have been really sad if I couldn't sing Babsang Head in the finals here. But yes, he will also be going through here for Game PT. As I mean, across the board, we look at a lot of these players, and it will be Xiao Wu getting himself the man of the match here, Braikudia, for this game. 7 kills with 900 damage done. Woo.
I mean, part of this is their play essentially made sure that LG didn't get the chance to advance. They got more kills than they could have possibly hoped for. They locked LG into that corner, and they made it impossible to sort of play out of that northern position, and they just controlled the map. 17 has looked incredible in the losers bracket. Can they transfer that to the grand final, though?
Can they? That is a big question. What a huge performance by him here for this final game. Really racking up a lot of points. And again, the challenge for the title is on, because you come through the lower bracket. It bears repeating. They did this at PGS 1. But anyway, let's take a look beyond all of that. Perfectix will take most kills from the losers bracket. Is there any surprise after what we saw yesterday?
No. This guy was a monster. In fact, at the beginning of the game, we did player comparison of the top 2 performers. One side, Duckjuice had 15 kills. Perfectix was getting 9 in every single game. Like, he got 9 back-to-backs, if I remember correctly. I don't know what he has been doing, but I hope he takes it to the grand final, because they have looked amazing and deserve Unstoppable team.
And we can spy on him at breakfast and see what he eats, and then maybe we can gain some of that talent along the way. Unstoppable team, as you say, Twisted Minds, so they're able to rack up a lot more money as well. We already kind of talked about how much Cerberus had pulled up, but now MVP brought to you by Kadir again here, and it will be Perfectix. I think he probably could have played only yesterday and probably still got this.
I think coming into today, we're like, man, if he even does a marginally mediocre performance, he'll still come through with that MVP on the back of yesterday. But that's what they do. They turn up when they need to turn up.
Ooh, And here we are. All right, this is the grand finals. 16 teams that are going to be participating here, as we have our 8 coming in from winners, which is fantastic, and we have our 8 coming in here from losers, which, to be honest, is also fantastic. Yep. What a lobby we're going to have over the next 3 days.
Absolutely, and I think we have some favorites, but we also have some new surprises, and I do think that is going to make it a little more chaotic. Maybe catch some of our teams off guard. Having teams like GP and Forest in there are going to make some of our veteran teams who are used to very static lobbies have to be a little more on edge.
Yeah, definitely here. As you can see, for Game PT, they are very happy about being able to qualify through all of this. Oh, it's Babsang Erangel. Yes! I love it here for Gamers 8, for PGS2. They are absolutely elated with this because I think, let's not kind of mince words, they were not really one of the favorites to even get to the grand final, but they've been able to do it. And LG, who was one of the favorites, unfortunately for them, their road comes to an end.
And it was a rough road. They're going to be happy that at least they finished strong with that last game, but it is not going to be an acceptable performance for them or their fans. On the other hand, these guys, incredibly sad. You can tell it, but they, I think, put up a good fight. With the exception of that last send, I still don't understand it, but sometimes in the chaos, you do what you have to.
All right, well, let's take a look at the KFC's Colonel's Choice here for the first moment and see what we've got available for us here as we move over to what was probably Game PT, actually. Being able to do something on a great split that they had on Erangel.
And I mean, this is where it started. They were picking up points, and I think they started earlier in the day than some of our other, bubble teams, looking to get those points, taking some fights, taking some risks, and it paid off. 1 point's worth, it paid off. Right? That's literally what it came down to. One choice at some point during 12 games that got them 1 extra point, sent them through.
Yeah, they go down, and 4 AM is able to do quite a lot from it, but beyond that, they are also able to qualify. But now let's take a look at the Dr. Zulaman Alabib save of the day, because we have quite a few probably to actually scroll through, maybe. But regardless, some great saves once again, really game-changing saves here as we get the pickup. Run away, run away!
It was, and honestly, the flush was coming through. If it wasn't for that perfect headshot from Spaceman, they never would have got that save in the first place.
Definitely not. And Game PT once again here able to get something done. So again, there's been great moments from them across the board, and as we move over to Miramar as well, all these dips absolutely instrumental being able to get extra points on the board.
As we see Friendly Fire kind of started their run here. We got a nice little rescue. This is the double save of the day as Friendly Fire uses that carry mechanic to get inside.
Yep, bringing them into the longhouse, getting them up and good to go. Unfortunately, it just was a little too late here for them. And finally, we have our Abdul Latif Jamil Motors rides of the day. So what cars are going to be flying through the air? What are going to be exploding? Let's find out.
Nice little drive-by here. Belmont hitting that as he goes on past. Remember that the drive-by has become one of the most iconic parts of PUBG as we get to see it over and over and over again. Massive impact on these games. And honestly, a skill that I have yet to try to figure out how to master.
Seen a lot of Game PT.
Yeah, we are. But that's my point. Like, they started early. They found points where they could, and they weren't afraid to sort of take those fights. We saw that in that last game. We saw Sarvam in a fight. We saw them going with Forest. Game PT got in there and started to, they made a push on the south side at the same time. They did what they had to.
Now, do bear in mind, the grand finals is not starting tomorrow. We are starting the day after, and it will be 3 days worth of matches. So I know we're going to have to chill tomorrow. I'm going to unfortunately have to go to the pool and relax tomorrow, Toffees.
Just my arm.
There you go. So, yes, grand finals on the way, of course. This analysis was brought to you by STC Play. What a lower bracket we've had here, Toffees.
It has been an incredible lower bracket. I will say, for the teams that made it through, it was a chaotic lower bracket. Those bubble teams were a little weak. We'll see what they can do.
Let's head over to the interviews here to wrap up the losers bracket for all of these teams.
Welcome back to the main stage where we are joined by Perfectix from Twisted Minds. Perfectix, I had to have an opportunity to speak with you because let's talk about yesterday. You got 18 kills in 2 maps. Now that is truly an incredible feat. Congratulations. Now, what I want to ask you is, how did that feel to achieve something like that at a global LAN event?
Давай поговорим о вчерашнем дне. Вчера ты произвел 18 киллов за 2 игры. Как ты чувствуешь себя? Потому что тебе удалось произвести столько на всемирном лане.
Я чувствую себя великолепно. Я хотел бы, знаете, что сказать? Многие люди в принципе мечтают, которые играют здесь, о том, чтобы хотя бы одна такая игра была на таком большом лане у них. А я дал таких 2 подряд игры.
I feel great, and I just want to say that some people dream to have at least one game like this, and I did 2 in a row.
رجعنا لكم اعزائي المشاهدين بعد انتهاء اليوم الثاني من مرحله فئه الخاسرين في بطوله البي جي اس 2. حاليا متواجدين مع اللاعب بيرفكتكس من فريق تويستد مايندز اصحاب المركز الاول من اللوزرز براكت. وحبينا نساله كاداء اللي شفناه اللي قدر يحصل على 18 كل خلال مباراتين، فكيف شعوره بعد هذا الاداء الاسطوري خصوصا في بطوله عالميه وعلى مستوى عالمي. رده كان انه الناس بتحلم انها تؤدي بهذا الاداء خلال مباراه واحده، فقدر يعملها مرتين على هذا المستوى العالمي، فشعور لا يوصف.
Well, you also had the most amount of kills in the lower bracket as well. I believe 28 to be precise, which is again phenomenal. So just quickly wanted to see kind of how you feel about going into the lower bracket in itself, which was, let's be honest, a bit of a surprise for a lot of people watching. But how does it feel to come back in such style and place at the top spot?
Ты также произвел около 28 киллов в самом начале. И как ты чувствуешь, ну, для многих было неожиданно узнать то, что вы сразу попали в Losers Bracket. И как ты чувствуешь себя, вернувшись обратно?
Да, в принципе, я чувствую себя замечательно, и верхняя сетка для слабаков.
Oh, I feel great, and I think Winners Bracket is for winnies.
حبينا نسأله برضه بخصوص حصول على 28 كل خلال مرحلة فئة الخاسرين اللي يعتبر أكثر عدد إقصاءات وأكثر عدد كلات في اللوزرز براكت، فكيف شعوره بعد هذا الأداء؟ وغير هيك إنه نحكي عن فريق تويستد مايندز اللي كانت مفاجأة كبيرة إنه شفناهم في اللوزرز براكت في البطولة، فكيف شعوره بعد العودة الأسطورية وتصدرهم لللوزرز براكت وفئة الخاسرين؟ رده كان إنه شعور أكيد حلو جدا، تصدرهم كان قوي جدا بالبطولة وبدهم يشوفوا شو حيعملوا بإذن الله في مباريات الوينرز براكت كمان.
Well, Perfectix, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage after the losers bracket is concluded. Congratulations once again for finishing in the top spot, and we can't wait to see what you and the rest of your team bring to the grand finals in a few days' time. But you can now leave the stage. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview.
Thank you.
Awesome work, awesome work. I mean, Perfectix, 18 kills in 2 games.
I mean, I know, I had him in my fantasy team.
You know what? Don't rub it in, okay? We would love to now invite Hella from If You Mind Game PT to come and join us over here because we've got to talk about those final moments in the final game. Hella, congratulations. Just tell us, when did you realize that you had made it into the grand finals, and tell us how that felt and what the comms were like with your team?
오늘은 정말 막판에 끝까지 8위로 아슬아슬하게 그랜드 파이널로 진출하게 되었는데 혹시 어느 순간부터 제가 그랜드 파이널에 진출하게 올라갔다라는 생각이 드는지 궁금합니다.
첫 매치 때 점수를 좀 많이 먹어가지고 첫 매치 하고 나서부터 좀 올라갈 것 같다는 생각을 했어요.
Actually, we earned a lot of points from the first match. So from the first match, and we think about like, oh, we make it to the grand finals.
بنرحب باللاعب هلا من فريق If You Mind Game PT اللي تأهلوا بفارق نقطة واحدة فقط بينهم وبين المركز التاسع، وصلوا معنا للجراند فاينلز من بطولة PGS 2. فحبينا نسأله كيف كان شعوره لما عرف انه هم تأهلوا لهاي المرحلة الأسطورية ولهاي البطولة بما انه أول تواجد لهم في بطولة عالمية. رده كان انه هم طلعوا بأداء قوي جدا وحصلوا على نقاط كثيرة في المباراة الأولى، فانه كانوا حاسين انهم اوريدي متأهلين فحسوا حالهم مرتاحين، مع انه احنا كمشاهدين شفنا اللحظات الأخيرة فرق نقطة واحدة، أداء مش طبيعي من فريق If You Mind Game PT.
Well, you've made it into the grand finals, but obviously let's not forget, we're kind of flirting with possibly not making it. So, you know, we would like to know what you plan on working on or possibly improving so that when you get to the grand finals, you finish higher up the leaderboard.
지금 그랜드 파이널로 진출하게 되었는데 다음 단계를 준비하기 위해서 어떤 준비나 피드백을 하실 건지 궁금합니다.
초반에는 좀 위축되어 있어가지고 부진했는데 점점 하면서 경기력도 찾고 자신감도 찾아서 아직까지 실수가 좀 많긴 하지만은 고쳐가면서 좀 더 단단한 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Actually, we didn't get really adapting to the matches, but we got really warming up for the matches today, and I'm sure we can do a lot of improvement for our gameplays, and we will show our best gameplays to the grand finals.
اخر سؤال حبينا نساله للاعب هلا من فريق اف يو ماين جيم بي تي كان بخصوص شو حتكون تجهيزاتهم للنهائيات الكبرى بعد بكره باذن الله، وايش الشغلات اللي حيشتغلوا عليها عشان يطلعوا باداء اقوى ويطلعوا بمركز اعلى بنهائيات البطوله. تركيزه كان على الغلطات اللي عملوها خلينا نقول في اليوم الاول اليوم الثاني من اللوزرز براكت، وعشان يطلعوا باقوى اداء واحسن اداء ويفرجونا فعليا مين هم اف يو ماين جيم بي تي.
Well, Hella, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. We really appreciate your time. Congratulations once again for making it to the grand finals, and we can't wait to see what you guys bring in a few days' time. So you can, in fact, leave the stage as well. Thank you so much as me and Sandstorm close out the day, because we've had group stages, we've had the winners bracket, we've had the losers bracket, and now all that is left is the grand finals. Not tomorrow, but that will be the day after. We are one step closer to $2 million, and one of our teams claiming that trophy and the coveted title of the winners of PGS 2. I cannot believe it. I'm running out of air, Sandstorm.
I got you.
Okay.
أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين، خلصنا من مرحلة المجموعات وفئة الخاسرين وفئة الفائزين، وصلنا لأقوى 16 فريق في العالم في PUBG، ولنشوف بإذن الله بعد بكرة مين اللي حيقدر يطلع معنا بلقب بطل PGS 2 PUBG Global Series 2، ومين اللي حيتنافس على جائزة $2 مليون. بنشوف بإذن الله بعد بكرة، نشوف مين حيطلع ببطل البطولة وحيحسم معنا اللقب. نشكركم على المتابعة، تصبحوا على خير والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
And having said that, we have 8 teams sent home, and now only 16 remain in this competition, and we cannot wait to see what they all bring, because we know it's going to be absolutely fantastic in a few days' time. So, with that being said, my name is Banks, and this is Sandstorm, and we'll see you at the grand finals.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. I'll try, I'll fight for us. So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try.